Hello, my human villains. This is me, the illustrious host of the Grand Debater Time Extraordinaire. And we're here once again with Honkai Impact, sir. We're doing more Otto shit. We got part of the way into 26 last time. Because we also did a 25x. My plan is to get through 26 and 27 today, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I don't actually know how long this is gonna end up being. But yeah, let us begin. Oh wait, that's not what I want. So we met up with Otto maybe last time. My controller's not working. And now, I've lost sound. Because it opened the Steam page, which tabbed me out. Good, that means nothing broke. Hooray for technical difficulties. We love them so. Well, you know what? I know what it is. I know what it is. Because I was playing Zen Zone Zero most recently, which I can't use DS4 Windows for. Because imagine Hoyo having a consistent control scheme and things across all of their games. It's crazy to me how much things are not consistent across the Hoyo games. For HI3 and Genshin, I have to use DS4 Windows to use my controller. For ZZZ, I can't have DS4 to use my controller. For Star Rail, it's sometimes either, but for Star Rail, I have to turn on and off my controller like 2 or 3 times on the main screen for it to register my controller, regardless of if I have DS4 Windows on or not. And the buttons are defaulted to different places in all of their games. It drives me crazy. But anyway, let's get back to Ottoing. Let's do some upgrades, maybe. Valkyries deal more damage. Sure. That's all I have for the moment. I don't know how to actually upgrade these. Oh, from here, maybe. No. Okay. I'm sure it'll tell us at some point. Alright. Yeah, I'll just keep going with these. I don't... Oh, tuna. Oh, this is just this. Wait, why did it take this one off? What the fuck? Alright, enter map. And let me set Star Rail to kill on my phone while we go. There's something behind me. Go, Kiana, go! I see a chest! That's the wrong button. Why won't it let me play as Siren? Let me actually see, is there a chest or something over here? No. Hello, Kiana. Hello, Einstein. Goodbye. Well, actually. Kiana Kaslana. Yeah, when I escaped from you, I never thought a day would come when we'd be fighting side by side. You could say the task of resisting Honkai has made our paths cross again. Indeed, leave the unhappiness of the past behind us. The future of Shikso belongs to our generation. Before Otto Puckett resigned, he also found his true path. His future probably won't overlap with ours again. Why? How? How could you possibly believe that? Huh? What? What do you mean by one overlap?
どういう意味？
中道さん、
Look at me too,
あな
you
たは
really...
一体
先に言っておく
I
けど、
can make it
あく
clear
まで
that
私
I'm
の推
just
測よ。
speculating, although I do think it's a reasonable speculation.
結論から話すわ。
The
オッ
point
トーさんは
is,
この
I
間の
believe
実
that in
験で
previous experiments,
過去に
Mr.
戻る
Otto
方法
found a
を見
way
つ
to
けたと。
return to the
私は
past.
そう。過去に戻る。
Return to the past? Are you talking about time
タ
travel?
イムトラベル。ありえないわ。
How is that possible? According to the physics of our world, time travel cannot happen. I don't believe that, Tesla. I genuinely don't believe that that is true.
私たちが捕まえたこの変わったオットーだって本当に500年前のオットー本人なわけがないでしょ。
Even though we caught that strange Otto, it can't possibly be the real Otto from 500 years ago, right?
君の言い分も理解できるよ。
Alright, I understand where you're coming from. Otto Apocalypse's past will never intervene with ours again. Otto standing right there.
テスラ先輩の言う通り。
Yeah, Tesla Senpai is right. The manipulation of time that you see in sci-fi stories doesn't really
タイムトラ
exist.
ベルは確かに存在しない。
Based on current science, it is wholly theoretically possible to go back in time because time is just another, like, dimension, basically. So if you are able to understand and move on a... We, in this world, interact on a, three dimensions, right? We have, we have an X, a Y, and a Z axis, basically. Time is the fourth dimension. And if you are able to perceive and exist on a fourth dimensional space, you are able to move through time like we are able to move through space. This is all theory. This is, you know, the current ongoing theories of science. But so the problem in this is just being able to access that fourth dimension, and that's by no means impossible. It's just not currently within our technological ability, but in, like, it is definitely theoretically physically possible.
だけど、存在論の観点から考えると、オットーさんはそういう意味で過去に
Ontologically
戻ること
speaking,
が
I
でき
think
る
Mr.
と思って
Otto
いる
still
の。
found a way to return to the past in some sense.
ちょっとあんた。
Hey, are you just playing word games?
いいえ、テスラ先輩。
Of course not, Tesla
存在論というもの
Senpai.
は真面目な。
Ontology is a serious area of philosophy and logic.
そうね。
To
私が何を
understand
言っ
what
て
I
いるの
was
か
saying
説明
just
する
now,
た
I
め
need
に
everyone to recall
皆
the
さんには
implicit
時
meaning
間
of
の定義を
time.
少し思い時間は時間でしょ。
Time isn't just time?
答えじゃ何も言ってい
Isn't
ない
it
よう
just
な
time?
ものかし
There's
ら。
nothing more that can be said about it, right?
いえ、時間
Now,
は確かに
Teresa,
定義
time
が
is
難
indeed
し
a
い概
concept
念
that is hard to define.
私
It's
たち
also
がどういう
affected by
視点で
gravity,
考えるかで決まるわ。
but its implications depend on how you look at it.
本質から言うと、私たちは
In
今という
essence,
時点でしか
everyone
考
can
える
consider
こと
the
がで
present
きない
moment.
だか
You can
ら
only consider the
私
present
たち
moment.
自身にと
Because
っ
of
て
this, everyone
時
thinks that
間は
time is
順番
related
と
to
因
cause
果
and
関
effect.
係を意味する。でも私たちがもし
But if we
深
dig
く探
deeper,
求しようとして現在が何を意味するのかを考えると
how
悪
close
いけ
is
ど
this to the quote?
人
Hold
類
on.
の論理ではそこまでしかたどり着けないわ。
I want the exact fucking quote. This is, okay, not quite, but the quote from Doctor Who is, people assume time is a straight progression of cause to effect, but actually, from a non-linear, non-subjective viewpoint, it's more like a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. And that is almost what she was saying. That is there is definitely a reference there. Sorry, human logic seems to reach its limits
そう
at
で
this
もない
point.
わよ、テスラ
As I
先輩。
said, Tesla Senpai.
先輩も知っているように、私たちの世界は
As you know,
存在
our
の
world
起
is
点
the
というわ
limit
け
of
ではない。
existence. Outside of our world, the imaginary trees receive quanta also affect our fate.
そうだけど、世
But
界の
outside our
他に時
world,
間に
can
何の
time have... Wait,
待
are you
って、
suggesting there are
それって
observers
世界の外に観
outside our
測者
world?
がいるってこと？
I mean, why wouldn't there be? Like, if... So I guess this is gonna depend on what she's, like, talking about. But if we can access the Sea of Quanta and see into all the, these other bubble universe and stuff, why wouldn't even if they're in a bubble universe, why wouldn't they also be able to do that? It's something we learned from multiple experiments. Through activating the second divine key linking the bubble universe to the imaginary tree, we determined that outside our world, time still abides by certain rules and won't degenerate into chaos. To be more specific, there, one can travel backward in time freely, no different from traveling through spatial dimensions. So this is also what I was talking about. Basically, the Sea of Quanta is... I don't know if it would be like a fourth dimensional or a fifth dimensional space, but it is definitely beyond a 3-dimensional space. And so being able to access it and use the divine key and the Hersher abilities within it would allow you to move on a fourth dimensional, theoretically, would allow you to move on a fourth dimensional axis, therefore being able to move through time. Yeah, no, I totally believe this. On this basis, it follows some other basic principles. Similar to other dimensions, it has various types of energy restrictions. And some of these restrictions cause time to flow in a fixed direction in various subspaces, limiting the capabilities of objects in those spaces. We believe this is the reason for the existence of everything in our world. That is to say, the hour of time is not a basic principle. It is the consequence of the existence of our world. I don't fully understand, but you're trying to say it's because of the stable existence of our world that no amount of power can interfere with the flow of time? Exactly. But the situation is different in the imaginary tree. Because it exists beyond our world, you can think of it as a server that holds all of the game data. The server has all kinds of mechanisms to generate countless game worlds, and you are just a character in one of those worlds. Haha, it's getting meta. The server records every action you take at every moment. You can see the records, but you don't have the ability to change them. Because you are used to this, it seems like the data stored on the server cannot be changed. But as a server itself, there are no such restrictions. The game server that is called the Imaginary Tree can use the save file from any moment in time to generate a new parallel universe. Just like servers in online games, universes can be open, closed, or merged. It is no different from the theory of parallel universes. The new you is not the actual you, just like we've seen with Mr. Otto. True, that is how we ordinarily understand parallel universes, but that's referring to already existent parallel universes, says the senpai. What do you mean? I mean, that's not the particular point of origin for parallel universes. Others don't exist, and there's only one reality. Someone experiencing this single reality, they can choose the future they want. In fact, such a thing is happening every moment. It's just that we are unable to perceive it subjectively. Sorry, I'm already completely lost. Okay, let's continue to use the analogy of a game then. Imagine you are a free character in the game, and suddenly you are facing a choice. Choice 2! Because you are free-willed, you can randomly select either of these two choices. But without any external information, you will never know whether in other versions of the game, the content of the choices is the same. Right, okay, so not only... Basically it's saying not only is the choice, like, could somebody choose the other option, but it's possible the choice itself is different. And leads to, like, you both pick choice 2, but choice 2 could be 2 different things. But because you can't observe this other universe, you wouldn't know that. You also don't know which choice you made in other versions of the game. All you know is that you are you, now is now, but a choice is just a choice. Your free will never actually changes. You could even say that, from this perspective, all the other versions running on the server are irrelevant. From your point of view, there's no way to return to earlier parts of the game, and you only get to make choices once.
虚数の木にある機能を使って人生をやり直したいってこと？
So what you're actually saying is, by using some of the imaginary tree's functions, Otto was able to live his life again?
やり直すという言い方は不適切。むしろ意味が全然違うと思うけど。そうね。
Maybe living
確
life
かに
again
そ
is
の
not
方
the
が理
best way
解
of
しやすいわ。
putting it. It even has the opposite connotation, but to simplify things, yes.
何しろ皆さんにとって大事な事実は動機にある。つまり、オットー
I
さんが
knew
過去に
that
戻る
what's
チャン
really
スを
important is
絶対に見逃
intention.
さないという
Mr.
ことだ。
Otto wouldn't give up an opportunity to return to the past.
そういうことか。
Oh, I see.
もし本当に500年の時間があれば、僕の身にそういう変化があることもうなずける。
If I'd really lived for 500 years, maybe I would really change like that.
変化って
What changes are you talking about?
もし彼が
If
500
someone
年
lived
以
for
上という
500
長い年
years,
月を生
his
きたとすれ
obsessions
ば
would be 10 times stronger than
彼
mine,
の
or
心の
even
執念
100
も
times.
僕の
Here's
10
also the other thing with
100倍にもなるだろう。
with time travel and alternate universes like this. Once they exist, they always have existed. Because this is from like an outside of the timeline observational thing. Loki did a really good job of showing this, the TV show. Once a new timeline is created, like assuming you have the ability to, like, you know, freely travel in time, you can go to any point in time in that timeline. You can go to the future, you can go to the past, whatever. But that timeline has always existed because now the whole future of it is there. That's part of why the problems in Loki were happening, where it was like, oh, universes are, like, timelines are just splitting constantly, and once it's there, it's just there. We can't do anything about it. We can destroy it, but we can't, like, stop it from going further. Once it splinters, the whole line is there. And it always has been. And that's, like, again, assuming you are a fully outside perspective with the ability to go through time. Because otherwise, like they're saying, if you don't have that ability, you are stuck in one point, and you can only go forward at the rate that time moves from your perspective. But if you have the ability to be outside of that, everything has always happened and is always happening at the same moment. Again, higher dimensional stuff. Someone lived for 500 years. His obsession would be 10 times stronger than mine. Or even 100.
先ほどの僕のよう
I
に
don't think someone like that would act like I did just now, and reevaluate his own life based on outside information.
そうね。
Yeah,
あいつより
no one
自
in
分
the
勝手
no
な
one in the
やつなん
world
て
would be
いな
more
い。
stubborn.
あ、
No,
違った。
maybe Kevin would be.
5万年も生きてきたケビンもけど、あんたの言う
But
通
what
り
you said is true. I can't imagine someone like that would make any changes after hearing what others have to say.
では彼が現状を変えるという選択をするように刺
You
激を与
compelled
え
him
た
to
の
change the
は
situation. He would do so based on some kind of inherent motivation.
僕は権力に執着する人間ではないと思う。僕が天命に対抗する
I don't think of myself as one who cleaves to power. The reason I joined the resistance army was that they fought under the banner of the Holy Maid.
身勝手は承知の上だが
Maybe I just wanted to keep the name Colin from being defeated
彼という
again.
名前に失敗を
あんた、
全部僕の本音さ
I'm telling you the honest truth.
僕の動機は
Maybe you'll find my
君たち
motivation
にとっては
funny
おかしいし
or not worth
何
caring
の
about.
君たちも知っているようにカレンが死んだ時から
But you should know that when Colin died, that part of myself called the ego went with her.
だから本音を
So if I may be
身勝手な願い
frank,
を言う僕だってどの瞬
there's
間
not
で
a
も
moment where I don't wish to return to the past.
カレン
To
がま
those
だ生
days
きて
when
いた頃
Colin was still in our world.
僕にまだ
To
自我
return
が
to
あ
the
った
time
頃
I
に
had
戻り
an
たいと
ego.
思っているよ多分
I think that person would
僕
fear
以
this
上
even
に思
more.
っているのだろう
あんた、
Yeah,
自
no,
分の人生は
Otto's
ないの？
everything about Otto is about Colin. Like it is all just Colin. He loves Colin so much that it's like literally he lost the entirety of his real existence without her being there. He needs her, not in a like carnal logical sense. Like, she is such a big part of who he is and what he wants in the world, that without her, it's just like, it's not that he can't exist, it's what's the point of it. And like we said before, like, he doesn't, it's not, oh, I need you to be with me. That's not the thing here. It's just like, I need to be able to see you, to talk to you, to watch you jumping around the buildings over there. Hamburger and alcohol advertisements. I mean, I like burgers. That was my dinner tonight. I don't know about alcohol. Hi, Harn.
The
Grand Shixel Overseer, making his mark on the world for 500 years. It's just a walking shadow, a pitiful puppet. No, because he's still Otto. But he's wholly... I mean, they're probably gonna say yes, but he is wholly dedicated to getting Colin back, because if he ever stops believing that he can have Colin back in the world, then again, like, his reason for existing goes away. It's actually, now that I think about it, very similar to Owl in that sense, where Owl was willing to do anything to keep Anna going, and once it was clear that he couldn't do that, he really didn't care about turning into a Hersher, about fusing with her, and then eventually being destroyed.
You
look surprised. Yeah, well, because Otto acts like an arrogant asshole. I think that if you live in a sufficiently unrestrained environment, it's easy to forget how uncommon the fragile free will is. You should know that an ordinary person like me, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. I mean, there is no inherent purpose to life. Life's purpose is to propagate itself. So from that perspective, I suppose I agree with this. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day. You don't get to call yourself an ordinary person before dropping poetry. Our ordinary people don't do that, Otto. Yeah, no, most people don't go into a soliloquy when to prove their point. But it is actually right here in that, yeah, there is no inherent meaning to life. Life is what you make of it. The last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lightened fools. Yeah, okay, that is Shakespeare. I don't know what Shakespeare that's from, but that sounded like Shakespeare. Seems you're quite familiar with the works of Shakespeare, Mr. Otto. Yes. But, not real Shakespeare, HI3 Shakespeare, which might still be real Shakespeare. I don't know. I haven't read the chronological novel. Yes, both Colin and I had encounters with her. When I was 12, I also encountered Shakespeare. He was a ship captain, taught me a lot of things on my voyage. Fried potatoes and salad. That sounds pretty good, actually. I like a good salad. I just like fruit and vegetables, honestly. It was her that encouraged me to see the world in my own way, and to ground my decisions in reality, in reason. She helped you establish your own system of values. That's right. While we're on the subject, I hope everyone will act reasonably. Everyone, we came together to cooperate because of the lost Hersher Corps. Let's not beat around the bush. Almost everyone here is worried that our cooperation could be disrupted by someone making a rational decision. But what I wanted to say was,
あの人が予想外のことばかりするからこそ
the irrational tendencies of a
私たちは
certain
より一致
individual
団結して
all the more
彼
reason
が
for us to
介入
work
する前
together.
に
Hopefully we can
問題を
solve the
解決
problem
すべきだ
before
と
he
思い
gets
ます
involved. Oh, I was like, okay, wait, is she talking about a specific person, or is she talking about like all like anyone's reason? But no, we're talking about Otto.
そうね。
Indeed.
Miranda
Mr. Ando
said,
said, the ultimate
私
reason
た
for
ち
our
の協力
cooperation
の
is
基
to
本
eliminate the
的な
dangerous
目
effects
的
of
は
Haikai.
だから何
I
も
think
せ
that's
ずに
enough
空論
discussion.
に熱中する
I'll
のは
now
やめ
repeat
ま
the
しょう。
plan that we drew up
一つ
earlier.
目
First,
支
our
配の
overall
技術
goal
者
is
の
to
意図
test
が
for
存在
spatial
すると
anomalies
思われ
suspected
る
to be the Hership
複数
Dominant
の
puppet
空間を
strings
調べ
at several
異空
locations.
間にある
Then we need to
密着
determine the
コアの位
location
置
of
を
the
割り出
Hership
す。
core in other dimensions.
二つ目
Second,
具体
the
的な探知を
personnel
担当するのは
who'll be
テス
doing
ラ
the tests
博士
include Dr.
ディラン
Tesla,
デル
Mr. Randall, Keanu,
遺
Mr.
体の
Otto,
オッ
and
トーさん
myself.
三つ目
Third, because it's the
実際の距
closest,
離
we'll
を
do
参
our
考に
first rounds of
ま
testing.
ず
Yeah,
は
okay.
みんな時間は私の番だね
We have an air fryer now, so I just need like a little bit of oil and chop up the potatoes in a bite size. It takes 20 minutes. We love meals that like take less than 20 minutes to make.
成人の道はなしで争わず私の番ね
テスラ博士
Dr. Tesla,
探
there's
索中に
something
少し
that I want you to take note of during
心
your
に留めて
investigation.
おいてほしい
あら急にどうしたの
Why are you suddenly so
年齢の
serious?
秘密と
The
か
secret of Shixel?
そうと言ってもいいが
You could say that, but
と
it's something
君が
completely
想
different
像
from
して
what
い
you
るもの
imagine.
とは全く違う
はいはいもったいぶってないで
Hi,
一体
Mophead.
私
Don't
に
leave me in
何してほしい
suspense.
の
What do you need me to do?
リアーナ
You still remember Rihanna, right?
リアーナ・ブリガンティア
Rihanna
のことを覚え
Brigatina.
ているだろう
Brigantia.
当然よ
Of course.
ネゲントロフィー
Everyone
の人
in
なら
Entropy
みん
remembers
な
her.
彼女のことを
But
覚えて
what
る
does that have to do with the situation
けど
now?
彼女は天命
She was an
スキ
S
ュ
rank
バルキリ
Valkyrie
ー
in
だった
her time. Maybe she left a trace in this
彼女
town
は
since the
天
Shixel
命本
HQ
部
was
こ
here.
の場所に自分の痕跡を
Hope
残しているかもしれない
Hope is first. Congratulations on being first, Hope, and thank you for the 26 months of subscription. I appreciate it.
けどもう60年も前のことよ
But that was over 60 years ago.
天命側にとって
And from Shixel's
私たちを助
perspective,
けた
because
リアーナ
Rihanna
は
has helped
功績を
has
全
helped us
部もみ消す
before,
ほ
she's
どの裏
considered a
切り者
traitor. Will we find
本
anything
当に
here?
彼女に関する手がかりをここで見つ
First
け
for
られるのか
26
しら
months in a row, can't believe it. You might be? I mean, I guess you were a founder, so yeah, you probably are, actually. Because I guess, like, only other founders would be able... Although you were unsubbed for a little bit, but I think that was because Twitch was broken. Regardless, you're probably correct. No, Rika is 28 months and got that subscription 6 days ago. So Rika was first. Yeah, I understand. I'm not subbed to a lot of people I wish I was subbed to. I don't have any money.
天命は今でも
Remind them that my
ロンドンにある
donations are
僕たちの
open
第
and
42
subscriptions are
実験室の
there,
建物
and
を
I
残して
will,
いる
if you
ことを
go to my
君
throne,
は知ってい
I'm
るか
taking donations for many things, but specifically pre-orders for the Firefly controller, so I can stop having controller drift. Hope is a I guess, yeah, just Rika Acolyte. Anyway, so I'm sure he's okay with her getting it first. This is true. Yeah, no, listen, if you don't have the money for things, it is understandable. Take care of thine self before you take care of me, but also, I like money. Anyway. You know that in London, Chixel still has the main lab 42 open.
え
Huh?
本当に
Really?
あの
I
建
thought
物
the
は
facility would have been
とっくに
torn
壊された
down
と思って
years
たわ
ago.
古い組織は
The
物
older
自
the
身の価値
organization,
を
the more
重
they
んじて
value their material
すでに
resources.
沈黙した歴
It's
史ま
not
で
like they
抹
can't
消
get
しよう
past
と
their
は思わ
history.
ないのかもしれないとにかくせっかくここまで来たんだ
Anyway, we don't have the chance to come here often, so it doesn't hurt to be on the lookout.
そうね
That's
あんたの
true.
言う通りにする
Take your
わ
advice.
ディアーナのやつ
Rihanna.
私結構
I
気に
really
入って
like
たの
her.
に
Yeah, I mean, if someone's not streaming often, you don't need to sub to them. I don't know if that's a problematic opinion, But like, if you don't have money, the people not doing the service, like, are the ones to not have it first. It's just, but this is a different, oh, well, I can't use it anyway. Yeah, I don't know, that's the whole statement. Hello. Oh! Hi, Susanna. I know you from the mangas. You have a design in those, though. She's a fail girl. You? I didn't think I would get so much valuable work experience here. Even though it's all logistics work, it's just as critical. It looks like you've nothing urgent to do. Would you like to join me for some logistics work? It's simple. I just need to get the Hyperion's landing location, check for circuit faults using the internal system. Please, it's getting dark. I'll be terrible if the lights can't be turned on. It'll be terrible. I don't care about side missions. Oh, I thought that was Kiana. Listen, normally I like side quests, but not in this game. Also, look, double senti. 2 of them. Okay, so I can't go past it yet. I love this. Oh, wait, is this... Oh, hello. That's what I was here for, I guess. Oh, no, this is the side quest. They almost tricked me. Reminds me of Tales of Berseria. You can get a hoverboard in that too. Maybe one day I'll go back to Tales of Berseria. I've thought about streaming it before. I didn't get that far into it when I played it, but there are so many games to play. Oh, hello. Oh my god. Controller drift is gonna make this a nightmare, isn't it? There we go. I just jump over this. No. Senti is pretty cool. I guess let me do this side quest. Hello, Chesto. I'm stuck. Oh. Skill missing. Defeat enemies on the west side to unlock. Alright, I guess let's do this side quest. Let's also beat these guys up. I don't know if these are the west side enemies that I have to beat up, but... You know what's fun with controllers? Just trying to do farming games where exact positioning is important. Yeah. I don't know. It's getting really just like unsustainable, and the drift is getting worse because like on DS4 Windows at least, I have like dead zone set. That just sucks. But yeah, like, let's see. Like, right now, I'm not, like, I don't have my thumb on either stick. Of course, it's not gonna do it now. Let's see if I nudge it. No, maybe the dead zones are actually helping right now. Nope, there's a little bit. I don't know, you can see it sometimes here. It's just frustrating. Oh wait, I think this is where I was supposed to go. Do I have to beat you guys up? Like, I want my product. that just work. Before this generation, like, controller drift was not a thing for me. I never had it with the Wii, I never had it with Xbox 360. I did have it with the PS4. So actually, maybe it is because of the PlayStation thing. But... I don't know, just, yeah, that's also part of why I want the Firefly controller. Because I want to see if maybe an Xbox controller will be less bad about it. Yeah, why would I want my products to work? I know, right? Just consume product and then get ready for next product. Or get excited for next product. Aha. You think you could stop me from going forward? Fool that you are. Oh, I thought this was a chest. This is gonna be skill missing. No? Okay. God, there it goes. I love when it just starts spinning. Lim Scion Kiana is fine. I don't think she's that great or fun of a unit, but I do enjoy her. This is called Saint 1491 Square. Let's commemorate us overthrowing old Shixel. That's wonderful. That's right. Miss Octavia gave it the name herself. Ah, you probably know her as Viola. Oh, that's so. Although I don't know about your world, in the original world, Viola didn't run into any big problems, did she? Perhaps. Anyway, before you find the Hershey core, there's probably no way for you to go back. You might as well make the best of it. Do some worrying. Right, don't just stand there. Walk around the area. That way, the data we collect will be more accurate. If enemies appear again, you three should be strong enough to protect the test sample with arms and legs. This is what Doctor suggested. Let's talk while we walk. Relax. I'll definitely comply with everyone's instructions. I'll do my best not to get in the way. I hope so. Although I won't lose my temper at you like Doctor did. You should be aware that I have no obligation to treat you nicely. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I enjoy how, like, quickly Otto understands the situation here. It's like, yeah, clearly I've done a lot of good because there are people that are, you know, willing to defend me and, like, talk kindly of me. But clearly I've also done things that aren't great for a lot of other people. Because, boy, do you guys despise me. Help. Senti's pretty sick. Oh, wait. Okay, so Senti has like different stances? Oh! My hold attack does different things depending on which one I'm on. Oh, yeah, okay. And you can see which one you're in on the bottom. It's the charging like boss. Oh, okay, that's super sick. I'm taking a shit ton of, well, actually I'm not taking much damage at all. But I am getting hit a lot because I'm trying to figure this out. She has like 3 that she cycles, I think, and then her ult. Nice. Okay. I don't see an ult button on her, but that might just be me being a fool.
Kiana,
you know what? There's an old building in this area where Fuwa used to live. Fuwa's house. Yeah, Overseer used to mention it occasionally. Feel free later, maybe you can take her there to look around. Okay, if we do it like this, we'll get accurate data from the area. 2 objectives remain. Let's continue trying to maintain its efficiency. As Tesla confidently issued the order to proceed, someone's comm device started to beep. And for some reason, Tesla suddenly felt like something was wrong. Sorry, I need to take this call. This is Durandal. Yeah, Teresa-senpai and Kiana are with me. How about this? I'll switch to the public channel. What happened? It's Amber. Overseer ordered her to pass on some information to us. That isn't Grandpa's style. Why wouldn't you speak to us directly? Good day, Master Teresa, Master Durandal, and everyone in Hyperion. This is the Shixel Overseer's personal secretary, Amber. Overseer reports that he and Rita have locked onto the location of the Herrscher Dominance's core at St. 537 Church. He wanted me to relay this information to you. What did you say? Rita? Didn't she go on a mission to Wilson? An overseer said he was busy sorting out the aftermath of his resignation. Was that just a pretense? All Overseer said was that he and Rita had locked onto the Herrscher of Dominance Corps at St. 537 Church. As for how he found it so quickly, and why Rita is there, forgive me, I'm not in a position to ask about such things. Does that mean we thought that old man's tricks again? No. Overseer said that if everyone proceeds together to St. 537 Church, he can help the Hyperion crew recover the Herrscher Core. Hang on. Amber, who's planning to bring to the scene? Hello, Teresa, Master Durandal, Kiana, and that other Otto that you found. Me? Yes, Overseer believes your presence is necessary to complete recovery of the Herrscher Core. The information's gotten out. Those just make people try to avoid. What do you think, Teresa? Even though St. 537 Church was originally one of our targets, we don't know what Otto's up to. But to solve the problem we're facing, we have no choice but to go. The good news is, since the Amber said Grandpa and Rita already located the core's location, we don't need to deploy everyone. Amber, please relay to my grandfather that Teresa will proceed by herself to St. 537 Church to provide assistance. If he has the ability to locate the Herrscher Core on his own, then why hasn't he used Kiana? Overseer said the Herrscher of Flame Scion doesn't need to attend. But he emphasized that the other Otto's help would be indispensable. No problem. As though I won't be able to provide anything the others won't, I'm pretty bound to help to the best of my ability. Thank you. I like my grandfather. You have a sense of responsibility. Amber, do the Overseer have any other questions? I can go with Teresa-senpai, of course. He said he didn't. He didn't consider other elements to be decisive. Okay, but in that case, due to security concerns, unfortunately the other two will have to return to the Hyperion and stand by. Especially you, Kiana. I think being near him puts you at risk. I understand, Principal. I'll remain in the rear to protect everyone. You. Durandal, Mr. Otto. Let's go. Hold on, there's a chest here. My core skill leveled up. You have quite a new core skill. Tap here to switch skills. LBY.
せっかくの休憩時間ですから、
はい。
先人の知恵を教えてあげます。
Oh, okay. There we go. Oh my god. Haha! But no, if I press the right button. I don't have any energy to blow this up.
マントが長くなったからちょっと慣れないや。
Why is this still here? Why can't I get... Oh, this is because of that rock. Yep. I don't know. You like the space-time predictor stats when far away from the space-time predictor. I'm out of energy now.
やっぱり地面に足がついてる方が安心だね。
Okay. I turn those on. What does this do? I don't see another one. I also don't have the energy to interact with another one. Are those still... Okay, no. They're not still activated. Well, hopefully I can jump up onto here. Okay. Okay, I'm just flipping dying. Yank. I very much like this like opener world, being able to actually run around stuff. You can definitely tell that Genshin existed at this point. Oops. Well. Ah, I need more points again now because I used the wrong skill. I would love like a full like remake of HI3 that is like, you know, a real world like Genshin. Or even Star Rail. Star Rail scope would be fine. Hit the right button.
やっぱり地面に足がついてる方が安心だね。
Oop. Oop. Activate portal. I activated it, but I probably can fast travel from the map. Oh. I think these are actually breakable. Indeed. Oh. Oh. Yeah! Okay. I need more energy. I want to know what this do. Gimme. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
やっぱり地面に足がついてる方が安心だね。
Yeah. Oh well. I might be stupid, but that's it. I might be stupid. Hello, enemy. No, leaked energy has grown Honkai Beast. Whatever will we do?
審判の時は来た。やっ、せい。私の番、文句はないよね。
やはり私を頼るんですね。弱すぎ。
Yeah. Go, Colin, go. Kill them all. It's my time.
先生が助けてあげましょう。
私が来ました。
The giant chains just remind me of Soul Weaver in Dragon Fable, and anything that reminds me of Dragon Fable is a good time in my book. Okay, so there are still like Hersher of the Void elements here, which I appreciate. Like she's not giving up the Void stuff. It seems like uh-oh. So they didn't give like a whole lot of actual information on what the Hersher Flame Scion is. She's clearly using like fire abilities, which I assume are from the god damn, that's some jiggle physics. And they're like, I don't know if I can explain what I'm like saying. They're like stretching outward. Anyway, like she's clearly using flame powers from the pseudo core, but she is still using like, she seems to still be just like the Hersher of the Void with like extra stuff. I don't know if she actually like really changed anything or just like adapted her power and then changed, like is saying a different name. I don't know why I thought go back to the Hyperion. Well, I cleared the side quest, I guess. Do I have to like leave? Is this a different location? Yeah. I got 30 power. I can only put in 30 power. So I guess we'll put in this. Until we gain more! Oh, okay, these are all abilities to get. Oops. We'll know how to use these. Rewards, intel retrieval. Oh, rewards. But where's just accept all? Okay. These I gotta do one by one though. Oh you know what? It is interesting. This isn't using stamina. Let's switch out Colin. As much as I like Colin. Let's see. I don't actually really have anybody that I want to try. I guess Colin can stay.
美しい世界を守るために戦うよ。
There's a different starting point, but I think it's the same map. Was I just stupid and
行動を
didn't...
開始しよ
Or maybe I had to go here
う。
for
マントが
that?
長くなったからちょっと慣れないや。
Because there's the locking... Like, this will turn off the lasers. I turned off both!
やっぱり地面に
Oh,
足
it's
が
just
つい
over
て
here.
る方が安心だね。
God, I'm so smart. Hi, Tesla.
私の番ね。
そういえば少
I'm
し気になるんだ
curious.
けど、
What do you tell your Valkyries about us? Like me, am I portrayed as some kind of mad scientist? No, before I thought you were nothing more than imposters or clones.
偽物へ
徹底的
Here's
に
Chad
無
here
視
to
という
completely
策
ignore
略だったの
us.
ね。けどまあ理解できなくもな
But
い
it
わ。
does make some
私た
sense.
ちは
You
何
haven't shown
年
our
も
faces to
公
the
の場
public
に
in
顔を
many
出してい
years.
ないもの。
Well, yeah, and you guys are, like, old as shit.
大衆にとって老化しない人もいるということに気がつくのはきっといい体験にはならないでしょうし。
To ordinary people, finding out there's a minority of people on Earth who don't age would not be a pleasant
あなた
experience.
たちは黒煙白化の力で
Wanted
偶
me
然
to
そういう
mention that
体
you
質になっ
guys-
たとリタに聞きました
That you guys only have that ability because of the power of the Abyss Flower.
ええ、
Yeah,
オーバーロード状態
overloading
になっ
Abyss
た
Flower
黒煙
prevents
白化
harmful
は
mutations from
私たち
occurring
の
when
体
our
を
cells
ど
divide.
の細胞が正しく分裂するぐらいまで修復したわ。
Because, yeah, so aging is actually a product of, like, cell division deteriorating over time. The Abyss Flower just prevents that. They're interesting, they're, like, calling it a mutation, though.
黒煙白化を詳しく研究
Although
する機
Anti-Entropy
会は
never
今
got the
までなかった
opportunity
け
to
ど、
do
そう
extensive
いう
research
現
on
象が
Abyss
発生
Flower,
する確率
the
は
chances of it
1万
having
分
this
の
effect
1
are
もな
less
いと
than
思
1 in
うわ。
10,000.
オットー主教も
Obviously,
黒
Otto
煙
has
白
also
化
done
の
some
注
research
力
on
に
the
ついて
therapeutic
実験をした
aspects
こ
of
とがあ
Abyss
ります
Flower,
が
but the results were far from
結果は
perfect.
あいつの
Don't
話は
mention
やめ
that
ましょう。
guy. Puts me in a
いい
bad
の
mood.
いいの。
Sorry.
あんたもあまり気にし
It's
ないで。
fine, don't worry about it.
あんたは
You're a
天
chick
命の
listening
S 級
Valkyrie.
バル
Of
キリー
course
だ
Otto
から、
treats you
きっ
well.
と大事に
It's
されてい
just
ると
that
思う。あんたが黒煙
since
白化
you're
の
the
今
current
の
owner
持
of
ち
the
主なんだ
Abyss
から。
Flower, you've
ち
got
ゃ
to
んと
protect
自分のこ
yourself.
と。
それは
You're talking about the
セ
issue
シリ
with
アさんや
Kokoli and
リアーナ
Ren.
さん
リアーナのことを知ってるの？
You know the thing about Rihanna? More or
彼
less.
女は志願者と
Originally,
して
she was a volunteer
司教
receptor,
様の玉
which
川
helped
に
the
関連
overseer
技術
develop
の
a
開
lot of
発に協
technologies
力してい
related
ま
to
したが
sodium.
最後その
But in
関
the
係
end,
はあ
some
る出
things
来
brought
事
the
をきっかけ
relationship
に
to
し
an
て
end.
あの日、
That day,
Otto
Otto stole her
は彼
body
女
and
の体を盗んで、
assassinated an innocent child's
無実
father.
の子供の父親を殺した。
So I'm assuming, I assume this is the story of the AE visual novel, because that's clearly Welt.
それだけじゃない。ネゲントロピ
And
ー
to
を立
wipe
ち上げ
out
た
those
私
of
た
us
ち
who
を
would go
抹
on to
消するた
establish
めに、
anti-entropy.
あい
He
つは
planned to
公
use
開分裂
Honkai
ミサイルを使ってニューヨークを丸ごと消すつも
fissile
りだった。
bombs to flatten New York City.
後のシベリアで
And he really did use those weapons in Siberia.
1955
However,
年のニ
he
ュー
did
ヨーク
not
は無
wipe
事だ
out
った
New
け
York
ど
in
ね。
1955.
当時
At that time,
リア
forget
ナ
it.
がオットーの
All you
陰
need
謀
to
を
know
阻
is that
止した
Rihanna
って
got in
と
the
こ
way
ろ
of
だ
his
け分かれば
plans,
いいわ。
and she paid with her
だ
life.
けど
すみません
I'm sorry.
司教
The
様は
overseer, in pursuit of all his different plans, he did hurt a lot of
あいつ
innocent
のした
people.
ことはあんたには
It had
関係
nothing
な
to
い
do
わ。
with you. You don't need to apologize, and you don't have the ability to speak for him.
そう、
わかりました
I
嫌
understand.
な話はやめましょう。
Enough about this unhappy
急いで
subject.
こ
Let's
の
not
周り
waste
の
any more
時空
time
異常
investigating
状態を
this
調
area
べ
for
るわ
some
よ。
space-time
私の
anomalies.
測定器は
My instruments are picking something up in this area.
ではこ
Okay,
の周り
let's
を
examine
細
this
かく
area more carefully.
番だね。
I need more power.
過去にもこの道を歩いて
Just like Virgil. Sasha,
やっぱり目
she
覚
still
めて
hasn't
ないの
woken
か
up. Yes, and her vitals are
症
unstable.
状がとても不
At
安
this
定
rate.
ですの。
God, I know that
これ
voice.
までは
どうやら
I don't know if it's from this,
黒煙白化の効
but
果を試すしかなさそうだ。
that's Otto, right? Looks like our only option is to try using the abyss
一
flower.
族の方にお願いするですの。
Oh my god, no, the reason I know that voice just popped into my head, but it's gone now. It was there and it's gone.
いや、
No, they've lost much of their power. Their ability to control the abyss flower is not much greater than mine. Ah, Lyria! That's Lyria's voice actor.
僕自身が使った方がいい。
Rather than trying to force them to do something they can't, I'll do it myself. That's the overseer's voice.
黒煙白化を使って
It seems like he's prepared to use the abyss flower to heal someone named Sasha.
周りに他の時空
Let's
情報を
continue to search the area
見
for
て
other
みま
leaks
しょ
of space-time data.
行動を開始しよう。
Yeah, okay, that's absolutely Lyria's voice
状況は
actor.
どうですの？
Who you'd think I'd know her name at this point, but I'm an idiot. Teacher, are you okay? What's the situation?
黒煙白化の
I
力を
still don't have the power to control the abyss flower.
先生でも
Even teacher can't.
すまない。
I'm sorry, Viola.
で
I
きる限り
tried,
の
but
ことはした
I
が、
can't do it. No, teacher. You're the kind of burden that no one else dared to.
それでは何の意
But
味も
that
な
doesn't
いだろ
matter, does it? I promised Colin that I would protect her, that I would give her freedom. Viola,
僕は
I am
約束
truly
した。
useless.
どうやらあのサシ
Seems
ャ
like
と
still
いう
haven't
女の子を
saved
助
that
け
girl
ら
named
れなかった
Sasha.
ようね。
あの人はきっと
She
主教
must have
様
been
に
very
とって
important to the overseer.
大事な
I've
人な
never
の
seen
で
him
し
in
ょう。
despair like
さあ
this.
ね。
Who
もしか
knows?
したら
Maybe
500
500
年前
years
の
ago,
彼
he
に
still
は
had
ま
some
だ
humanity
人間
left.
と測定器によると
My instrument shows
この
another
辺
data
りに
point
も
in
う
the
一
area.
つ情報
Let's
ポイ
go
ント
check it
が
out. There it is.
はじめまして、未来のあなた。私はベラ、あなたの先輩です。
I teacher you. I'm Viola. I guess you could call me your senpai.
先生曰く、
Teacher told me that this type of crystal could record human voices. Therefore, I want to record this for the future you
だ
who
から
can properly use the abyss flower.
黒煙白化をちゃんと使いこなせるあなたに、私たちの時代では
In our era, Shixel has just erupted into civil war.
私の先生、
My teacher, Otto Apocalypse, commanded the volunteer armies and finally prepared over the evil overseer Marcial and reorganized
命を
Shixel.
けれど
But
正義の
although we
戦い
won
に
this
勝った
righteous
からと
war,
いって
we didn't all just live happily ever
この
after.
戦争で
In this war, 28 students from San Michel Monastery,
そのうち3人が最後の勝利を見届けることができませんでした。
including me, fought on the front lines. Among them were 3 who unfortunately did not live to see the final victory:
フランチェスカ、
Francesca, Alicia, and Sasha.
あなたのような他人
If we had a Valkyrie like you who was skilled at healing others back then, maybe things would have turned out differently.
でも
My teacher once said something very wise. He said, we don't wait until we're prepared to fight, but the reason we prepare is to fight.
この世界には避けられない
There will always be some unavoidable battles in this world, and if we happen to be forced into one, we'll use whatever weapons we have on hand.
邪悪なマサエル主教は
Perhaps the evil overseer Marcial could make Honkai obey his will, but in the end, the side fighting for justice and the people was
正義
victorious.
と民の心を理解している私たちですの。
I mean, that sounds pretty good.
とにかく分かってほしいですの。
How did he lose if he
あ
could
なたの
control the
才能が
Honkai?
羨ましいけど、あなたの才
To be
能を
brief,
過度
I
に
hope you're
見せよう
clear
とは
that
しません。
I hope you're clear that while we very much admire your ability, we are not in desperate need
あ
of
な
it.
たには未来の戦場で
I hope that in future battles you will go lightly equipped and not give yourself too much of a
あ
burden.
なたに
In the safe, I have prepared a special gift for you. The code is 281491.
パスワードは
スワードは
281491。気に入ってくれると嬉しいですの。
281491, not 2.
これは
Is this? Must be 500 years ago for the Battle of the Abyss Flower.
私が天命の歴史を間違え
If
て
I
い
have
な
my
かったら
Shixel history right, I'm afraid the intended recipient of that message is Rihanna
リアーナ・ブリガンティ
Brigantia.
彼女が黒煙白化の
Before
所
her,
有者
it
になる
seems that for a
ので
long time, no one could use the divine key to the Abyss
で
Flower.
は過去のリアーナさんは
Did Paspiano really receive Viola's
そ
gift?
んなの私がわかるわけ
How would
な
I
いで
know
しょ
that? But if you want to find out, there might be a way.
運次第というところ
If
つま
we're
り
lucky.
その
I
金庫
mean,
が
we
今で
can
も
see
あ
if
る
the
のか
safe
どう
is still
かは
located in some room nearby.
美しい 記憶は全部ここに私の心の中にある。私の番ね。
Teresa.
本当に
Teresa, is
金
it
庫
safe
が
here?
では
Oh, I didn't have to write it down at all.
281491
Whoa, it's open.
何が入ってるの？
Really? What's
そう
inside?
ですね
There's an envelope
封筒
and a
と
comb that seems to be made out of
上下
ivory.
封はされていません
The
ね
envelope isn't sealed.
中
Inside
に
is a
手
letter
紙
and
と
some faded
写
pictures.
真
待って
Pictures?
この写真
Wait, is this a
Rihanna.
picture of Rihanna? Durandal began to read the letter out loud.
未来のあなたへ
Dear future
あな
you,
たがどんな状況
I
で
don't
こ
know
の
under
手
what
紙を読んで
circumstances
い
you'll
るか
be
は
reading
わ
this
からな
letter,
いけれど
but I believe you'll be an outstanding
あなた
Valkyrie.
がかつて
Before,
私
when
が
I
黒
just
煙
became
百科の
qualified to
使用
use the
資
Abyss
格を手
Flower,
に入れた
the
時
overseer gave me this old
司教
safe
様
that
は
hadn't been opened in
金
years.
庫の中にあったの
Inside
は
was a gift from 1491,
1491
a
年から
comb
の
that
プレゼン
Octavia made with her own
彼
hands.
女は
She wanted future Valkyries to know that times of war were not only times of pain and
あの
sacrifice.
時代を生きた彼女
The
たち
people
に
living
は
during those times also
美
pursued
しいも
beauty.
のへの憧れそのプレゼントを
This
いた
gift
だ
was
い
deeply
て
moving.
すでに亡くなった前人たちは生身の人間としてちゃんとこの世
Made
界
me
に
truly
生きて
aware
い
for the first time that those who came before us were made of flesh and blood and had their own
た
lives
そう
in
意
this
識し
world.
た彼女たちにも日常生活があって
Had their own families, their own emotions. It was only when facing a mission that they must not
そ
fail
の
that they
全てより
abandon all
も
of that.
だから
Once I
その
realized
ことに
that,
気づ
I
いた
decided to
私は
also leave you something beautiful.
あなたのため
I
に
hope,
プレゼントを
I
残
hope
そう
that
と思
when
っ
you see
た
it, you will also
私もあ
realize
なたと同じ
that I
く
really lived in this world
こ
just
の
like
世
you.
界でちゃんと
As
生
I
きて
also
いる
like to have fun and flaunt my good
私
looks.
の生きた時代は
Except that we lived at different
あなたの
times.
時代と
There
は
is no
少し距
essential
離がある
difference
けれど
between
優
us.
秀なバルキリーになる
Besides
と同
becoming an
時
excellent
に
Valkyrie, remember to embrace your
自
life.
分の生
It's
活を
worth caring
ジア
about.
ナ・ブリガンティア
Rihanna Brigantia, February 23rd,
1848
1848.
追伸
P.S. I accidentally
Otto
broke Octavia's comb
Bella-sama no
recently, so I have to leave you a gift of my own as a replacement. That's all the letter says.
彼女は本当に優しい人ね。そう思わない？
Oh, excuse me. I'm good now. She's really a good person, isn't she?
ごめん。その
Sorry.
言葉しか思いつかな
That's
い
the
わ。
only way I can describe her.
彼女は本当に
Really,
本当
really
に
good person.
その伝わってるかどうかわから
I
な
don't know
い
if
け
you
ど
understand, but
ごめんなさい。少し時間が欲しい。
sorry.
言葉を整理
Give me a
したら
minute. I need to
ちゃ
gather
ん
my
と話すわ。
thoughts. After 10 minutes, the anti-entropy doctor was still unable to continue, and Durandal stayed silent as well, until the two of them gave the picture they found to the blue-haired doctor for safekeeping. The whole time, her right hand gripped the abyss flower tightly.
私の番だね。
Hey, I got more points. Plan.
行動を開始しよ
Think.
う。やっぱり地面に足がついてる方が安心だね。
Does activating this actually do? Nothing!
長
Haha!
くなったからちょっと慣れないや。
I'm sure it does something. That might have just been an objective.
過去にもこの道を歩いた人がいたんだよね。
I need more points! Thick! Points! Oh no, this is a portal.
やっぱり地面に足がついてる方が安心だね。
Points! There's also a chest. Nope, this is not points. This was just that was just a thing to turn off the lasers. Speaking of, are there any points here? Energy. Points. There was a chest to get. I don't know why I care. I do know why I cared because did I not activate this? Because it is a video game and I cannot stop myself. But like, it's not like I'm playing this game for realsies. I am going through the story, and that's kind of it. Oh, they're all dead. Why even have this one here? I deactivated one right over there. Why is that one here too? Yep. I guess chests do also give me stuff.
今日の相手は私を失望させないといいですね。
Oh. You didn't see anything.
千里の道も
Oh, hello. Fine, let's kill the great evil.
その分際でいや弱すぎ弱すぎ殴れるものなら殴ってごらん弱すぎ
私の番だね。キアナのターン。決戦の時が来た。
任せて It's my time
Kill! Colin just reminds me that Chat Noir is getting an FLB this month,
やけどに注意。
which is pretty cool. I'm not a particularly big Chat Noir fan.
文句はない。
I don't really care about him, but I know a lot of people really like Chat Noir. He's had 15 rebalances, so maybe they'll make him good this time. Probably not,
やはり私を頼るんで
but
す
maybe.
その分際で弱すぎその分際で
決戦の時が来た。キアナのターン。
You're nothing compared to He Never Dies, the super ultra capybara from Natlin in new update of Genshin Impact.
殴れるものなら殴ってごらん私は全てを変えます
Oh, you can hold, I see. I don't know where my things. Oh, okay. So I'm in hyper mode right now. I see.
廃墟の剣殴れるものなら殴
Go,
ってごらん
Senki, go! Oh my god. Okay, no, she's super fun. That's. Oh, I had to beat that. Okay.
おう。
Ah,
あれは聖女カレンの彫像ね。ちょっとボロボロに見えるかもしれないけど。そうい
I
うもの
remember
は
his grandpa
本
said
来
these
の
things should be
姿
kept in
の
their
まま
original
がいいさ。
state, so it's seen better days. Oh, I should place the statue of the gallows here.
人々が記念しても
It's a shame that people's commemoration can't actually receive the Holy Maid, or revive the Holy Maid.
報酬だ。
ここは当時
Yes.
カレン・カスラナの
So
死刑
this
が
is the
行われ
place
た
where
場所になった
Colin Castellano was
みん
hanged.
なに裏切られた聖女は
Yes. After being betrayed by the people, the Holy Maid was willing to sacrifice her life to bring enlightenment to the ignorant masses.
死刑が行われる前日の夜
I saw her that night before she was executed. She was
彼
no
女はバ
fool,
カだ
but
一人の人
when
間が
someone
本当の
genuinely
意味
wants
で
to
この
change
世
the
界を
world,
変えようとし
they
た
will
と
discover how insignificant their power
二
is.
度捕まった後
After she was
彼
arrested
女
for
は
the
絶
second
望し
time,
たのだ
she gave up hope completely.
彼女は脱獄を拒み
She
死
rejected
ぬ
all
ことだ
plans
け
to
を
break
求
out
め
of
た
prison and awaited death.
死
During
刑
her
になるよ
trial,
う
she
に
stubbornly stuck
わ
to her
ざと裁
views.
判の席で
in
激
showing
しい
her
言葉を使う
execution.
もしかしたら彼女に
Maybe
と
for
って
her, it was a final
それ
act
が
of resistance
この不
against
公
this
平で不
unjust
合理な
world.
世界にそうかもしれないね
Maybe so, but the Holy Maid
聖女が
showed great
聖女で
mental
あるのは
toughness. She was
彼女が
stronger
示
than
して
she
いた
could
精
ever
神力
imagine,
が
than even
彼
she
女
could
自身
imagine.
おじい様。
Grandpa, he actually is here.
ご苦労だったね。
Ah, Teresa. You've been so busy these days. I know you've a lot to say to me. But let's get the important things out of the way.
僕はすでに
I've already recovered 99.9% of the Hershey of Dominance's core. I'm about to get the last 0.1%.
0.1%。
As Qingyi says, you shouldn't use round numbers when making up statistics. Qingyi's very fun. I'm very happy I got her in the Zuz.
さあ、みんな。
Come on, everyone. In the ruins of this church, we'll welcome this momentous occasion together.
皆様どうぞお
Please
入りく
come
だ
in,
さい
everyone. I'll stand guard
私
outside
は
the
教
church.
会堂の外に残り
せっかくの休憩時間準備できましたか？いつものペースですね。準備できましたか？いつものペースですね。
It seems like that's the only thing for that.
飛べ！
There were more
今
rocks
日の相手
somewhere.
は私を失望させないといいですね。
There were rocks up here. They were blocking a button for a chest for me to push. Yes, I'm going to push the chest. But now I need more power to use the other skill. Great. Game knows how to drive me mad. Whee! Can you believe Yunli tried to tell Yanqing that doing this is stupid? I forgot that Su Shang is going to fight Fu Hua at some point. And I am re-excited for this chapter. Fucking love Su Shang. Okay, that just opens this one. What is this, though? Oh, is there a butthole here? Oh. Okay.
千里の道も一歩から。
Where the hell did this take me?
殴れるものなら殴ってごらん。弱すぎ。
決戦の時が来た喧嘩準備
殴れるものなら殴ってごらん。弱すぎ。私は全てを変えます。
Her just removing the sound there is great. What is the downside to using her, like, hyper mode? Does it use energy? Like, obviously it has a timer, but... Oh, no, okay, I can't go back into it right now. So it must be an actual... Like, I must have to build it up.
私は全てを変えます。
Well, yeah, but it, like, I can't actually see where it shows, like, when I can use it. Or at least I haven't found it. Am I trapped outside the barrier now? What is happening?
My time. Huh? Huh?
Huh.
Huh?
Galonish.
Huh? その分際で弱すぎはあ大挙の剣とはっはっはっとやっはっはっはっとはっ殴れるものなら殴ってごらん弱すぎ
I can't tell if it's actually supposed to be spinning or if this is my controller drift. I thought I was on Kiana.
私の番だね私の番文句はないよね
やはり私を頼るんですね殴れるものなら殴ってごらん弱すぎはあ大挙の剣とやっはっうわっはっ
Pew, 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 pew.
いや
やけどに注意してねはっ行こうとやっ審判の時は来たとはっはっキアナのターンやっマントが長くな
Okay. Not sure how I felt through the world there, but okay.
文句はない決戦の時が来た
私が来ましたはっはってはっとへっだはってはっやっは
I wonder when we do get Martial Law in Star Rail, if she's gonna pull at all from
今日の相手
Sentient,
は私を失望させないといいです
or if it'll just be like just Fuhua. Because I feel like there's a lot you can do with Senti stuff. I guess I could always do more than one version of Fuhua, but we only have 2 examples of that at this point. Who knows? Yeah, I do know what you'd be hoping for. I mean, I'm fine with any of it. I just like Fuhua. Like, in general. And then Senti's also... Senti is her own character. But, like, you know, I'm just, like, in the I like Fuhua. Any Fuhua type things will be... I will be happy with. I wonder... Ooh, actually... They could do an interesting thing where, like... Senti is, like a Mara struck Fuhua. I don't know if I'd necessarily actually want that. It would be interesting. But yeah, I'm thinking about... I don't know if I actually want that. I kind of just want Fuhua. Maybe there will be 2 Fuhuans. There was something. You didn't see anything. But...
千里の道も一歩から
Aha! Now I can use this elevator. Aha! Now I have enough points that I can get this chest on the way over here. How much longer do we have till, 2.5? I want Robin. They're a week, or is there less than a week? What is this?
999個の分散した
999
立車コア
distributed Herrscher cores. I
第
used
2
the
の神
second
の神
divine
の
key's
空間
spatial
操作技
manipulation
術を使っ
technology
て
to break their
その
aggregation.
集合体を
They're
今の
aggregate into
姿
pieces
のよう
like
に分
this.
解したんだ
Why?
目的はもちろん
Of course, the
最後
goal
の
is to
ピース
locate
の
the
位置を
final
割り
piece
出
of
す
the
ためさ
puzzle.
ネゲントロピーのテスラ博士はそのテストデ
But
ータ
the
を使
Tesla
え
of
ば
anti-entropy said she would soon be able to use the data she collected to deduce the location of the Herrscher core.
彼女なら
I
で
believe
き
she
るだろ
can
う
do
ね
it. It's
こ
just
の
that
夫
I,
アポ
Otto
カリプス
Apocalypse,
に
have
は
a simpler
手間を
method.
省く
There's
方
no
法
reason
があ
for her
る
to get her hands
そろ
dirty.
そろ時間だリ
It's
タ
time, Rita.
実験道具を
Retrieve our
回収しよう
experimental items. A deadly-looking blade flashed out of the shadows with a metallic sound. And as soon as the two unsuspecting Valkyries turned around, the guest they had brought with them had been transformed into a lifeless corpse. I had a feeling they were just going to kill off this Otto.
リタ何をしているんです
Rita! What have you done?
落ち着いてください
Calm down,
デュラン
Master
デル様
Durandal. He is nothing
彼は
more
大
than
司
another
教
one of
様
Overseer's soul
もう一
embodies.
つの玉鋼の
Oh,
体に過ぎません
that makes sense, actually. If we're, like, throwing away time travel as a whole. He's just another... He's one of Otto's bodies with, like, early Otto memories, in him, without any of the... Like, an old copy of Otto, instead of the most recent memories.
その通りだこれが僕の言った手間を省く方法
That's right. This was my simpler method.
ご覧
Look,
最後
I'll
の
help you collect the final piece of the
君たち
puzzle.
一体何をしたの
What have you done?
話せば長くなる
It'll take a while to
だから
explain,
その
so
前に手を
if
き
you
れい
don't
にして
mind,
も
I'll
構
wash
わ
off
な
my
いかい
hands first.
事件の経緯を整理しよ
Let's sort this out from the
う数
beginning.
ヶ月前実験体
Several
K423
months ago, test subject K423, now called Kiana
支
Kazanana,
配の律者を倒し
defeated the
仲
Herrscher
間を
of Dominance
救
and
った
rescued a
支
comrade.
配の律者は消滅したがその
Although the
律者
Herrscher
コア
of
は
Dominance
行
was
方不明
dead,
となった
there was no trace of its core.
幸い
With help from the second
僕は
divine
第
key,
二
I
の
entered the
神の
ruins of
鍵
the
の
Theater
力を
of
使って
Domination,
そこで鍵となる
and
手
there
が
I
かりを
found a
見つけた
crucial clue.
支配の律者
Due
の
to the
コアの
unique
一部
structure
は
of the Herrscher
ロ
of
ス空間
Dominance's
に
core,
隠れ
part of it was hidden
新
in
た
a
な
imaginary
憑依対
space,
象を探
searching
し
for
な
a
がら
new
チャンス
body
を
to
伺っ
inhabit.
ているみんなも知っている通り
As is well known, the Herrscher of Dominance is most interested in people who feel hopeless and are inclined toward chaos. Oh, so he lured them out with an earlier version of him before he got, like, the determination and ability to bring Kiana back, Colin back. Which was a much more, like, despairing, hopeless, version of himself, which pulled the core into it.
そして僕の完全回収
And
計
it was
画
due
は
to this
そ
plan,
こから
it
展
was
開
due
し
to
た
this that I was able to implement my complete recovery plan.
理解できません
I don't understand. What does that have to do with Mr. Otto who we killed just now?
まあ落ち着いてくれデュラン
Please be
ダル
patient, Durandal.
僕の境遇を考
Think of
え
it
て
this
みよう
way.
君と共に支
When
配
you
劇
and
場
I
の遺
entered
跡
the
に入
ruins
っ
of the
た時
Theater of Dominance, I had already collected 999 of the distributed Herrscher of Dominance's cores. But the last one unfortunately hid itself in the abyss between dimensions, making it hard for me to follow its trail. Therefore, I decided to give some bait to this last core, a host that I could not refuse. That's right. I'm talking about myself, Otto Apocalypse. Hey, Otto? No, never mind, that's right. I don't know, that is right. There's something about this line here that makes his hand look wrong. I think the gap on the thumb just doesn't feel right.
どうして
Why?
すでにあのオットーが
Didn't
君
that
たち
Otto
に
already
教
tell
えてくれ
you?
ただろう
His holy maid died because
彼
of
の
him.
聖女は彼のせいで死んだ。その後の彼は生きるしか
And
ま
he
ででし
lived
か
his
ない。
life after that like a walking
今
corpse.
の僕はもう弱くな
Perhaps
い
the
かもし
present
れ
me
な
is
い
not
が
that fragile. As the
500
Otto
年
apocalypse
前
from
のあのオ
500 years
ットーア
ago.
ポカリプス。
He carries more pain in his heart
あ
than
れ、だ
anyone.
からそれを前提にして逃
So
れ
I
た支配
decided
の
to
律
create
者
an
のコアに
incomparable host to
唯
the
一
Herrscher
無
of
二の
Dominance
部
based
隊
on
を
this. An elaborate
絶
trap.
妙まず第二の神の
First,
鍵
I
を
used the
使い
second divine key to
虚数
project
の
data
木
from
にある
certain
特定
spaces
時
in the
空の
imaginary
観測
tree
結果
into
を
the theater of
僕の支配
domination,
下にある
which
支
I
配
already
劇場
controlled.
その後
Then I
すで
used the
に入手済みの
999 cores to take the data
999個
that
のコアを
had
使
been
い
projected into
支
the
配
theater of
劇場に
domination and
転写され
manifest
た
it into
情
the
報
real
を
world.
現実の環境にこうして
In this way, I was
僕は
able to
時
leak
空の混
information
乱を
from
発
another
生
era
させ
into
ず
one
に
time without
別の
disturbing
時間の
space-time
情報
itself.
をあとは500年前の
I
本
just needed
当
to
の
prepare an
オット
auto
ーアポカ
apocalypse
リ
from
プスを
500 years
用意す
ago
れ
to serve
ば
the trap for the
支
Herrscher,
配の
and
歴者
everything
の
was
好
in
みをも
place.
とにして
それって
Are you saying that what we saw in the
私たちが
past
目に
was
し
just
た過去
fragments of information?
本当の情報の
Perfect
かけらだったと
replicas?
いう
その通りさ敵をおびき
Yes,
出すための
all of
罠
it was
の
nothing
副
more
産
than
物
side
に
effects
過
of
ぎない
my plan. Nothing
情
besides
報の他
information
に
can leak
別
into
の
our
ものが
world.
君たちが見たもの
Everything you
収集
saw
し
and
たものは
collected was
全部
regenerated in our
僕と
world.
僕は不正
You may
を
think
し
that I
て
cheated,
世
but
界
I
中の
only
エネルギ
simulated
ー
a
を
result
消
that
費して
no
も
amount of
達成
energy
で
could
きない
achieve.
そして結果的
But in
に
the end,
僕
I
は支
really
配の
did
律者
recover
の
the
コアを
escaped
騙
Herrscher
すこと
core.
にせよ
では倒れてい
What
る
about the sodium life form lying on the
彼
ground?
はシミュレーションプロ
It
グ
was
ラム
only a simulation, of course.
もちろんシミュレートする対象は本物の
The simulation included real, complete historical data about his
だ
life.
からこそあの個体は自
Because
分
of
が
this, he firmly believed he was
1491
Otto
年から来
Apocalypse
た
from
オット
from
ーアポカリプスだ
1491.
と信じ革命軍を率いて旧天命を倒し自分のしたことすべてが聖女のためだと
He
強く
believed he
信
had
じ
just
ていた
led the rebel army in their uprising against old Shixel, and that he had done it all for the Holy Maid.
だからその心の奥にある
All
闇
this was
をありの
needed
ま
to
ま保
make
つ
sure
こ
that
と
he
が
still
できる
carried resentment in his heart.
本当の歴史をおさらいした方がいいかい
Do you want me to remind you of the actual
革命に
history?
よって新
The
天
leader of
命
New
を手に
Shixel
したリー
betrayed
ダー
all
は
his comrades over a 500-year period just to compensate for his wounded heart. Eventually, he became the ultimate evil in the eyes of anti-entropy. Even his closest advisors only served him to maintain order. And that other him that you saw was just beginning a long, dark journey. He was like Macbeth after he saw the witches. His own obsession sealed everyone's fate. The result was just as you have seen. The missing Herrscher core mercilessly used him as a host. The cleverness of this fusion almost escaped the notice of the genius doctors of that anti-entropy.
ですが
Based on the
結果あな
results,
たはそういう意
it was you
を
who
人的
manufactured
に
this consciousness and then you killed it in pursuit of your own goals.
それを自分の
Yeah.
手で殺しました
He's Otto Apocalypse.
そうだね
Yes. Don't tell me this is the first time you've heard of me doing something like this.
例えば
For
500年前
example,
の僕は
the
ある
person I
人の
saved 500 years
命を助けた
ago, I drew my gun on 500 years later. Yep, right, yeah. He's talking about Fuhua.
それこそが
This is how
この
Otto
オットーアポカリプ
Apocalypse
スを
does
することだ
things.
そして
Another example, to study the power of the Herrscher as I snatched away the second Herrscher from anti-entropy. Mr. Welch was about to destroy her for the sake of
ベ
humanity
ル
at the
トが人
time.
類を代表し彼女を倒そうとした寸前のことだったその後
After that, I did kill her, then revived her. To test her power as I tormented nearly everyone on Hyperion. This is something else Otto Apocalypse has done. Durandal, you obviously know how these things develop, but you only care about an artificial consciousness that only existed for a few hours.
おや
Ah, did I make you angry by saying those things? Then I will apologize.
なぜなら僕から見て
Because the way I see it, avoiding harm to innocence is a good reason not to do something. I know you aren't a little girl anymore, Bianca.
ここ数年間
These past few years, you defended your own life, withstood the darkness of this world, and the acts of necessary evil I ordered. There's no shame in
この
that.
件において
You've shown maturity and perseverance beyond your years in this matter. So I will tell the world without
だから
hesitation.
僕は何の迷いもなく
Oh, that's a comma. So I will tell the world without hesitation that you, Durandal,
僕の500
are the
年の
best
時の
student I've
中で
had in 500 years.
あなたって人は
You.
まあまあ子供たち
Okay, okay. Don't make things difficult.
テレサも殺
You're a
人
good
犯を見
kid.
るような目で
And
僕を見
Teresa,
ないでく
why do
れ
you have to stare at me like I'm a
君
murderer?
のおじい様
Your
は別
grandpa
に
is no
鬼じゃない
monster.
し
I wouldn't kill
わ
someone
けも
without
な
a
く
good
人を
reason,
殺
no
した
matter
りし
what.
ないよ過去の僕は
In the past, because I
確か
had
に
no
やむを得
alternative,
ず
I
君
overstepped
は
against
君
you
の
and
部下
your
にひどいことだけど
subordinates.
テレサよ
But my
気づいていない
child,
のかい
haven't you left those annoying
そう
matters
いう
behind you
嫌
by
なこと
now?
僕は本気で辞
When I
任す
said I
る
was
つもりだ
resigning, I meant it.
天
I
命から
really am
離れる
leaving
ことも嘘
Shixel.
ではない
You should know that over 500 years, I went through a lot before I finally found a
長い
home.
それは
That's
金を使
something
っても手
priceless,
に入
and
ら
it's
ない
worth
無限の
sacrificing everything
宝
I have for it.
僕
一体何を見つけたの？
What is it you found?
時間を
I found a moment in
ま
time.
だ死ん
A
でい
Holy
ない
Spirit
神
who
聖
has
なる
not died
魂
yet.
を見つけたのさ
You know, some people die too late,
君も知って
and
いる
others
だろう
die too early.
彼女は自分の死を見
She
つけた
believes
と
she
思ってい
found
た
her
が
own death, but
そ
everyone
れが
knows
正
about
しい
that
タイミングで
extremely
はないと
unfortunate
誰
occasion.
もが知って
To
い
the
る
contrary, if I could decide my own
僕は
death,
自分の死で
I would use my death to prove to her that going to one's grave voluntarily is a magnificent end to life.
命にとってどれほど壮麗なそうしたら彼女は
Then, she would realize that her life meant a future of liberation
ど
and
んな
glorious
光を
human
作り出
flourishing.
せただ
I
ろ
don't...
うと気づくはずさ
Like, I understand the words he's saying, but I don't understand it in context. I believe she found her own death, but everyone knows about this for her. To the contrary. Like, this is... He's saying this like Colin regretted that she died? Which, I mean, I'm sure she did to some degree, because nobody wants to die. But... like, Colin never, like... They said earlier, Colin never, like, refuted her beliefs. She never walked back on them. She was Colin until the end. A friend tried to get me the Elden Ring DLC with a gift card, but it was in USD and I'm in Canada, so I can't use it now. Can you use, like, a VPN or change your, like, account location? That sucks. It's still money. Why isn't it usable? I guess to stop people from, like, going online and buying, things for the currency exchange, buying things for cheaper and all that. That's still stupid. Yeah, I don't really understand what he's saying here. Again, like, I understand what he's saying, but the context doesn't seem right.
さあ僕たちの関
As
係
a
が今
token
後
of
も
our
続く
continued
ように
relationship, please accept
こ
this
の
gift,
贈り物を
my
受け取
dear
っておくれ
Teresa.
親愛なるテレサ
Unless he's, like, not talking about Colin, but... Look at that Final Fantasy crystal. A multitude of Hersher cores that looked like stars in the night sky fused into one mass in the blonde-haired man's hand. He held it out, as if giving candy to a child, and put the precious stone into Teresa's palm.
ほらその力を使ってみ
Try
る
to
とい
make
い
use of its
テレサ
power, Teresa. Perhaps it will become a perfect weapon for you.
ご親切にどうも。
Thanks for the reminder. And I aim to be scientists will do research on
あ
this.
あその点は心配していな
I'm
い
not
よ
worried at all. They always do great research. They definitely will help you resolve those troublesome questions of
君の
intellect.
力に僕に怒る
Calling
必要は
Teresa
ない
stupid.
テレサ
You don't need to be so
継承
angry,
儀式が
Teresa.
予定通り
The
に
succession
行われ
ceremony will be held on schedule, and I guarantee that you will have all the power of the Shixel Overseer.
僕については
And as for me,
僕はすぐに最
I
後
will
の
soon
旅に
set
出
off on
て
the last part of my journey
世界
to
の
the other
向
side
こ
of
う
the
側に
world to seek the
あ
sole
の唯一
existence,
の存
a
在
hero you've all heard of so much about,
カレン・カスラナ
Kalin Kaslana.
僕が全てを
The
差し
only
出して
one
もいい
worthy
と
of
思
my
った唯
sacrifice.
一の人だ
Wait!
団長、今は休んでいる場合じゃないわ。
Run faster, Teresa. I know you're in heels, but have you considered not being in heels?
テレサ様、
Master Teresa?
琥珀。
Amber,
おじい
where did
様
your
のどこ
overseer
に申し
go?
訳ありません。
I'm sorry, Master
テレサ
Teresa.
様、
Overseer requested that I
内緒
protect
に
his
してほしい
privacy.
テレサ様は
But since you already have the Herrscher of Dominance's core, why not send it back to the Hyperion for analysis?
もともとそのつもりだ
That's
と
what I was planning to do
言われ
myself.
るまでも
I
な
kinda
い
need you to remind me. Be nice. You guys are basically sisters.
デュランダル
Please come with me, Durandal.
しかし
I'm not sure if...
もちろん私たちも
Of course we will
ハイ
return
ペ
to
リ
the
オンまでお
Hyperion
供
with you,
しますよ
Master
テ
Teresa.
レサさん
Huh?
あら
Oh,
Rita
even
will
Rita
soon
wants to
come.
come.
もちろんです
Of course.
そうですね
You can consider our time serving
オッ
Master
トー様
Otto
の
to
た
be
めに
over.
尽力今見えている未
For
来
the
において
foreseeable future,
あな
we
た
are
のた
at
めに
your
尽力さ
service,
せていただ
Master
きます
Teresa.
それもオットー
This was
様の
approved
許
by
可をい
Master
ただいて
Otto.
おり
しかしリタ
But Rita, you
何も言わ
returned
ず
from
にヨル
World
ムン
Serpent
ガンドの
without
方
saying
か
a
ら戻っ
word,
てきて
and you still...
あ申し訳
I'm
ござい
so
ません
sorry,
デ
Durandal.
ュランダル様
Before, Overseer wanted me to
秘密保持のため
maintain
デュ
strict
ランダル様
secrecy,
にご報
so
告
I
す
didn't
る
have
こ
the
とはで
chance
き
to
ませんで
contact
し
you
た
earlier.
大主教様
To
から
be
いろいろと
honest, he told me some
想
things
定
I
外
did
の
not
ことを教
expect.
えていただき
Can
ま
we
した
talk about this on the way?
歩きながら
分かった
Yeah. Just cut off the heels, I'm sure it'll be easier to run. I feel like it will be, but also like the fronts of your feet would be tilted up, so I can't imagine it's comfortable. The toes. What are you gonna do about the toes?
今日の間
テレサ様デュランダル様
Mr. Jason,
先
Master
ほどは
Durandal.
驚かせてしまっ
Sorry
て
for what
申し訳
happened.
ございません
リタも命令に従って
Well,
確かあなた
I
は
was
昨
gonna
日
start spinning in
情報
circles so
共
that I
有
could
の
read
任
that,
務
but...
でヨルムンガン
Rita,
ド
you
の
will
方に
leave
向
us
か
for
ったん
World
ですよ
Serpent
ね
HQ yesterday on a scheduled mission. Did Overseer force you to return once you were on the
その
way?
通りです
Yes, he did.
そういう任務は
Overseer said
同
that
行してい
handing
た
off my
事務
original
員に
mission to
任せればい
civilian
い
staff would be fine.
大
少し違和感がありま
Strange.
す
If he really just wanted to
自分の
destroy his
玉
own
鋼の
Cillian
体を
body,
壊すだけ
he
で
wouldn't
し
have
たら
needed you to be there.
おじい様は
Why is Grandpa
Nani o
scheming? Maybe
takurande
maybe he
iru no
can't self-terminate.
テレサ様デュランダル様
Master Teresa,
大主
Master
教様は
Durandal,
先ほど
remember that just
旅の
now
お話をさ
Overseer
れました
mentioned his journey.
ええ
Yes,
カレンカ
he
ス
said he
ラナ
wanted to go find Colin
探すと言っ
Caslana.
ています
私が呼び戻さ
He
れた
told
際
me that when he called me
大主
back,
教様は
he told me
そ
that when
の
he
お
called me
話を
back,
していました
he said that based on his long-term
空の
research
律
of the
者
Herrscher of the
と第
Void
二の
and
神
the
の神
second
に対
divine
する
key,
長期的な
plus the
研究
experiment of the bubble
少し前
universe,
彼はすでに
he has discovered
唯一
the only way
死
to
んだ
bring
者を
someone
生き
back
返
from
ら
the
せる
dead.
その件なら
Nagamitsu also mentioned this to me. She said the reason my
Oji-sama
grandpa resigned was to
が
return to the past and reunite with the Holy Maid Colin.
聖女カレンと再会するためだって
If only he knew about the what is it, Yakshi? The Aeon of Abundance. I'm sure they could do something about this.
長光様は大主教様の
The
様々な計
Nagamitsu
画
was the
の
one who
執行者
executed a
です
lot of the experiments
彼
planned
女
by
がそう推
Overseer.
測したのも
So
当
it's not
然でしょ
strange
う
that she guessed that,
だ
but
が
辻褄が合わないところ
so
がある
something
んです
about
か
it that doesn't make sense.
はい
Yes,
とても
and it's quite obvious.
もし大主教
If
様が一
Overseer
人
can
で
really achieve
時
time
間を
reversal
逆
on
転
his
す
own,
る
then what he's doing now will unavoidably get too many people
今
involved.
彼がして辞任を発表する
Whether
こ
it
と
was his dramatic
律者
resignation,
コアの回収
or
場所と
selecting
し
the
て
old HQ
旧
to
本
recover
部
the
を指定
Herrscher
した
Core,
こと
or ordering me to
もう一
assassinate
人
his
の
Solian
彼を
clone.
殺す今までの大主教様の計
Compared
画
with
と比べ
Overseer's
る
other plans,
必要
everything
以
that's
上に
happening
目
now
立ってい
feels hollow
そ
somehow.
れに私に
And I
殺
was
せと命
preparing
令
to
した
strike the
こと
target.
こうおっしゃってい
And
ま
as I
し
was
た
preparing to strike the target, he said this to me.
テレサが律者コアを
Once
回収
Teresa has
し
the
た後
Herrscher Core in her possession,
僕
you
が
can
話
tell
した
her
ことを
everything we
全部
just
彼
talked
女
だ
about.
から余
This
計
made
違
you
和感
more
を覚え
suspicious.
普段の
Yes,
大主教
this
様
isn't
らしくあ
normally
り
how
ません
Overseer handles
も
things.
し
If
律者
recovering the
コアの
Herrscher Core
回
and his
収と
journey were
彼
essentially
の
separate
彼にと
things,
って
then
比
it
較
would mean
的
he was
重要
putting
で
a
は
lot
な
of
いこ
effort
と
into something he
必
considered
要
to
以
be
上の
relatively
精神と
unimportant.
確かにそうね
Too. Although Grandpa
おじい
can
様
be a
はい
bit
つも
pompous,
大げさ
he
に
cares
物事を
about
進めるけど
cost and efficiency when it comes to important
つまり
things.
聞いた
So Rita, do you mean that recovering the Herrscher Core and Overseer's journey are secretly connected
主
somehow?
教そういう風に動かなけ
Connected
れ
so
ばな
closely
ら
that
ないほ
he had no choice but to do
そうい
this.
った合理的
I
な疑
believe
い
it's
を持った
reasonable
方
to
が
suspect that.
何せ大主教様の旅は
After all,
何を代
no
価
one
に
knows
して
what
い
the
る
cost of
か
Overseer's
誰も
journey
知
will
りま
be.
せんもしカレン・カスラナ
If
を探すこと
finding Colin Caslana
彼の
has been
人
his
生
core
を動かす
motivation
革
all his
新の
life,
力でしたら
You must consider other things he's
今
done
ま
to
で
be
彼
related.
例えば空の律者第二の神の鍵
For example,
2012年
the
に
Herrscher of the
デュラン
Void,
ダル様と
or the
私が
Second
した
Divine
探
Key,
索も含
or
め
even the expedition I went on with Durandal in 2012. I mean, he clearly is interested in the ability to I've been thinking about this since like the second divine key stuff. He clearly cares about the power of the Hersher of the Void because it allows him to travel to other places and specifically into the Sea of Quanta with like decent control. He's been doing a lot of experiments with bubble universes and alternate worlds. Like, I don't know if he's trying to shape a world or find a world where Colin still exists, but I don't think that to him would be the same. Like, the way I imagine he sees it is there's plenty of Colin Castellanos out in the bubble universes and timelines and all that, but it's not the Colin that he knows. It's not his Colin, so it's not the right Colin. So, like, I can only imagine that, like, time travel or, like, actually being able to, like, pull the soul out of the imaginary tree or however that works is going to actually be what he deems a success.
I
request that the anti-entropy doctors take this into consideration when they're doing the research. At present, the most important thing is to properly deal with the history of dominance's core and make use of it if necessary.
Remember when Fuhua, Colin, Kiana Castellano, and Ronnie Zaitchik with their Hersher cores were all affected by the Hersher of Dominance?
Yeah, no matter what happens, we finally seized its car. Now it's time to witness how this series of misfortunes comes to an end.
The Schicksal Overseer's dramatic and distressing actions caused the Valkyries from different factions to share more intel with each other. But as they worked towards an unclear goal, they still hadn't realized that everything they had set up to this moment was an elaborate performance that the Overseer had deliberately put on for them. The real crisis was being covered up by this unsettling performance, and things were going in a direction far different from what they expected. Chapter done. I had a feeling the chapter was coming to a close because we pretty much explored the whole map. He might be looking for something he can reverse engineer. Yeah, I'm not sure, but like, if there's one thing I'm sure of with Otto, it is that he knows what he's doing. And he has a plan. Was I not actually done? Oh, okay, that was just like a mission in the chapter, okay. Otto, more than like anyone in this game, definitely, but honestly, more than like anyone else in most fictions. Give me May. Like, you can believe. Oh wait. Oh no, it's not. I thought it was this one. Man has a plan. If man's doing something, he knows what he's doing. For better or worse, you can believe that Otto Apocalypse will solve. Ooh. If he's on the case, he will see it through. He will find a solution. Mostly because if Otto doesn't care or doesn't believe in it, he wouldn't start it.
Hi, Principal. Kiana, you're here. The principal needs something from me? Yeah, Fuha wants to go take a look at her old house. I want you to go with her. Fuha's old house?
We learned about this earlier.
Fuha was part of Schicksal for a few hundred years, so she lived here for a while. Oh, now that I think about it, that makes sense.
You know, I'm thinking, was the way he talked about the Otto that he, like, just obliterated, I don't think he would consider it an actual success. But, like, he did recreate himself from 500 years ago. He could, in theory, do that with Colin? But again, the callous way he talked about it, like, it was a simulation to him. It wasn't like another version of him. I imagine he'd feel similar about like doing that with Colin. Because otherwise, like he's succeeded at cloning her. He just hasn't succeeded at getting her like memories and personality back. And I guess like if he would consider that a success, he would have just put these simulated memories into one of the clone bodies. Wouldn't he need her in the first place to do it? Making a duplicate of something you already have is one thing. So that's what I'm unclear about. It didn't seem to me like he was grabbing his own memories. He said he was like simulating it based on data and like fragments of memories, like ambient fragments, not like from himself. But it definitely, he has the advantage of, oh, I'm still here to pull from, even if like that is the case. Whereas yeah, like Colin's already dead. He can't like simulate her mind. He can't pull from her mind. He would have to pull from like things in the Sea of Quanta or the bubble universes and on the imaginary tree. Or I guess, you know, if he could find the like fragments that like we've been finding, maybe. But we've only found ones related to him. Though I wonder if the Hersher of Dominance is part of that. I think sentience would also help with that, but I don't fully... I think a lot of what I think the Hersher of Dominance is actually falls into the Hersher of Sentience. We'll see. Oh, now that I think about it, that makes sense. Even though she said she'd go by herself, I think it's better if someone accompanies her. After all, maybe she doesn't want to admit it, but she must have a lot of happy memories in this place. Okay, no problem. I wanted to chat with Fuha anyway. Don't you mind? Fuha left not long ago. You should be able to catch up with her easily. Hold on. We gotta go catch up with Fuha. I will happily take a side moment to go talk with Fuha. Fuha! Kiana, what are you doing here? I heard you wanted to go see the place you used to live. I wanted to come see what it's like. Really? Wah, papa. Wah, papa. Wah, papa. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Norn-T. Welcome. It is me, the illustrious Saus's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire. That's not the correct command. Yeah, hello. I assume... Oh, you're doing Genshin. Were you doing Natlan stuff? Yes, we are in the Spoke Apocalypse. We are in the depths of the... I'm gonna say auto apologist hours. We're still in chapter 26. Last time we did EX and then part of 26, so we're like, I actually have no idea how far into it we are. We just got the Hersher of Dominance's core. Yeah, hello Raiders. I'm a cool tomato boy. I play a lot of horror games and mystery games and a lot of HI3 lately. I am a Hoyo sim. Auto apologist is crazy. Hell yeah. I am. I don't know if I'm actually an apologist, but I am, because Otto has done nothing wrong ever. I don't care that he killed Siren, who is my favorite character. He's done nothing wrong. But yeah, we're going through the Spoke Apocalypse. We're in chapter 26 right now, and we're going to keep going. How was your Genshining, though? What were you doing in Genshin? I haven't gotten that far in the Natlan story yet. I've just kind of been exploring thus far. Have you fought He Never Dies yet? You finished the Archon quest. Nice. How is it so far? Like, no spoilers, obviously, but are you liking it? Is it good? That doesn't matter, but yeah, okay. Fuhua looked across the bridge, her eyes scanning the building. He never dies is so funny to me. I was able to beat it with my overload team because just of how much it interrupts, but that fight's so funny. Fuhua looked across the bridge, her eyes scanning the buildings. Let me think. I remember the place was not far from the bridge. Huh? Fuhua, your memory's also fit. Kiana, honey, you went to the place and saw the explanation that she discards memories that aren't, like, important. Not important, but aren't, like, crucial to her existence. This would be one that she shed. That is funny that is kind of a HI3 reference team. Yeah, mine was Bennett Raiden, Zhongling, and not Shiori. Fuck, I always fuck their names up. Musketeer girl. I fucking love her. Why can't I remember her name? My brain doesn't work. Yeah, it's like that now. Back when Venhuang Down still worked, I could use it to restore you. Right. She could also restore them when she needed. And earlier, due to the effects of the surgery, I inexplicably remembered everything I had ever seen. Oh, fun! I'm sure that didn't overload your brain. I don't mind this feeling. Huh? Is it feeling you're forgetting things? Yeah. I will occasionally forget things just like the rest of you. And sometimes I'll suddenly remember things. She's like... she's happy to be normal, basically. Like, she's had centuries of being unable to really forget things, and if she did, it was like putting them off in a little bubble. Now it's just like, oh yeah, no, I remember and forget things like a normal person. Again. It's an extremely strange feeling to me, and I was kind of hard to get used to, but it's still pleasant. It's only because you can forget things that you discover what's worth remembering. I hate how metal that line is. Fuhua, why do you have the best dialogue? I forget where I used to sleep. I forgot what I ate on a specific day. And I forgot how many different enemies I defeated. But I remember the time I spent with you guys at St. Freya. I remember celebrating my birthday 1,000 years ago in Shenzhou. And I remember what my father said to me 50,000 years ago. I think that's what people mean when they say something is unforgettable. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to start such a serious conversation. It's no problem. I like to hear you talk about these things. I'm happy to hear that you enjoy your life now. Thank you, Kiana. I would say that I do have a strong impression of this time in my life. Let's walk and talk. Yeah, why not? Huh? Hankai beasts? Maybe a side effect of space-time confusion. I think get rid of them. Am I getting rid of these ones? That's Savannah. Do you want something else? No. I can't... Yes, okay. These are the ones that wants me to kill. I still don't really understand. Flame Scion Kiana. Oh, I didn't actually switch to Teresa there. She like gave me a assist instead. That's really nice. Big attack, big evade. Attack, ult, evolve, big attack. Okay. This thing has so much more health than I expected it to.
決戦の時は来た。
Die, please.
終わった終わった。
Yeah, I'll take care of.
崩壊獣が相手だ
sweat now
と
dealing
汗
with them.
一つかかないようになっているなんて。
私も成長し
I've
た
come
か
a
ら
long
ね。
way. Oh, Fuha.
準備できたよ。そういえば、
Fuha,
委員長は
have
前
you
に住んで
remembered
た
where
場
you used
所
to
を
live?
思い出せた？
Gerondal said it was over here
実
somewhere.
はここの環境も
To
だい
be
ぶ変わ
honest,
って
this
い
area
て
has changed a lot.
以前は人目につかないよう
Before, to
に
avoid being
近
noticed,
くの小
I
道を
always
使っ
walked
て
down a
いた
small alley nearby. But I think it's closed off
だった
now.
ら、大
Let's
通り
walk
に沿
around
って
the,
進もう。
let's walk along the main road. If we know the general direction it's in, we'll be able to find it. This doesn't sound
あ
like
の
something
いつも
directionally
道
challenged
に
Kiana
迷っ
would
ていた
say.
キアナ
You seem to improve. I've improved in this way too. I guess so.
はいはい
Okay,
もう
enough
からかう
joking
のは
around.
痛いの方角
I remember it was
確か
behind that wall. Maybe we'll have to follow the main road again.
私
Let
に
me handle it.
番だね。
Wait, oh.
なんと
no.
か長くなって
I almost again thought that this was Kiana, not an enemy. Hello, enemies. Please go away. Is this even where I'm supposed to be? Yes, hello, Fu.
準備できたよ。
着いた
We're here. Ah, this is where he used to
え
live?
え
Yeah, but
でも
the exterior looks a lot different now. I imagine
外
it's
見がだい
had,
ぶ変わってる
like, other residents since you lived here.
以前の私はドアの前
But
に
then I
一
would
枚
hang
の
the feather over the
紙を
door
吊るして
as a reminder to return and to never
自分
forget
は
my
渡り鳥
homeland.
とあれから100年は過
But
ぎた
now,
か
100 years
ら
later, I'm afraid
あ
the
の羽
feather
は
is
とっ
long
くに
gone.
なくなった
あれ
Hey,
私た
don't we have
ち
that space-time
確かあの
projector?
時空装
Oh,
置を
that's
持っ
why
てる
these
よ
are
ね。
here.
あ
They
れを
can use
使
it
って
to look for
さ
the feather. Huh?
そこまでしな
No
く
need
て
to
い
go
い
to the
よ
trouble,
キアナ
Kiana. I'm satisfied with just coming here to take a look.
試
Hey,
してみ
maybe
ない
we'll
とわ
find
から
it.
ないでしょ。
We won't know unless we try.
私の番だね。やっぱり地面に足がついてる方が安心だね。
Leave me alone. I'm gonna have to. No, wait. I'm not gonna have to deal with them. Haha!
やっ
Really
ぱ
found
り見
it.
つけた。
Fuhua quietly looked at the feather. It was as if she had found an old friend. I enjoy. Oh, it's dead. I was gonna say I enjoy that it's attacking me in the cutscene. Back
て
then,
めえ
I'd
に
just
来た
come to
当初
Shixel.
は
I wasn't used
周
to
り
it
の
here.
ご飯を食べる
I
ときは
wasn't
武
used
器
to
の
using
よ
a
うな
knife
ナ
and
イフと
fork,
フォークを
which
使い
seemed like weapons to me,
寝
and
ると
sleeping
き
on
は
cotton
頭が埋
pillows
ま
like
りそう
your head
な
would
綿
sink
の枕
into.
だった
She wasn't
当
used
時の
to
オットはす
Western
でに
style
大司教
things
に
and
なっていたけ
comforts.
ど貴族
Otto
の
was
中
already
には反
overseer
乱
at
で
the
権
time,
力を得た
but
彼に
some noble
反感を持
families
つ
harbored
人もい
resentment
た
towards him since they came to power in the
私は
uprising. My
彼と似
situation
た
was
状
no
況だ
different.
傷が癒えて自由
It
に
was
行
only
動
when my
できるよう
wound
に
had
なっ
healed
た時
that I was able to walk around on my own that I
ここでは
discovered that
誰も
almost nobody
私と
here was
関わろ
willing to
うと
talk
し
to
ない
me.
ことにもしかしたら当時の私が
Maybe it was just because I
う
couldn't
まく
speak
彼
their
らの
language
言葉を
well.
話せなかった
Or
だ
maybe
け
it
か
was
もしれ
because
ない
I was once their enemy. The reason Shixel's
so
Eastern
they got
conquest had failed.
だから毎回ここに帰って
So
き
every
た
time I returned home, saw the feather above the door, gave me a sense of comfort.
委員長は
Did you say
懸命に来
when you
てす
first
ぐ
came to
に
Shixel,
重傷を
you
負
were
ったの
badly wounded? Kiana, you saw this happen. You know what happened to her. I guess technically we walked into the assassination room door and that was when Senti showed up. But Kiana, you saw her memories of this.
そうだよ
Yeah, I was.
オットーが何かをしたから
Did Otto do it? Huh,
それは
no.
違うずいぶん前のことだけど
That was a long time ago.
ある人と全
Certain
力で
individual and I
戦
were
った
fighting as hard as we could.
彼女の退去研究は
Her
私よ
skills
り
with the
優
edge
れ
of
ていて
Taishu was greater than even mine,
私は重
and
傷
because
を
of
負っ
this I was
た
gravely wounded. When I woke up, I was
目
in
を覚ます
Shixel.
とあの時オットーは
Otto
私を
helped me.
助け
He was the one who took me back to Shixel to recuperate,
治
and it
療を
was
受
then
けさ
that
せ
he
てくれ
proposed a deal that helped me achieve my life's goal.
あの戦いの結果が
As
どう
for
だ
how
った
that
のか
battle ended, even
関
Otto,
係の
who
な
had
い
nothing to
オット
do
で
with
さ
it,
え
was unwilling to
私
tell
に
me.
な
委員長
Fuha.
大丈夫。
Don't worry about it, Kiana. It's all in
もう
the
過ぎ
past.
たことだか
I
ら。
don't let it affect me anymore.
今の私は
Now I've found trustworthy comrades and found out what
自
I
分
must
がや
do.
るべき。
前に言った通り
As I said before, I'll
私
be
は
by your
ずっ
side,
と委員長
Fuhua.
のそばにいるから
Fuhua is still really interesting to me in that she has been a part of all of the major factions in this game. Like, she's been genuinely a part of everything that has happened throughout all of the important history. Like, she wasn't always a member of Moss, you know, so there was a little bit of a gap there. But she was, you know, she was one of the flame chasers at the end of it. Like, she was part of the bigger moments of it. And every major event in history, she's either been directly a part of or, like, watched happen. She's a direct connection to basically every important character. And that's kind of crazy. I am still very excited to get to when Su Shang shows up to fight her.
ありがとう、キアナ。
Thank you,
ここ
Kiana.
に一緒に来てくれ
Thanks
た
for
こと
coming
も
with me
感
to
謝
find
す
this
る。
place.
当然じゃない
It's my pleasure.
委員長
I got to hear a lot about Fuhua's old
じゃあ
stories.
そろそろ帰ろう。
Well, I guess we should head
じゃ
back.
ないと学園長が
Otherwise,
心
Principal
配
will
す
be
る。
worried about us. Okay, but tell me some more stories on the way back. I can't say no to
仕
that.
方ない。
Kiana and Fuhua talked and laughed the whole way back, but in an inconspicuous corner.
やっぱりお寿司様も
Oh, this is
自分の人生を持てるよう
Master
になっ
Phoenix
た
to
んだ
find a
ね
life of her own.
まずい
Uh-oh.
今度会った時
When we meet again.
私への第一印象が悪くなったりしないかな
Oh, maybe actually,
私の番だね
maybe she's not talking about the assassination because the person she was fighting is probably Su Shang, right? So is that after the attempted assassination? Huh. Ignore me!
飛べ
Go, Senti, surf! Oh.
千里の道も一歩から。
I don't know what doing that actually does. But they exist, so I'm going to do it. Ignore me! Yep. Alright, back to whatever the fuck Otto's up to. Although we're not actually looking at it yet.
腹立つこのポンコツコアいっそ壊してしまいたい
Damn,
わ
just use this rotten car. Just smash the thing and be done with it. I assume this is Tesla. 1618, Saturday, October 14th, 2017. For the third time, Dr. Tesla shouts of frustration echoed through the Hyperion. It all started over 20 minutes earlier.
嫌なこともた
We've been
く
through
さ
a
んあった
lot,
け
but
ど
it looks like the
や
Hersher
っと
of
支配
Dominance
の
incident
律
has
者の
finally
事
come
件
to an
に
end.
終止符最後の確認をしま
We
しょ
just
う
need to take the final
念
step.
のため
Just to be sure,
少
let's
しだ
give
け
it a little
崩壊
honk
エネ
and
ルギー
can
を
test whether the
追
core
放
is
して
still
この
alive.
コアが生きてるか
I
どうか調べ
imagine
ましょう
the answer is yes.
まあ論理的に考えれば生きてると
Theoretically,
思
it's
うわ
definitely alive. There's a 99.7%
の確
chance.
率で生きてるはずよ
生きてる
Alive?
それは
Are you talking about the difference
私た
between
ちの時
Hersher
代に
cores
生ま
born
れ
in
た
our
律者
era
コア
and
と
those from the Divine
神
Key?
の鍵の
そう解釈しても
You could
構わ
say
ないわ
that. Although I don't
その
think
本
you've
質の
realized
違
what
い
the
を理
fundamental
解できてい
difference
ると
is.
そうだボス頭
By the way,
あんたこの
Mophead,
間内
didn't
部
you
屋
write
の
an
論文を
internal
書いたじゃ
memo
ない
about this recently?
実験
Why don't
の
you
用意
tell
す
them
るから
about it while I
あん
prepare
た
the
が説明して
experiment?
あげな
しかしそれはあくまで
But it
推
was
測
only
だ
conjecture. At
まだ
least there's
実
no
験データによる
experimental
検証を
evidence,
していない
and
か
it
ら
might
ね
raise more questions than it answers.
いいんじゃない
So what? You should tell everyone. And the experiment we're about to do will definitely prove you right.
ちょうど天命の人たちもいるし
And the people from Shixel happen to be here. Wouldn't it be nice to let them listen to someone besides Otto?
そうね。ぜひ聞きた
Yeah,
いね
yeah, tell us more. With regards to the Hersher Core, the Sovereign
ネジ
himself
本
was the
人が
first
第
Hersher's
一律
anti-entropy.
者であるネゲントロピーの方がきっと
With
独特
regards
の
to the
見解
Hersher
がある
Core,
は
the
ずで
Sovereign
しょ
himself was the first Hersher's anti-entropy? That's not a correct statement. I mean, like, the information is correct, but grammatically, that's not right. The Sovereign himself was the first Hersher's anti-entropy. I assume this is just saying that, like, that Welt is the first Hersher. must have some interesting
お世
perspectives.
辞をどう思う？僕はただ
Okay, I'll just get right to
2
the
つの時
point.
代のコアを
I
比
did
較
some
して研
comparative
究してみ
research
た
on
だけだ。
Hershey cores from both eras, and the
結論
results
を言うと
suggest
律者コアの死と
maybe
生
it's not
の
as simple
状
as
態が
categorizing them as
た
living
だ
or
の分
dead.
類の
We
誤
might
り
be
で
jumping to
偶
conclusions.
然に
偶然
Jumping to conclusions?
例を挙げよ
Let me give you an example.
う。アリとシロ
In
アリは
terms of appearance and
見た目
behavior,
でも生態で
ants
も
and
似
termites
た
have a
よ
lot
う
of
なところがた
similarities,
くさ
right?
んある。しかし分類体
But
系
in
だと
terms of
アリ
taxonomy,
は
ants belong
8
to the
目アリ
other
科、シロアリはゴキブリ目シロアリ科なんだ。
that, while termites belong to the order that.
ざっくりと言えば
Basically, ants are a
アリは特
specialized
殊な
kind
ス
of
ズメバ
wasp,
チで
while termites
シ
have
ロア
often
リは変異した
cockroaches.
ゴキこれが生物学の
As an
修
example
練
of
進化に
convergent
関する
evolution
例
in
だ。
biology. Ants and termites
アリ
were
とシロ
originally
アリは
completely
全然違
different,
う系
but
統
through
だが
convergent evolution
似
they
たよう
became
な場所
very
で自然
similar.
淘汰された
They
結果
had similar
多く
things
の
to
共
adapt
通点
to
を持つ
and
ようになったんだ。
adapted to have similar things. We love evolution.
なるほど。漁師の
Oh,
海のもので
just
あ
like
る
the
生
astral
涯が
harvest from Steve
見た
Quantum
目だ
looks
け
a
で
lot like a
は
Valkyrie
バ
battle
ルキ
suit
リ
at
ーの
first
走行
glance.
とあまり待ってください。
Hold
それ
on.
は
In
つま
that
り
case, you mean
私たちの時代で誕生
Hershey
した
cores
立
born in
者
our era and Hershey cores from the Divine Keys are two inherently different things?
本質的に全
So
く
this
違う
goes
ものなん
back
ですか。
to TLDR, everything will become crab. It is really interesting that everything is trying to evolve into crabs. But yeah, this goes along with what the Shixel scientists have said before, which is like, don't assume everything is exactly the same as the previous era. We can use that information to come up with ideas or back up theories, but you can't just assume it is exactly one-to-one the same. Sorry, I'm filling up my water. Like, thirsty. I, for some reason, was thinking how New Jersey would, like, rhyme with that, which I guess in that accent it does. I don't know if it actually does. I mean, thirsty and Jersey definitely don't, but
それが僕の推測さ。
that's exactly what I'm guessing.
今のところ僕たち
The
の時
Herschel
代で
cores
誕
born
生
in
し
our
た
era
律者
has
コア
somewhat
は
flexible
虚
relationship
数
with
空
imaginary
間とのつ
space.
ながりにおいて
So I am actually, before we go forward, I am realizing, from what we've seen of the previous era, it does seem like once the Herrscher was dealt with, it was quote-unquote dead, and they got the core to turn into the Divine Keys. Whereas, like, in this era, as long as the core is still functioning, like, you can just put it into somebody else, and they can take the ability to become that Herrscher. Especially, like, with the gems, which aren't even real Herrscher cores, unless they're cores from the previous era. I don't actually know, because I know the will of the Honkai gave them to Siren, but I don't know where they came from otherwise. But like giving the Gem of Desire to Wendy turned her into the fourth Herrscher, right? Yeah. Giving Kiana the clone body, K423, the Siren's core, not only made her the Herrscher of the Void, it gave her Siren's memories. The Herrscher of Dominance, you know, it seems like can reform itself if they get the core. And then Raiden, May was able to, like, pull the Gem of Conquest by, like, re-accepting that she was a Herrscher without touching it. So the Herrschers of the current era definitely seem flexible, I guess is a good way to describe it, but they seem just more existent than those of the previous era, but we also haven't seen enough of the previous era for me to fully justify that, because I don't know that anyone ever tried. They also did whatever they did to turn them into the Divine Keys, which might, like, if it was possible for you to just put it into somebody else and get the power again, turning them into the Divine Keys might stop that process.
例えば条件さえ満たせ
Yeah,
ば
okay. For example, under the right conditions, they can transform an ordinary person into a Hersher.
しかし
The Hersher cores and the divine key of the previous era are not capable of this. Okay.
どうしてもそれができないんだ。
Well, yeah, as the divine keys they're not, but is that true of the cores themselves, or is it something in the process of turning them into divine keys?
確かにそうね。
Indeed, they can only be used to adjust fixed power levels, and there's no way to
新しい
develop
機能
new
の開発
functions.
すらできない。
その矛盾がよりはっきりと目立ったのは
The example of this was the difference.
雷の律者
A clear example of this difference was the incident involving the Reapers of the Hersher of Thunder. It is exactly what I was saying.
当時
When Raiden May's own Hersher core formed within her body, the Gem of Conquest, which originally had this power, vanished.
その影響でしかし
But the third divine key, owned by the World Serpent, was unaffected by these events, similar to the situation with Kiana in the Judgment of
制
Shamash.
裁の状況もそれに類似している。
Right. The third divine key continued to exist, where the Gem of Conquest. It described it as, like, going to her, but I might have actually misunderstood that. And it was just her Hersher core developed, which, like, had the Gem of Conquest disappear, which has effectively the same result, but is very different in actual, like, cause.
ええ。
Now that you mention it, I think World Serpent emphasized that only living Hersher cores were useful for their
生
plan.
きてる律者。
もちろんその4つはシーリンジェムだけの特例だと考え
Of
てもい
course, this
い
could be a
が
special characteristic of the four Siren
こういう
stones,
推測も
but
で
one
き
could
るんだ。
also speculate
僕たちの時代で誕生
that
した
the
律
difference
者
between
コアの
cores born in our era and those from the previous era is much greater than we imagined
その
and
2者
more
の間に
fundamental.
は僕はその仮説を
I did
立
some
て
calculations
推
based on
論
the
と演算を
supposition,
繰り返し
and the results were
ある
surprising.
驚きの結果を発見した理論上
The
必要
two
な仮
types,
説は
the two types being fundamentally different require similar
ずっ
premises,
とシンプルだった
require similar premises in the Siren stones having special characteristics.
後者に関しては
The later
大量のパラ
possibility
メータを
requires
事前に設定しないと
presupposing a
数学
large
的
number
に
of
最終
parameters
結
for
果
the
を
math to
導き
output
出
the
すこ
right
とが
answer.
難しいしかし前者で
And
は
for the former,
虚
the
数
only
特異
thing we
点は
need to
一つ
assume
の
is that the
点ではな
imaginary
く
singularity is not
次
a real
元である
point,
ことを仮説
and
に
that
す
it
れば
doesn't carry any
パラメータ
dimensional
を設定
information.
する必要はない。
あら、まさに
Wow, brevity is the soul of
関節こ
wit.
そ英知の
The
真
imaginary
髄
singularity is the fundamental attribute of Hersher cores.
それが律
その通り
Yes,
この
that's
仮
the
説の
beauty
素
of
晴
this
らしいところはそ
hypothesis.
こにある基地の通り
We know that the
律者
imaginary
コアの中の
singularity in a
虚数
Hersher
特異
core
点は
refers to an impossible
あらゆ
structure
る超
that
自
can
然現
trigger
象
all
を引き起
supernatural
こせる
phenomena.
不可能構造
All supernatural phenomenon? Now, is she talking about, like, Hersher cores in general, or any individual Hersher core? Because the way this is saying it is, like, it sounds to me like a Hersher core is generated and then can trigger any of the, like, Hersher powers that haven't awakened yet. And I think that's what it's meaning by an impossible structure that can trigger any supernatural phenomenon. So the way it's sounding to me is it's like our core is created and it's not filled yet, and then it fills itself with whatever energy is left.
しかし数学的に不可能構造自体が構
And
造を持つ
mathematics
こと
don't
は禁
prohibit
止されていな
impossible
い
structures from having structure.
その方向で推論すると
Following that reasoning, I
全
discovered
文
that
明
the
の
Hersher cores from the previous
次
era
元情報の
correspond
ない
with a
純正な
dimension
特異点に
with a
対応してい
dimensionless
ること
pure
に僕は気づい
singularity.
たそして
And
僕た
Hersher
ちの
cores
時代
from
で
our
誕
era
生した律者コア
correspond
は
with one-dimensional
ちょうど
strange
一
loops.
次元の円周を持つリング上に対応している
I'm gonna need you to define those terms for me,
交互的に
Einstein.
話すとそのリン
In
グ上の
layman's
構造の
term,
関
the
係により
structure of this
コアは
loop
生
allows
きて
the
い
core
て
to live
再
and
度活
reactivates
性化
its
する柔軟
elasticity.
性を持つ
Okay, so I don't really understand what it's saying here, but basically whatever it is allows the current era cores to reactivate themselves, whereas the previous era cores could not. Like, they still have the power in them, but they're dormant. They no longer have the ability to maintain a Hersher, whereas the current era cores can, like, turn a switch back on and be a Hersher power again.
もっと
Can
わ
be
かり
understood
やす
like
く
this
話
in
すと
everyday
効
language.
果全文明の
The
立
Hershey
着は
cores of the
静止
previous
した
are
状態
passive. Once they are removed from the Hershey itself, they won't undergo any more changes. They seem to be dead.
けど
The
今の
Hershey
立
cores in
着
this
は
era
動
are
的だから
dynamic. Even when
立
removed
着
from a
本体
Hershey,
から
they
離
can
れて
still
も
transform
外部の刺
themselves.
激がある
In
と
that
変化
sense,
す
they
る
are alive.
そのともし
Right.
僕た
If
ち
a
の目
Hershey
の
of
前にある
if the
支
Hershey
配
of
の
dominance
律者
core
の
is
コアも
alive,
生きている
this
なら
guess will increase its
この
confidence
推
level.
測の信憑
But
性
on the
は
other
さこの
hand,
世界の下の構
we can
造
only
は
assume that at the lowest
僕
level,
たちの
the
あら
structure
ゆ
of
る
our
予想よ
world.
りも複雑
はあ、ポサ
Ha,
様
Mophead, don't jinx it. No, I kind of want her to keep explaining so that I understand
テス
better.
ラ博士
What
何
happened,
があったん
Tesla?
だ
自分で見なさ
To
い。
yourself.
この
I
実
don't know how to
験結果
explain
を
the
どう
results of
説
this
明すれば
experiment.
いいかわから
How
ない
could this
わ。
be? The Hershey core is...
全然虚数と超
I
えて
can't
検出で
detect
きない
any
のよ。
imaginary singularity in
本
it.
当に立着コ
Does
ア
it
だ
still
わけ
count as the Hershey core? So it's not producing like any power? I mean, I guess maybe it's switched off in this case. About 20 minutes later,
コア
it
に関
seems
す
the
る研
exit
究
in the
は
Hershey core did
あまり
not
ス
go
ムーズで
smoothly.
ああ
Yeah.
他の物
All
理
of the
指標
physical
から考える
indications
と
suggest that this is a
それは
genuine
確
Hershey
かに
core.
立着コア
It
だ
can attract Honkai energy and
崩壊エネル
trigger
ギーを
changes
吸
to
収
physical
でき
laws.
しかし非
But
常
the
に不思
thing
議
is,
なのは
no matter how we do the
実験
experiment,
方
we
法を
can't
いくら
detect
変え
an
ても
imaginary
そ
singularity.
の虚数得意
It's like
点が
those
見
little
つからな
cores
い
from before. So this
以
could
前
also
発見した
be
小さいコアみたいだ
that the Hershey of dominance core is just different. Because the way it works has been fundamentally different from other cores. Like the fact that it can split itself. It could also be that we're still missing pieces of it.
もちろん僕たちは分かっている本物
And
の
we
支
also
配の
know that the
律者
real
である
Hershey of
無謀の
dominance
衆は
minions are completely
人形
different
たちと
than
は
those
全
puppets at the
く違
beginning.
うその規模なら虚数得意点に関する有
Based on
益
its
な
size
情
and
報を
weight, we
検
should
出
be
で
able
き
to
るはずな
determine
の
useful information about its imaginary singularity.
私の考
How
え
about
を
my
話
two
してもいいかしら
cents? Even though it's just a thought I
構
had.
わないさ
Go ahead.
見て
As
の
you can
通り
see, Dr. Tesla is
テス
getting
ラ博士
agitated.
は
その変わった現象の理由は
I think that
支
the
配の
strange
律者が
phenomenon might have to
支
do
配
with
劇
the
場を
Hershey
所有
of
したから
dominance
じゃないかしら
controlling the theater of domination.
ほう
ほら、虚数得意
I
点
mean,
は
the
空
imaginary
間の各
singularity
次
should
元にも
exist in
同
all
時に存在
dimensions
するはずじゃん
simultaneously, right?
もし支
If
配
the
劇
if the number of dimensions corresponds to the theater of domination, corresponding to the theater of domination is much higher than the number in reality, then detectable signals from the imaginary singularity would be many times weaker. If the number of dimensions corresponding to the theater of domination. I'm not sure what that part means, but basically what she's saying is because the core is like bound to the theater of domination and has multiple like dimensions that it connects to, the signals that it puts out are going to be like way weaker than like Kiana's core, and thus they would be not necessarily harder to detect, but you're looking for the wrong level of like signal. So you might still be getting the signal, but because it's lower than you expect, you're not reading it as that signal.
そうすると完全な立者コアを
In
持
this
って
case,
い
even
て
if we
も
were faced with a real
情報を
Hershey
検出
core,
できないん
maybe
じ
we
ゃない
wouldn't
か
be
し
able
ら
to detect any signal. After all,
機械と
instruments
いう
do
も
have
のには
limited
感覚と加
sensitivities.
減があるもの
Yeah, so this is like what I was saying, where the Hershey of dominance is such a different existence, especially this Hershey of dominance, than the other Hershey cores that we've interacted with so far, that it's not actually a good test subject, especially to confirm existing theories about all of the cores. Because like it's technically a like 1,000 fragment puzzle that you've put together.
確かに筋が通っている
This does make some sense.
もしそ
But
れが
if
真
that's the
実
case, the
な
only way to verify it would be
そ
to
れを
use.
それなら
it
で
can be
きるか
done.
もしれない
アインシュタイン博士
Did you think of a different way,
何か
Dr.
いい
Einstein?
方法を
あ
Yeah.
とりあえず
Let's go find Kiana
キ
and
アナと
Bronya.
ブローニャこの件には
We'll need to
彼
rely
女
on
た
those
ち
two
の
for
力が
this.
必要なんだ
Okay.
律
Is it
者の
because
力
we're
を
the
使って律者コアを攻撃
is it because these are the powers that it stole before? But it did also steal Fuhua's briefly, right?
Ah,
Yes.
それが唯
That
一
presence is the only way to
支配の
verify the
一
state
着
of
は
the
の
Hershey
存
of
在状
Dominance is
態を
core.
暴れているテスラ博士を落ち
Is
着かせ
this a
る
way
ため
to
ですか？
calm Dr. Tesla down?
それを
But on
解
your
決
things
できる
any
な
plan
ら
that solves that
ブローニャ
problem
は
is a
賛
good
成し
plan.
ます。
この
The
件においては
purpose of
そ
the
れだ
plan
け
is
じゃない
limited
よ
to that,
ブロン
Bronya.
今の状況で
If we're able to quickly
一着
confirm
はの
the status
存
of the
在状
Hershey
態を
core,
確認で
it
き
will
る
also help us solve the problems
夫が
Otto.
確か過去
I
の自
heard he
分
made
を
up
コ
a
ピー
clone of
し
his
て
past self
そ
and
の
then killed
もう
it.
一人の自分を
What
殺
is he
し
up
たんだよ
to?
ね。それに
Could he really
本当
be
に500
planning
年前
to
にすでに亡
resurrect
くな
someone
ってい
from
る
500 years
人を
ago?
復活
Even
さ
the
せる
Hershey
つも
of
り？
Death can't do that.
わからない
I don't know.
オットー
Do
と
you know
いう
anything
人
about
間の厄
Otto?
介なとこ
That
ろ
since
は
we can't trust anything he
彼の
says,
話を
we have
簡
to keep
単
a
に
close
信
eye
じ
on
ること
everything he
も
does.
彼の
Also,
行動を無視することもできないところだ
technically, Kiana, you don't know that. Because thus far, I have gotten no information about the Hersher of Death from the previous era, and the one that was active in Siren's era was a pseudo-Hersher, not the real Hersher, and we have seen multiple times that Hershers of the current era are different and in a lot of ways stronger than in the previous era. So it's totally possible that if the Hersher of Death manifests in the current timeline, they could end up instead being like the Hersher of like rebirth or resurrection instead. Like their concept of how they interact with death could be fundamentally different than the Siren core or the previous era.
もし律者コアの
But we
存
don't
在
know
の
that
状態
a
を
Hersher of Death
オ
will
ットーが僕た
manifest.
ちの予想以上に何らかの細工を
Because
していた
number-wise, like, we're way past
彼から
at
よ
this
り多
point.
くの情報を
But
聞
we
き出
also
さない
never got a
といけ
Hersher
ない
of Fire either. Technically, we have Kiana in that now, but Flame Scion is different. I also, again, don't know if Flame Scion is an actual Hersher designation. I don't know if it has a number, or if it is just a new name that Kiana has taken. Because she's using the Jewel of the Gem of Haste powers along with her Hersher of the Void powers. We can establish the active status in the Hersher core. It means Otto has been up to more tricks, and we need to get more information out of him. Also, yeah, this is totally true. The fact that Otto has had at least 99% of the Hersher of Dominance's core very much means he probably not only knows what's going on with it, but has been utilizing it in some way. Whatever we're doing is also clearly furthering his goal. Like I said before, if Otto starts something, he knows he can finish it, and he's gonna see it through.
オットーは明日テレサさんと継承儀
He
式に参
claims
加
that
し
he
て
and
もらう
Madame Teresa will finish the succession ceremony tomorrow, but no one really knows what he has planned.
そうね。
But
オットー
obviously
さ
it
んの知って
may
い
know
る
a
こと
lot
は
more than we think he
私たちの
does.
予想をはるかに超えているのかもしれ
Nakamitsu,
ない。
why are you on our side? I mean, I guess, like, at this point, anyone that's just like, yeah, Shixel would be working for Teresa, but I don't know, I feel like you'd still be working for Otto.
私自身彼の部下だったし、
Okay, she's
こ
actually
んなこと
explaining
を
it.
口にするのは
Although
少
I
し
am
おかしいか
technically
も
a
しれないけ
subordinate,
ど
it may be strange for me to say this.
皆さんはあの困った男よりも先を見
But
つめ
don't
たい
you
って
all
思っ
want
た
to
こ
see
とはない
further
かし
than
ら
that man, even once? That's actually fascinating of an idea. Where, okay, so her mentality is Otto's been in charge and in control of Shixel and most of the world, let's face it, for like the last 500 years. Don't you guys want to see what happens without him? What's beyond him? What's after him? And from a scientific mind specifically, that totally makes sense. That answers my question completely.
アインシュタイン博士がある素晴らしい推
Einstein
測を
told
教え
me
て
that
く
he
れ
had a
た
good guess. If that guess can be verified with the Hersher of Dominance is
支配
clear.
の
Oh,
立
she
者
had a
のコアを
good
通し
guess.
て検証でき
I
たら
thought I read that wrong. Thought she was talking about Otto.
もしかしたら私たちは
Then we'll be
崩
closer
壊の
than
本
ever
質に
before.
昔より
Then
も
we'll be
少
closer
し
than
が
ever
つき
before to
理解す
understanding
るこ
this
と
as
が
a
できるか
Funka.
もしれない
A deeper understanding than Otto.
長光所長
I think you
少し
got a
落ち
bit
着いてください
overexcited, Nagamitsu. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. The only person that I would have confidence where they go, oh yeah, I understand more than Otto, or even I will understand more than Otto is Kevin. Anyone else, I genuinely was like, no, you're
私
crazy.
この話になると
Sorry, I just get passionate about things like
苦
this.
しいところを見せ
Sorry.
たわ。
おじい様のことだから
In
警
any
戒
case,
しないとい
I
け
do
ない
need
ん
to
だ
keep our guard up against my grandpa. But
こ
I'm
れ以
sure
上
some
続け
questions
ると
will arise.
また
Anyway,
アインシュタイン博士の実験目標をクリアするためになるべく多くの
H-
崩壊エネルギーを
to each
律者の
experimental
力を
target
通し
set by Dr.
小さな
Einstein,
空
we
間
need to
に
gather
凝
as
縮
much
したい
hunger energy as possible and restrict it to the smallest possible space.
私も力の限り低迷の実験
In
器具を
my
提供
capacity,
す
I
る
will
け
do
ど
my best to provide chicks
私
little
は
lab
残念
equipment
な
for
が
you
ら
to
実
use.
験には参加
It's
で
a
きないわ
pity that I won't be able to participate in the experiment
君
itself.
ならこの実験に参加すると思っていた
I
よ
thought you were the most enthusiastic about it.
しょうがないわ
There's no
4時
choice.
半まで
Overseer
に
wants me
彼
to
のところ
report
に
to him
到着
before
するようにと
4:30.
何かしてほしいと言わ
What
れ
does
た
he
の
need
か
you to do?
例の旅の準備
Maybe
かも
it's
し
just to
れな
help
い
prepare for his journey.
ダーニの神の
Operating
鍵
a
の
second
操
divine
作
key
と
or
か
something. Anyway, it won't be anything too dangerous.
君はこの実験の
I
結
don't
果
know,
について
Nakamitsu.
何も心配していない
Before
よう
your
だね
introduction in 25X, I'd never seen or heard of you. So you or I would not be surprised if you die. You don't seem worried about the results of his experiment. I guess so, to be fair. I'd never heard of Tesla or Einstein before I started the game itself either. I had never even... Well, no, I guess I'd heard of Fuhua, but not significantly. Like, I knew of Kiana, I knew of Mei, I knew of Branya. I didn't know of Teresa, actually. I knew of Otto. I knew of Himiko. But, I don't know. I now hear about a bunch of these characters frequently. I don't hear that much about Nagamitsu.
ええそうねだって
And the group, the Hyperion and Valkyries and the Immortal Blades, all expert problem
問題を
solvers.
解決
できれば僕たち
If
は問
possible,
題
we
が
should
起き
take
た後の対策を考
preventative
え
measures
る
so
の
we're
で
not
は
taken
な
off
く
guard.
はいはいわかったわ
Alright, I understand.
なるべ
I'll
く
do what I
お父さん
can for you
気づ
guys,
か
and
れ
I
な
mean
いよ
just
うに
Otto. So
みんなに有
okay.
益なこと
もし君がそうしてくれ
We
る
wouldn't
なら
ask you to do anything
これ
more
以上
than
は
that.
文句を言えないさ
ご理解感謝す
Thanks
る
for
わ
understanding.
じゃあ急い
So
で
let's hurry
実
up and
験器
prepare
具
the
か信号
experimental
分析設
materials
備
and
を準
signal
備し
analysis
なきゃ
equipment. The excavation
他
can take
の
a
みん
break
な
for
も
an
この
hour.
町は比較的安全だから
The whole town is
今の
pretty
うちに
safe now.
体を動かして
Everyone can take
気
this
分転換
opportunity to
して
get
おき
some
ましょ
exercise
う
and some fresh air.
特にキアナとブロー
Especially
ナ
Kiana and Branya. I recommend you two relieve some stress before the experiment begins.
そうですね。そうした方が
Yeah,
実験で
that
よ
will
り
help
正
you
確に
help you
実者の
direct your
力を
Hershey
使える
powers
と
more
思います
precisely in the experiment. Oh, right. Of
キアナ
course we're
は退去
not.
研究の入門をまだ覚えて
Of course we're not asking Fu Hua to participate in this. While she technically still has the power of a Hersher inside her, Senti's pouting still. I forgot about that. Do you still remember the basics of Edge of Taishu?
猛念を断ち呼吸を
Just card delusions, control your breathing, clear your mind of thoughts and
その
feelings.
通り。だから今のうちに
So
気
use this
分を楽
opportunity
にし
to
て
relax and go for a walk.
外に出て歩こ
It's not good to stay on board all the time.
委員長も
Thanks for the
学園
advice,
長
Fu
も
Hua and Principal.
ちょうど気になっていることがあ
There
る
is
から
something that's bothering
今
me.
のうちに
I'll
解
use
決
this
してお
time
く
to
よ
deal with it.
ブローニャはもともと
But will use
集
this
中
time to
力
do
を
some
高める訓
exercises
練
and
をし
improve
ようとしてい
focus.
ます
え気
Good.
分転換して
Everyone
く
go
だ
get
さい
some fresh air. Meeting adjourned. Oh, well, okay. Whee! Oh, we're going back to church. Go. Can I destroy these? Why do I have to jump over them still?
飛べ
今日の相手は私を失望させないといいですね。
Go, Senti, go! You don't see me.
Oh, できたよ
Hi, Durandal.
前に進もう
Could be a rare opportunity. Should we continue the battle that was interrupted 5 months ago? This was the invitation from the golden-haired knight to the silver-haired girl. 5 months earlier, on the sands of North Africa, the two of them had separated. Had sparred. The knight's gun kata and the girl's edge of taishu both revealed skills that exceeded the other's expectations. It was just at that time the girl wasn't sure The girl wasn't sure she was on her way to becoming a hero, and the knight was bound by her mission. But despite this, in the few minutes that they fought, they both had an unmistakable feeling that the opponent they faced was the person in this world most similar to themselves. Oh my god, she's so Kiana!
準備できたよ。
今日話した天命の内
Remember
戦の
the Chicks
話
of Civil
を
War we talked
まだ
about
覚えて
today?
いますか？この先にある教会堂の廃墟
The
も
church ruins ahead date back to that period.
そして私たちが今いるこの広場は
And the square we're standing on,
聖女
where the holy
カレン
maid Kalan
カスラナ
Kaslana
が
drew
亡
her
くなった場
last
所です
breath.
聖女カレン。
The holy maid Kalan.
彼女はカス
My
ラナ
dad
一
told
族
me
の
that she set an
鏡だって
example for all
パパは
Kaslanas.
言ってた。
彼女はあなたと同
Like
じよ
you,
う
she
に
chose to betray Shixel.
天命
でもあんたはずっと天
And
命
you've
側にい
always
た。
saved Shixel. You even helped Otto with his spatial experiments.
5ヶ月前あなたは
5 months
私に
ago, I remember you asked me,
どうして
why do you
天命
want
に
to
いる
help
のと
Shixel?
聞きました。その時私は
And in return, I asked you, if there were no Shixel, who would protect billions of people on this earth from Honkai?
この世界に絶
He
対
also
的な
said,
善と
in
悪
this
はな
world
く
there is no absolute good
あ
and
るの
evil,
は使
right
命
and
だ
wrong.
けだって
There is only the
あん
mission.
たは言ってもちろん
Of course,
今
at
の
this
私
point, I
は
understand that you
あ
had
ん
your
たの
reasons for
立場
saying
や
that.
気持ち当時の私は
But at the
本当
time,
に
I
わ
really
からな
didn't
かった
understand what exactly was your mission.
あんたの使命って
And why did you have
一
to
体
obey
何
Otto?
今の私は
I don't look down on you for that
あんたに偏見を
now,
持った
but
りして
if
い
you're
ない
willing
け
to
ど
tell me your reasons, I'd
も
be
し本
grateful.
当
少し不適切な言い方かも
To
しれ
make
ま
a
せんが
probably flawed
私に
analogy,
とってオットー
Overseer
司教
Otto
は
is to me as Teresa
あな
Senpai
た
is to
にいた
you.
彼が今の私を
It's
作ったこ
undeniable
とは
that
否
he
定で
made
き
me
ま
who I
せん
am
し
today. You also can't deny that his understanding of Honkai far surpasses all of us.
私たちよ
Yeah,
りもずっと深いこと
Otto,
も否定できま
other
せ
than
ん
maybe Kevin, is the person that understands the concepts of this world and the things going on the most. I still think he is to some degree an unreliable narrator, and I think a lot of the things we've been told are his understanding of it rather than an absolute. But yeah, no, you cannot deny that he knows so much about what's going on, and he keeps a lot of it to himself.
あなたが本当に聞きたいことは
Because I know your
それでは
question
ない
wasn't
こと
getting
が
at
知っ
that
ています
aspect.
その答えをちゃんと教
I'll
え
tell you the
ま
answer to that question, but
あんたに勝てた
only after I've beaten you, right?
そうだよね
すその通りです
Correct. Come on, Kiana
キ
Kaslana.
アナさん正々堂々と
Time
勝
to
負しまし
settle
ょう
the score.
望むところだよ
I expect nothing less.
私の
Oh, come on, you couldn't have given me Flame Scion.
キアナのキアナの 私の
At least it's the unlimited version of this suit.
どう
What do you think? Fulla told me about it.
C 分かれて
Never judge a fast learner with old
さ
eyes.
すがです
It's really cool.
5ヶ月
Your
前
ability
の
to
あなた
control
と比べ
Hershey
て
powers is so much better
一夜の
than
力の
5
運用
months
に
ago.
関しては
It's like night and day.
まさですがそうなるとあなたは
But
よ
you
り
need to be
夫
even
主
more
教を
vigilant
警戒
against
しな
Otto
ければ
now.
なりません
He said many times, we need the
彼は
Hershey of the
何度も
Void and her powers.
空の律者の力が
Otto
Otto
needs the power of the
必要なの？
Hershey of the Void? Of course he does. Why else would he be so, like, obsessed with you and recreate Siren in general? Like, Otto's not stupid. He's not gonna create something just for, like, because it might get him power. Otto takes calculated risks to achieve a goal. The Hersher of the Void, Siren almost destroyed the world. It is, up to that point, the greatest threat of the current era. Why would he wouldn't recreate that just to have a new weapon. He would recreate that because he needed the power of it. And he knew that's also why he killed Siren and took the core. Because he knew, one, that you can transfer cores. You've seen Joyce do it to Welt. But also that, like, yeah, he knew he could take the core and give the power to something else. That hopefully he would be able to control more than he could Siren. He's also, like, been constantly doing experiments with Hershers. Like, he was basically the one who created her cause Siren to become the Hersher of the Void in the first place. Like, it's not at all a surprise.
はい。
Yes.
そしてそ
This
れ
is
は
definitely related to the answer I
私
want
が
to
これ
give
から
you.
何せ私自身の状
After
況
all,
にとって
for my situation,
第二の
the
神の
second
鍵は
divine
確
key
か
is
に必須で
necessary.
した
第二の
A second
神の
divine
鍵
key? You mean the
それ
divine
って
key created using the
全文
Hersher
明
of the
の
Void
空
core
の
from the
力者の
previous
コー
era?
で作られ
その通りです
That's right. It can detect the fluctuations of the sea of Quanta and peer into the structure of the imaginary tree.
虚数の木
It
の
helped
脈
me
を観測することができ
complete
ま
part
す
of my mission.
私の体内の
It
世
helped me
界
to
の泡を
retouch the bubble universe that was anchored within my
虚
body
数
to
の
the
木との
imaginary
再
tree.
接続を
体内にある
The
世
bubble
界
universe in your
の泡
body. I assume that's the
それが
main reason you've always worked with Otto?
はい
That's a reasonable
そう考え
assumption.
てもらって
It's like everything you faced on your journey. It's
あ
a
なたの
long
経
story.
験この話は退屈に見え
The
て
story started from some seemingly tedious and
危
dangerous
険に
field
満
work.
ちた外の世界
If I
での
hadn't said I was
任務が
interested
遡ります
before the mission,
当時の私は
maybe it was
まだ
just that I was 12 years old at the time.
12歳
12 years old?
確かにあ
I
んた
did
は
hear that
最
you were
年
the
少
youngest
で
Valkyrie ever to
永
reach
久
air
と
and
地球の
Kinesec,
バル
but
キリーになったって知ってる
12
け
years
ど
old?
私の体は
Maybe it's that I
比較
matured
的
pretty
早
early,
熟だっ
but
た
it
かもし
doesn't
れませ
matter.
ん
By today's standards, I
大
wasn't
し
a
たことありません
self-sufficient
よ
Valkyrie.
当時私とリタは
Anyways, the day Rita and I
漁師
accepted
の
a
海の
mission to
探索
explore
任
the Sea
務を
of
引き受け
Quanta.
ました
I heard that your
あ
colleagues
なたの仲
had
間は
once
マリア
visited
ナ
the
海
deep
溝
at the
の
bottom of the
海
Marinara
塩
Trench.
城に私たちの目的
Marinara? Oh
は
my god.
海塩の目の中にある危険な異界ではありませんでした
Mariana. No, you know, it's the Marinara Trench. This is a tomato stream, after all. But our objective wasn't the perilous realms on the eye of the deep.
私たちが到着した場
The
所は
place we went, despite being spatially distorted, had a long history and rich culture, just like our own world.
この世界とそこには潜水艦に乗っ
The
て
king's men who
国王一座
operated a
があり
submarine were there,
天
as was the
球師のよ
mechanical
うに
port
知
of
的機械が
Alexandria,
普及しているアレクサンドリアがあり
Yucatan Federation, who loved to play
ユカタン
ball.
それから
There was
南米
also
大
the
陸
Inca
を統一
Republic,
して
which unified South
世界
America
を
and
救
saved
っ
the
た
world
イン
almost
カ共和国もあ
single-handedly.
ります
Cool.
本来漁師の海の奥に浮い
That
ていた
world
あの
originally
世界
drifted
は
in the depths of the Sea of
消
Quanta
滅する運
and
命
faced
にありながら
extinction,
も
and it had joined together heroes from
世
different
界から
eras and
来た
different
英雄た
worlds.
ちが集まっていくコツがあって
The heroic and
楽観
always
的な
optimistic Captain
シェイクスピア
Shakespeare, the wise and experienced
慎
Dr.
重で
Schrodinger,
物知りな
and the
シュレーディンガ
straightforward and
ー博士
determined
親切で
Cervantes?
勇敢なミゲルおじいさんこれ以上話したら
I could keep going.
紹介だ
It
け
would
で
take
時
a
間
long
がかかっ
time
て
for
し
me
ま
to
いそうで
introduce
す
all of them to you, but to me,
ですが本当に大事な
the
話
important
は
part of the story is
あ
that they
の世
chose
界
me
を
to
存
guarantee
続
their
させる
world's
ためのよ
continued
りどころと
existence.
12歳の私に
It wasn't because I had that much ability when I was 12. It was because they didn't
さま
have
ざま
any
な
other
理由をエー
choice.
テルアンカーを通し
Using
て
an ether anchor,
彼
they
らは自
implanted
分
their
たち
world
の
into
世
my
界を
body.
そうすれば私
That
が
way,
自
as
分
long
の
as I
世界で
survived
生
in
きて
my
い
own
る
world,
限り
their universe wouldn't be
彼らの
extinguished in
世
the Sea
界
of
は
Quanta.
それって
So, ever since you were
あんたは
12, you
12歳から
carried the burden of this mission.
どうですか
Well, whether your
あなた
battle
と
was the
もう
Hersher
一
of the
人の
the other
空の
Hersher
者
of
の
the
戦い
Void,
に比べれ
my
ば
experience has been easy.
私にとって
To me, the world within my
私
body
の
is like
体
my
内にあ
hometown
る
in
あ
the
の世
mountains.
界は
Although it's not as bustling as a big
山
city,
の
at
奥
the
にある
same time,
故郷とつながり
only
が
the
あ
few
るごく
people
わ
that
ずか
live
な
there
人
can
だけ
sustain
が
its past, present, and future.
過去5年間
Over the past 5 years, I've been looking for a way to detach the
ずっ
bubble
と世
universe from
界
my
の泡
body,
とのそうすれば
because that's the only way to free that world from its dependence on me.
他の人にあ
Yeah,
の
because
世
if
界
at
の
any
運命
point
を
she
託すことが
dies,
でき
like,
ると
so
思ったから
does
で
that
す
whole universe. And that, like, one, she's a Valkyrie, so she's constantly putting herself in danger on that front. But even if, she, like, one, Valkyries don't super live long, but even if we assume she lives longer than average life for a human, it's what, 100 years before she dies and the universe deteriorates?
しかもそれは私だけがやり
It
遂げられ
was
る
the
使
mission
命で
that
すから
only I could accomplish.
では5
My
ヶ
very
月前
question
にあなた
5 months
に
ago.
幼い頃から天
Everyone
命
that
にいる
grows
人
up
間
in
にとって
Shixel has to complete a mission
そう
like
いう使
this.
命を果たさ
Was
なけ
there
ればい
anyone
けない
else she
部分
could
も
choose to rely on?
でも
分かっています
I know.
あなたの
From
立場
your
から考
perspective, I
える
was
と
obviously on the wrong side.
私は悪人
But
に
to
協
me,
力し
Shixel
た
plays
愚
an
か者なのでし
indispensable
ょう
role.
それが当時の
That's what I meant.
あの
What I meant by when I said earlier. In this
この
world, there
世
is
界
no
に
absolute
絶
good
対
and
的な
evil,
善
or
と
right
悪
and
はな
wrong.
く
There is only the
ある
mission.
のは使命だけ
So yeah, Durandal clearly knows the evil that Otto does, and Otto was even pointing this out before. She, much like Otto, is using Shixel for her own purposes. And like her mission is, in her mind, good, but she's willing to help perpetuate an evil while also doing good for the sake of her goal. And that is very Otto-like.
でも第二の神の
But you also said that the second divine key had already
その
helped you
使命の
complete
一
part
部
of
が
that
達成
mission.
でき
はい。
Yes.
それは1ヶ月
A month ago, as luck would have it, I made it to the
ついに
vicinity of the
恵まれた
imaginary
私
tree.
はそのおかげで
That gave me the
今の
ability to
私は
transfer the bubble universe
体
to other
内の
people,
世界の泡を
allowing
他の
others
人に
to
移
carry on the
して
mission.
今の私は過去の私より少しだけ自由になった。
You could say that I have a little more freedom now
そう理解
compared
しても構い
compared
ま
with
せん。
before.
5ヶ月前の私はこう言ったよね
5 months ago, I said to you that I longed for the title of Chixel's strongest S-rank Valkyrie
その
and made it my
肩書
goal.
はこう話すのは
It might be a little strange
少
to
し
say
変
this,
かもしれない
but
け
if
ど
our past lead us to a future of conflict and confrontation, I'll be really disappointed.
その気持ちは理解
I know how you feel. I once told you she was
私はあ
having
なたのこ
potential,
とを
and just 5 months later, you're here proving your ability. It helps
そして
that
あなたは
she
数ヶ
has full
月で
control of her abilities
それを
and is not
実現させました
fighting a literal inner demon anymore.
崩壊と戦うことが私たちの最終的な使
And
命なら
specific Honkai is our common objective. A day will
私
come when
た
our
ちの
paths
歩
lead
む
to
道
the
が
same
一
place.
つに今の私の身分で
In my
約束
current
はできま
capacity,
せんが
although I can't promise you anything,
私たちの使命
I
は
hope you see that our respective missions are much more closely aligned today than they were 5 months ago.
ですが
But overseas
教
inexplicable
様の
actions
不可解
today
な行動
make
は
me a little more nervous than usual.
もし第
If
二
the
の
second
神の
divine
影
key
が
doesn't
彼
meet
の
his
需要を満た
requirements,
すことがで
he
きなかっ
might
た
covet
ら
your abilities.
忠告ありがとう
Thanks for the warning.
ハイペリオン
Everyone
の
in the
みんなも
Hyperion is on the
ずっ
lookout
と
for
彼
him.
をけ
それならいいんですが
Glad to hear that.
いつもの
Okay, you didn't really actually answer that much.
そろそろ時間ですね
It's getting late.
ハイペ
Do
リ
you
オン
want
に
to
戻っ
return to the
て
Hyperion to
一致
complete the
衝突
Hershey
実験をするん
collision
ですよね
experiment?
あ
Yeah. Do you
あ
want
ん
to
たも
come?
一緒に
もちろんです
Sure.
アインシュタ
I
イン
love the
博士
honey
が入
coffee
れ
that
たハニ
Dr.
ーコー
Einstein
ヒーを
brews. The golden-haired knight walked away with the silver-haired warrior by her side. She still had not realized that the lives of her and her counterpart were dramatically intertwined. Okay. I have been saying since like chapter 12 or 13 or something. I forget when I originally had the idea. But it's not even hinting anymore. Like, yes, is this confirmation bias? Absolutely. But they're basically outright telling me, without telling me, that Durandal is Kiana. Or the original Kiana. And I don't know when they're going to actually directly confirm it to me, but it has to be soon. Like, sure, counterpart can be explained away in that, like, oh, it's flowery language, whatever, but no. It is flowery language, but it also has a double meaning. That is, yeah, she's the original Kiana.
準備できましたか飛べ
Whee!
千里の道も一歩から
It's really funny to me that this is apparently the faster way, but it didn't tell me. Oh, because okay, never mind. I thought we were going all the way back to the Hyperion, but I guess not. Umbral Rose wishes to spar with the Silver Wolf of the Urals. Just earlier, a cursive handwritten note with that message had landed in Bronya's pocket. After considering briefly, she decided that as a retired assassin, she would accept the
ごき
invitation.
げんようブローニャさん
Hello, Miss Bronya.
あらそんなに警戒しないでくださいブローニャさんに対して
There's no need to
悪
be
意はありま
nervous.
せんよ
I have no ill intent towards Miss Bronya.
もちろん
Of
教会堂
course,
で私
I
が
know
し
what
た
I
こと
did in
が
church made
皆様
everybody
に不快
uneasy.
感は何のためらいもない暗殺で
But
し
as
た
far as assassinations go, it was a clean
冷
hit,
酷で
cold,
非
precise,
常
and
な一撃で
merciless.
した不快にさせてしまっ
I'm
たこと
sorry
に
for the
関です
unhappiness I
が
caused.
仕事は仕事で
But
す
business is business.
伝説の
I'm
裏
sure
に
the
の人
legendary
間さんな
Silver
ら
Wolf of the
ご理
Earls
解いただ
can
けるかと
understand.
思います
かつてのブローニャなら理解
Maybe
できた
there
の
was a
でしょう
time when I would have understood. But now I think when it comes to matters of right and wrong, business is no excuse.
ブローニャさんの言う通
That's
り
very
です
true, Miss Bronya.
誰もがポリシ
Everyone
ーと
should
い
have
う
their
も
own
のを持つべき
standards
で
for
す
such things.
外部のル
Relying
ー
too
ルば
much
か
on
りに
external
頼ってい
rules
て
is a
は
display
未
of
熟でしたら
immaturity.
ね
何が言いたいんですか
What is it that you want to see?
いいえ何でもありま
Ah,
せん
nothing. It's to see
Bronya
you and Miss
さんと
Kiana
キアナさん
are
が
about to participate in the
一社コアの
experiment
実
on the
験に
Hershey
参
core.
加すると
So
聞いて
Durandal asked me to
何
come
か
and see
協
if I
力
could
でき
help
ない
with
か
anything.
もちろん
Of course, if that is unacceptable to Miss Branya, I will excuse myself.
ブローニャはある日突
Branya
然
won't be
あ
walking
なたに
along
刺
and
されたり
suddenly
しま
say
せんよね
and suddenly be sliced by your blade, right?
ブローニャさんはご
Miss
冗
Branya
談
has a
が好き
good
なよ
sense
うで
of
す
humor.
殺し屋の界隈で
Even though the silver wolf of the Earls was only an assassin briefly before disappearing,
さすがに私
I
も
don't dare to
カロン
overstep
名録
against
で
a
最速
mercenary
登頂
who
記録
reached
を
the
作っ
top
た
of
ブローニャ
Kansas
さん
in
に
record
綺麗
time.
なそれにハイペリオンの
Besides,
皆さんとは仲良
Durando
くし
told
ま
me
しょ
many
う
times not to
デュラン
cause
ダル
trouble
様
with the
に
crew of
何度も言われ
Hyperion,
ております
so naturally I wouldn't do
ですので
anything improper.
ですが
わかりました
Alright, Delita,
それで
what's your recommend I
ブローニャに何
practice?
を
もちろん実践
Combat
によるウォ
warm-up, of
ーミン
course.
グアップです
Please come this way, Miss Branya. Rita traveled along Branya? Along with Branya, I assume.
もう始まります
その分際
I
で
find it kind of funny that they don't, like, make me play as Hersher of the Void Branya. In fact, I can't. She's not even an option.
審判の時は来た
I don't think, anyway.
私が来ました殴れるものなら殴ってごらん弱すぎ
審判の時は来た
Come on! Die, please. I love the void parts of her kit that are still here.
やはり私を頼るんですね
I still probably find the visuals, especially of the Hersher of the Void, to be the most interesting Hersher so
殴れるもの
far.
なら殴ってごらん
やけどに注意ってね決戦の時は来た
I mean, Senti has a lot of cool parts there too, but I don't actually understand how they relate to sentience, I'll be
私が来
honest.
ました
Like, these kind of seem just like
殴れるものなら殴って
normal
ごらん
Fuhua Wuxia type things. Blow
さ
claps.
すがウラルの銀狼動きに無駄が
Worthy
な
of
く
the name, Silver
頭の
Wolf of
回
the
転も
Earls.
速い
Your motives are
大変
efficient,
勉強に
and
なり
your
まし
mind
た
is sharp. Rita has learned a lot from you.
ですが
But
殺し
can
屋
I
の
give
後
a
輩
small
として
pointer as a
少
next
しアド
generation
バイスを
mercenary?
アドバイスですか
Tell
言って
me.
みてくだ
ブローニャさんの戦い
Miss
方は
Brownie's moves are
確かに
effective,
敵を
but
仕
could
留
be
められ
just
ま
a
す
bit more
少し
graceful.
戦場で最も
The
大事
most
なのは
important thing on the
目標を殲
battlefield
滅
is
す
to
ることです
incapacitate the target.
余計なこと
Trying
を
to
気
do
にする
anything
と
else can affect
任
the
務自
success
体
of the
に予
mission.
測不可能な
ええ
Ah,
ブロー
very
ニャさ
true,
ん
Miss
の言う
Branya.
通りです
But maybe adding some flair would be helpful for
少し
future
花を
missions.
添えれば
雇用主が仕事
You
ぶり
mean
を
getting
褒め
more
てくれ
potential
るとかで
employers
す
to
か
notice your work?
それもメリットで
That's
はあり
certainly
ます
one
が
benefit. But what I
芸術
meant
と
was
いう
that
もの
art
に
can
は
establish a
他
level of
人と
trust
の
with
間
people
に
that goes
現
beyond the
実を超えた
ordinary.
信頼感そうですね
But
目で見た
seeing
も
is
のこそ
believing.
真実
I will demonstrate,
よ
if
ろし
that's
ければ
alright with Miss Branya.
いつものペースですね
It's also,
飛べ
there's also an aspect of this that is, if you are always perfectly efficient, you are also fairly predictable. Whereas, like, if you throw in inefficient things or, like, artistic movements and such, it's gonna be a lot harder for you to be predicted. But Branya is right, like, doing things that, like, just doing what is necessary and not going beyond that is the best way to stay alive, really, for lack of a better term. Oh, they're all
お
dead.
掃除が終わりましたいかがでしょう
And
か
that's it.
ブローニャ
What
さ
do
ん
you think? I would
何か
welcome
不
any
足な点があり
suggestions.
リタはどうして夫側にいるんですか
Why did you help Otto, Rita?
私が
I'm a
天命
Shixel
の
S rank
S 級バルキ
Valkyrie,
リーで
and Otto had
オッ
always
ト
been
様
Shixel
が天
overseer.
命それを聞いているわけで
But
は
I
ない
know
こ
that's
と
not
は
the answer
存
you
じており
wanted.
ますデュランダル様も私
Durandal
も
and I aren't so
選
bad.
択しなければ
Just
なら
have
な
been
い時
faced with
に
certain
自
choices,
分の立場に基づいて
based on our
選
own
択をしたま
interests.
でですその中で
and
ブ
some
ロー
of
ニャ
those
さんたちを
choices
傷
hurt
つ
you
けて
guys.
しまったことも
But
あ
at
る
the
かと思
moment,
います
we had to rely on our own
私た
imperfect
ちは
knowledge.
じゃあ
Well,
聞き方を
let
変
me
え
ask
ます
in a different
デ
way.
ュランダルさんはあなた
Do
に
you
とって
consider Durandal to be your
上官ですか？
colleague or your
そ
superior
れとも
friend?
仲間ですか？
一生のお付き
I
合いをし
consider
て
her
もいい
friend,
と思
about
え
whom
る
I care deeply.
では
What
夫
about
は
Oh.
Otto?
天命の
He's the
まだ
overseer
辞
of
任して
Shixel,
いない
who still hasn't
大司教
technically
様
left
です。
office. Obeying his orders is my duty as a Valkyrie.
もし将来
If
デュランダ
Durandal
ルさん
decides
と
to
オットー
leave
の意見
leave
が
like
分かれた
Otto,
ら
what would you
どうし
do?
ますか？
Rita
お
laughed
許しくだ
gracefully.
さい、ブローニャさん。
Forgive me, Miss Branya.
今の
It's not
私の
easy
立
to
場
answer
で
that
は
question,
その
given my
答えを
current
言葉にする
situation.
ことはですが、
But
こう考
please
えてくださ
understand
い。
this. You and I might be more
私と
similar
ブロ
than
ー
you
ニャさ
think.
んの似ていると、
どういう意味ですか？
What do you mean?
一生お付き合いし
I
ても
mean,
い
we
い友
each
人
have
の
someone
中
within our circle of friends
可愛ら
who's
しい
very
けど、
cute, but
つい
sometimes
心
causes us
配
to
してし
worry.
まうわ。
Rita winked
デュ
mischievously.
ランダル様は
At
真面
first
目で、
glance,
話し
Master
方は容赦があ
Durandal
り
is a
ません
serious
し、
person
接
who
し
doesn't
づらいと
spare
ころも
people's
あるように
feelings.
見えますが、
She seems rather unapproachable.
時々
Yet in
普通
certain
の女の子の
situations,
ように
she's
不
like
器
an
用
awkward
で、
young girl.
というより
I need
素
to
直
pull
な
up.
のに素直じゃ
I
な
need
い
to
とこ
pull
ろ
up the
が
cat image
可
again.
愛らしいのです。ですのでブローニャさん、
To return to your question, Miss Branya, if she
私た
left,
ちは自分の
I
心の
believe
ま
we
ま
would
に
each
行動す
decide
る
what to
ので
do
はない
based on our own judgment. Yeah,
私
so
はそう思っております。
you one have the question here of, well, why is Durandal leaving in this hypothetical? Because the reason for that could lead to Rita either also leaving or not leaving. If it's a moral quandary that is specific to Durandal, Rita might not feel the reason to, a reason to. If it is, on shaky ground, she might leave with her friend. If it is something that Rita believes in that Durandal doesn't, Rita would have no reason to leave. Etc., etc. Like, you can't ask this without there being an actual event to cause it.
あなたの伝えたいことが
Because it depends fully on
分
the
かったか
situation.
もしれません。
I think I understand what you're getting
そ
at.
れならよかったです。
That's great then.
私たちの過去に
Although our
は
past is
摩
full of
擦や
friction
不
and
快などがあ
unhappiness,
りました
I
が、
hope that once Teresa takes over as overseer, everyone will get along with each other.
少し時間がかかりそうですが、
This will take some time for both
ブローニ
sides.
ャも
But
そう
I
な
hope
る
so
よう
too.
に願
では、友情を育
Then why
む
not
べ
start
く、
our friendship by
ま
dealing
ず
with the
は崩
Honkai
壊
beast
獣を
together?
一緒に
いいですよ。
Or
ブロー
if
ニ
you
ャ
can
につい
keep
て
up
こ
with
られるの
Bronya,
なら。
最善を尽くし
I'll
ます。
do my best.
天の道準備できましたか？成人の道は
Go fast, Descenti. Start surfing again.
やけどに注意ってね。決戦の敵が来た。
Come on!
私の番、文句はないよね。烈焰。
Oh, here we go. Okay, she also has a hold Y to do a big attack. Although it is just a big attack, it's not a form shift like with Senti.
決戦の敵が来た。
私が来ました。と、はってはっはあ大挙の剣
I don't know if this continues with other suits, but I really appreciate that, like, hold Y to do the big burst, because it keeps Y as part of the kit. So, like, I can use Y here as a separate attack, but it also keeps the ultimate ability that you don't want to necessarily lose out. And I don't know if early Fuhas have that. I don't think they did. Because I have said before that I really, really prefer the ability to use the Y attack as part of, like, another part of the combo. But this is literally the best of both worlds here.
大挙の剣
I actually didn't mean to use the ultimate here. I meant to use the hold X, but I'm an idiot.
と、はっはっはっいやはっやっはっ
さすが
Well,
ブローニャさん
really
です。
impressive, Miss Branya.
そちらもなかなかですね。
さすが天命
The
の
old
一世は
Fuhuas also do have that? Okay, I'll have to check that on if I ever have to play them again, which hopefully I don't, but I totally missed that. You won't be at yourself, Shixalis, rank Valkyrie. Oops, I hit hide. But yeah, no, that really goes a long way for like adding versatility to the kit with less buttons.
お褒めの言葉ありがとうございま
Thanks,
す
Miss
ブローニャ
Branya.
さん
I hope this training will be helpful in the upcoming
後ほどの
experiment.
実
はいおかげでウォーミングア
I
ップ
feel
がで
like
きま
I'm
した
warmed up. Thank you.
では
Well
私
then,
はそろそろ
I think
失
it's
礼い
time
た
for
し
me
ま
to
す
bid you farewell.
実験がうまくいくよう
I hope the experiment
に
goes smoothly.
私もデュランダル様と
Master
共に
Durandal and I will be rooting for
皆
you.
様のことを
At this point, Rita bowed slightly and turned to leave.
リタ
Oh, Olita.
どうしました
What is it,
ブローニャ
Miss
さん
Branya?
あなたが今日話した
About
こ
what
と
you
につ
told
い
me
て
today.
一つ
Branya
だけ
just
忠
wants to
告した
remind
い
you
こ
of
とが
one
ありま
thing.
す
何でしょう
Please tell me.
仲間が自分を失
Since
望
you
させ
believe
るよ
your
うなことを
comrades
し
won't
ない
make a
と信
decision
じ
that
ているのな
disappoints you, I assume you won't make a decision that disappoints your
仲間を
comrades.
失望
もちろんです
Of
ブロ
course
ーニャ
not,
さん
Miss Branya. I don't like that this is in a different color, but I don't know if that's a mistake or not. It's easy to miss things when you're learning a game too. Well, it's also like I don't play any specific character in general for long enough to really like learn, and it's, you know, it's not worth the time to learn because I'm gonna be switching to something else soon enough in the way I'm playing. And also fuck, I don't know what half the things that the characters I use in a bunch of games do. Like in not ZZZ as much because I've actually read the kits in that. But in a lot of Genshin characters that come out, in a lot of Star Rail characters that come out, and in other games, but in those specific, I'm like, I don't actually know what it does. I just know that I press this button and I do that thing. Like I don't know what part of what these aspects come from. I just know like I press the buttons and this happens.
心に銘じておきます
Rita will keep this in mind. After the mysterious Valkyrie politely took her leave, Branya found another note in her pocket. Umbra Rose will fight hard in her final battle and won't let you down. That was what the mercenary who had not yet retired said. Huh.
いつものペースですね
飛べ
But yeah, you know, like I'm not stopping to read how they work. It's the way that I play the game that doesn't make sense to do. As long as I can push enough button to get through a level, everything is fine. After over an hour of urgent preparations, the platform for the Hersher collision experiment had been set up on the bridge of Colston. Why would you do this on a bridge? A bridge is the structurally weakest part of like anything around here. Is it because it's further from the buildings? Like, I guess, but I still think it would be better to do it over there. Under a dark, overcast sky, the Hersher of Flame Scion and the third Hersher of Reason had each taken their positions.
ブローニャ
Kiana,
なるべく崩
Rania,
壊エネルギ
try
ー
to
を一直
focus your
線に出して
Honkai energy in a straight
2つ
line,
のビームが
so
ぶ
that
つ
it
かり合うよう
collides
に
with
し
the
て
other beam.
今回の実験は君た
This
ちにとっての
experiment will
新
be a
し
new
い挑戦
challenge
だ
for you two, so
指
please
示を
make sure
真
to
面目に聞
comply
く
with the instructions at each step.
はいベルトさん
Yes, Sullivan. She just says Welt.
分かったよ
No problem. She didn't even say Welt. No problem, Mr. Welt.
ではブローニャの方は俺が担当す
I will
る
direct Branya.
キアナの方
Fuhua,
は
would you mind doing the same thing for
君に
Kiana?
頼んだよ
Just from a glance earlier, it looked like the game feeds you a lot of trial guest characters too. The way the story basically goes is, yeah, I think like for an hour of all of the time I've been playing HI3 have I used my characters. Going through the story, it is here's trial tutorial characters, or temporary characters, I should say. And it means that I can keep playing without having to play the game regularly.
わかりました
Will do.
キアナ
Kiana,
大虚研究を
use
通して
Edge of
力を
Taishu to
コント
control
ロー
your
ルして
power. Dose the tiniest
まずは
amount of
一番
Honkai
弱い
energy
崩壊
and
エネル
gradually
ギー
increase it.
律者コアの中の
Let the
崩壊
Honkai
エネルギ
energy
ーを
flow out slowly,
水
like
滴
drops
の
of
よう
water
に
gradually
にじませ
forming
て
a small stream.
さざ波の方向をコントロ
Control the
ールし
direction
な
of the
がら
flow, such that you,
Branya-san.
Branya, and the
それから
experimental
被験
core
体
form
の
a
律
straight
者コア
line.
が同じさ ブローニャさんに合
Now,
わせて
together with Bronya,
Honkai
let more
energy
Honkai energy flow out. Gradually increase your output.
よし今だ
Okay, now.
立車コア抵抗解放
Hershey Core liberated. What does that mean? Why are we yelling out things like a Sentai series? I missed everything past until the last of my characters. Just generally, like, the way HI3 works is every chapter it gives you characters to be. Like, it is all guest tutorial characters in the story. So I don't have to, like, level my own characters. I don't have to play the game regularly to be able to clear stuff. And I appreciate it, because I don't have enough time in my life. The two equally powerful beams of Honkai energy came in contact with the Herrscher of Dominance's core, creating an almost perfect collision with no energy leaking. The Herrscher of Dominance's core, which had not reacted in any previous experiment, began to give off a subtle yet distinct glow. Anti-entropy's recording equipment recorded every energy fluctuation through the process. Now, all that was needed was to wait for the results of the data analysis. That was less interesting than I expected it to be. She's so cool.
準備できたよ
Why not shout things out like a Sentai series? This is fair. I agree. But also why? Congratulations on your experiment success,
あ
Kiana.
りがとう
Thanks.
こういう
This
力
brute
の
force
使い
method
方
is
は
also something new for
私
us.
たちにと
It
って
was lucky that we had
新しい
success
体
in
験
our
だった
first
から
try.
はい今回の経験と実験結果がみんなの役に立つようにとブローニャも願っています
Yes. Bologna hopes that this experience and the experimental results will be useful for everyone in the future.
たとえうまくいかなかったと
But
して
even
も
if it's not, exploration has value in and of itself. When it comes to resisting Hershers, the experience Shiksa has
いつ
accumulated,
こうしてスローモーション
in
のよ
my
うな状
opinion,
態
the
で
ability to observe
実者
Hershers
が
in slow
力を
motion
使う
like this
姿を観
gives
察
us
できた
insight
お
for
かげで
coordinated combat.
それって
You mean, you
将
wanna
来
fight
私たち
together
と
with
一緒
us in
に
the
戦う
future?
時の戦術
もちろんです
Of course.
とても楽し
I've
み
been
にして
looking
います
forward to it.
以前普及なる刃
It's
と
more anime that way, and
雷
Honkai
の
really
列車で
tries to
共
be
同
anime.
作戦を行い
This
ま
is
した
fair.
が
This is fair.
互いに十分な理解がなく
Before the immortal blades fought alongside the Hersher of
あ
Thunder,
まり満足のい
but
く
due
結
to a
果を
lack
得
of
られませ
understanding
んで
between
した
us, the results were not ideal.
メイ先輩
May,
サンゴ
she's
島でのことだ
probably
よ
talking about the incident at Coral Island.
実を言うとその
To be
時
honest,
3
we
万字
wrote
の
a
反省文を書きました
30,000 word incident report at the
デュラン
time.
ダル様は反
Even
省しすぎて
overseers
いい
thought
のではな
Durandal
い
might
か
be
と大主
overanalyzing.
教様よ
どうしましたか
What is it?
大主教様か
A
らの通
message from
信
the
です
overseer.
共
I'll
有
take
い
it
た
on the
しますね
public channel.
おっと
Hello.
ハイペリオンのみんな
Good afternoon, my
そして我が
friends on the
バルキリーたちよ。
Hyperion. Good afternoon, Valkyries.
立車
Did
コアに
research
対
on
す
the
る
Hersher
研究は
core
う
go
まくいっている
smoothly?
おじい様用はないと言ってなか
Grandpa,
った
didn't you say there was no reason to contact us
そう
anymore?
よ今日のテレサ
Wow,
は
don't be
冷
so
たいね
cold, Teresa.
まだ僕が
Are you still
もう一人
mad
の
at me
僕
for
を
killing
殺
that
したことを
clone?
怒っているのか
You've
い
all obviously forgiven
リタの
Rita,
ことは
but you
許
still
したの
hold it
に
against me.
さて冗談はさ
I mean, you are the one that created and
確かに
ordered
ハ
to
イペ
die,
リオンに用
so...
はないよ
Anyway, I currently do not have anything I need to discuss with those in Hyperion, but I do have a mission for Shixel's S-ranked Valkyries.
それは
Does it have to do with that
例
journey you
の
mentioned?
旅
さすがはデュラ
Sharp
ン
as
ダル
always,
頭の
Durandal.
回転が早い
That's
ね
right. I've already made all the necessary
す
preparations.
べて用意
I
で
just
きた
need
ん
a
だ
little help from you and
あ
Rita.
とは君ああそうだ普及なる刃の他のメンバーたち
Right.
そこに
Other
残って
members of
テ
the
レサに
Immortal
協力す
Blades,
るといいよ
you can stay there and continue to assist my granddaughter.
何しろ彼女は
You'll be
もうす
taking
ぐ
over the
天
Shixel
命の大
Overseer
司教
position
になるん
shortly
だ
after all, and it'll be great if
早め
everyone
に
gets
業務
familiar
に
with the
慣れ
work
てもら
ahead
う
of
のも
time.
悪くないそういえばそ
How
こ
to
にい
put
る
this?
大半の人
For the
にと
vast
っては
majority of you,
こ
this
れ
is the
が
last
最後
time
の
you'll
会
hear
話
from
にな
me.
りそうだ
I'll be hitting the road
僕はも
soon.
うベルトもそこにいるのかい
Is Mr. Welt also on the
すまない
line?
ね
I'm really sorry that I
僕の
didn't
せい
let
で
you guys
君た
enjoy
ちは
Thanksgiving that year
楽
in
し
New
い
York.
感謝祭ここ数年ずっと君
All
に
these
謝り
years
た
I
かっ
wanted
た
to
んだ
apologize to you. I've even wanted to kneel down at the monument and weep to express my
例え
regrets.
ばしかしもう
But
何
after all
年
these
も前のこ
years,
とだし
I'm guessing you don't want me to do
君だって
anything
そんな
pretentious
嘘
like
くさ
that.
い
それが旅立つ前に俺に話したかっ
What
た
you
こと
wanted
か
to say before you hit the road.
他に話すべきこ
What
とが
else
あ
should
る
I
とでも
say? To give another example, do you think K43 also wants me to
今の君
apologize?
たちは完璧なヒーロー
Since
さ
you were also flawless and
い
heroic,
ちいち
I
ケチ
didn't
臭い
think you'd be
話は
so
しない
petty.
だろ
主教様その話に
Overseer,
問題がある
let's
か
not
どうかは
discuss
さておき
whether there's a problem with what you said.
空の律者
Hush of the Void? No. Hush
深
of
淵の
Flame
律者
Scion.
には
She has
き
a
ちんと
name,
した K423
and it isn't K423. It's Kiana Kazlana.
いいだろ
Okay.
Kiana
Kiana
Kazlana.
Kazlana. That's fine. After all, the real owner of that name became like that
う。
10 years
その
ago.
名前の本当の持ち主は
That's a way to say
10年前にあん
presumably
な風に
died.
なっ
Allegedly
て
died.
るさ。何か言いた
Teresa,
いことがあるみ
seems
たい
like
だ
you
ね
want to say something.
おじい様
You,
いいんだってさ。
you're an asshole.
無理して話さなくてもい
Don't
い。
worry, Teresa. You don't have to say it if you
君のお
don't
じい
want.
様は
Your grandpa's done a lot of things that don't make sense. He
その
knows as
点君
well.
たちにはま
You
だま
might
だ
find that
衝
some
撃的
shocking
なこと
things will
が
happen
次
soon.
から次へその時感情をおじい様に
When
費
they
やすべき
happen,
ではない
you'll
と
probably think your grandpa is not someone who worth remembering. Just remember that the positives and negatives are both important.
どういう意味
What do you mean?
あなた
What
の
did
旅は
Jenny bring about?
一体何
すぐにわかるよ
You'll
だか
know
ら
soon
説明
enough,
は割愛さ
so
せ
I
て
don't
も
need
ら
to
う
explain here. But
安
don't
心して
worry,
くれ
those events will
君
not
を危
pose
険
any
にさら
threat
す
to
ような
you.
ことはデュランダルリタ
Durandal, Rita, come to the morning glow overlook on Casalana Street to give me a
最
report.
後の仕事を
I
全
need you
う
to
し
take
ても
one
らう
final shift.
他のみんなとは
To the rest of
こ
you,
れでお別
I
れさ
bid you farewell. The blonde-haired overseer promptly cut off the communication link, leaving everyone speechless.
何よあいつ
That despicable old
本当
fool.
に人
Can you
間
talk
が
like
言
a
うことか
normal person?
ボサー
If
タが
Moped
私
hadn't
の口を
covered
塞
my
いでな
mouth,
かった
I would
ら
have given him a piece
と
of
っ
my
くに罵
mind.
倒してやってたわ
I again say, as much as I don't want Star Rail to become HI3 2, I desperately want Tesla and Einstein to show up because I need Welt shenanigans with both families. Become like that kind of sounds like they either didn't actually die. I know she didn't die. Like, I don't know it, but... So, okay. For, again, anybody that hasn't been here and doesn't know, allegedly, the original Kiana Kazlana died, I believe when Siegfried was trying to escape. I think there was a time period where Siegfried, Kiana, and 423, like, were together, but then something happened that, original Kiana, quote-unquote, died. But, the more I long ago said that I think that Durandal was original Kiana, and I thought that she knew that she was original Kiana, but we know that Durandal's backstory is that she had amnesia and was found by and raised in an orphanage. I'm just like, the more things go on, I'm certain that Durandal is original Kiana Kazana. And it's building up to showing that. It has to be building up to telling me that. Because it keeps dropping little things that, because I have this theory, again, it's confirmation bias, but it keeps throwing things at me that with this knowledge, it's so obvious that that's what they're going for. If that's not what they're going for, and there is some bigger, better twist, I will also be blown away by that. I also wouldn't be surprised. It is HI3. They have good twists and red herrings. But, like, everything's lining up in my mind to that. But I do think that Otto also thinks that original Kiana's dead. Like, that one's hard, because it's Otto. So I totally would believe that he does know that Durandal is Kiana, and that's why he has as much interest in her as he does. But I also could believe that he doesn't know and believes, the backstory that everyone else believes. I don't know, we'll see hopefully soon. But again, I want Tesla and Einstein on the Express goobering around with the Express crew. Welt's headaches will increase exponentially. Tesla, he used those excuses to provoke us. But if he is really gonna walk away like this, why would he want to provoke us?
つまり
So
僕
you're
たちに
saying that he
何か
might
して
have
ほ
some
しいから
plans for us.
その視点で考えれ
That
ば
would explain that
確
disgraceful
かに
speech
つ
of
じ
his
つまがある
today.
と思います
But
私たちを
what does he
彼の
gain by
周りにいる
provoking
人た
us,
ちを怒ら
and
せ
even
て
provoking those
一
around
体
him?
何のメリットがある
How
の
does
で
it
しょう
help him achieve his goals?
彼の目的も
哲学的に
And the
疑わ
goals
ざ
that
る
he
を得な
claims to
い。
have also raise some doubts.
もし
If he really
彼
just
が
wants to go to a
パラレルワールド
parallel
に行って
universe to search for another
もう一人
colony,
のある意味では
then one would assume,
テレサ
and
さん
forgive me for this, Madam
失礼を
Teresa,
許してくれ。
that he would be satisfied with
彼
successfully
が
cloning
カレ
Colin.
ンの
This
ク
is
ロー
what
ンを
I'm
作り出
saying.
した時点で
This is what I've been
満足できてい
saying.
たはずだ。
If he was just happy with getting a different world's Colin, or like something like that, he would have been fine with especially Amber being a successful clone that loves him, but just isn't the same personality. But no, he's looking for his Colin, not just any Colin, because he could have quote-unquote any Colin. He's successfully cloned her at least 2 times. But it's not the soul, it's not the memories, it's not the mind and experiences that make it his Colin. Because Einstein's totally right. This is what I was saying before. If he was satisfied with going to find an alternate Colin, he would be fine. He would be satisfied with the cloning.
ああ、それならわざとこの世
And
界
he
を
wouldn't
出る
even need
必
to
要も
leave
ない
this
しな。
world.
だから長光が話した
So keep in mind what Nagamitsu said. The free will is unchanging, and there was only one choice that was made. It seems she was suggesting a
何らかの相対
contradiction.
性のヒント。
長光がまだここにいたなら彼女の
If
考えを
Nagamitsu
聞
is
け
still
たの
here,
に
we could ask for her opinion. After all, she participated in a lot of spatial
天
experiments for
命の
Shixel.
空間時
司教様は本気で
She believes that Overseer would use the second divine key to
こ
leave
の世
this
界を
world.
離れようとして
We
い
all
る。
thought that, just as Otto said. It wouldn't impact us in any way. But
ですが相手はあの大主教様です。
you see, Overseer, maybe technical staff believe he doesn't lie, but I'm afraid that's not
皆様も
necessarily
そ
the
うだとは
case.
限りません。空の律者の覚醒事件。
Maybe we can learn something from the awakening of the Herrscher of the Void.
じゃあ
So,
あんたたち
are you guys really going to obey his orders and go report to
言わ
him?
れたわ
We'll just have to see what
行っ
happens.
てみるしか罠かもしれないぞ。
Maybe it's a trap.
だが彼の目的を把握しなければ、
If we don't go
俺
see
たち
for
は潜在
ourselves,
的なリスクを
we
止
may
める
be
ことができない。
susceptible to hidden threats.
一つだけご安心ください。
Everyone, calm down.
今の大主
Overseer
教
doesn't
様は
represent the
天然
entire
組織
Shixel
の全てを
organization
代表
anymore.
している彼が辞任を発表した
From the
時か
moment
ら
he announced his
私たちはテ
resignation,
レサ様の
Madame
立場も
Teresa's
考え
position
なけれ
also
ばなり
needs
ま
to
せ
be
んから
taken into consideration.
ええ
Yes.
少なく
At
とも
least I can
気になる
guarantee that the
刃は
immortal blades won't regard you as enemies
君
again.
は
君たちも気をつけてくれ。
But you guys need to
オ
be
ットーに
careful as
役に
well.
立たないと判
As
断
soon
さ
as
れて
Otto
しまうと
discovers that he can't
ひどいこと
manipulate
をされ
and
る可能性
manipulate
があ
you
る。
anymore. He may do something cruel.
それは
You're talking about
リアーナ
Rihanna,
さん
right?
その名前を知っているのか。
You know that name?
ええ
Yes. I have a friend who told me your story.
彼女の
I knew
話
she
を
once
教えて
wielded
く
a
れま
Abyss
した。
flower, and I know the
彼
basics
女
of
は
her
黒煙白化のかつ
relationship
て
with
の所有者。
anti-entropy.
そして
I mean, people who are shady
彼女
but
と
don't
ネゲント
lie
ロピ
can
ーの
just
関
omit
係
or
も
imply information, and people
大体
usually
知ってい
just
ます。
fill in the gaps with what they want to believe anyway. Yeah. Otto is a really interesting case where the reason I like Otto is one, all the stuff with Colin. I've talked enough about that. But like, he really is he's the perfect position, I think, of like morally gray, because he genuinely is not good nor evil. He's also at the same time both selfish and selfless, because he's running really well, like Durandal said, an organization that protects billions of people. He is always doing something shady and is always moving ahead with things that are like his own personal goal, and he will put his personal goal above all else. But that doesn't preclude him from doing other good things. And I do totally believe what he said earlier, which was like, if it's not necessary, he doesn't want to kill people, but if it is, he's not opposed to doing that. He is just like the actual perfect argument of morally gray. Because he does both incredibly good things, he does incredibly bad things, he does bad things for good reasons, he does good things for bad reasons. He's extraordinarily complex, and he's really interesting. The fact they've kept him as consistent as they have I mean, part of it is he's always been a background character. This is the most focus we've got on him. But yeah, the fact that they've kept him as focused, as consistent as they had is kind of impressive, honestly. But yeah, the thing about Otto is Otto doesn't lie per se most of the time. He definitely doesn't give away all of the information that he has to almost literally anyone. I think Amber is the only one that might have anywhere near an idea of like the full scope of things. I think she has more of an idea than even Durandal or Rita, because Durandal especially is too much of a good person for Otto to tell everything to, and they have both said this in that Otto never told Durandal what was on the leaf that Sue gave to her to give to him. But he does absolutely lie. Like, he uses everything he can to stay in power. He manipulates information to make himself and Shixel seem like the good guys when they're not. The entirety of the end of the second eruption, basically, as the public and as people know, it is a lie. They don't even know about the nukes that he dropped. They just, like, the way they understand it is Cecilia died defeating the second Hersher. Otto, unless your goals actively align with his, you can never trust Otto. Not fully. And even then, it's questionable. But he's not out to destroy the world. He has more to gain by keeping the world alive. Now he's not as... The difference with him and Kevin is save the world at all costs, where Otto factors in costs. Kevin doesn't really seem to. Kevin is like, get rid of the Honkai. As long as humanity isn't extinct, whatever happens at the end of that is a win. Otto is much more interested in keeping civilization as it is, like, functioning. At least for now.
Rihanna
is a good person. When she and I worked together, it reminded me of the relationship between you and Rita. It was just at the time I didn't make friends easily, so I didn't get to know her that well. She's a warrior and a true Valkyrie. If you knew her, you should have known what kind of degenerate the Overseer is. I love how mean Tesla is, especially to Otto, just at all times. Overseer really went too far against that entropy. It was one of Shixel's darkest moments. Okay, how do you look at it? Those events in the past don't have much relevance to our situation now. Durandal, Rita. If you think going to meet up with my grandfather is the right choice, the High Priest won't stop you. But you must be careful. Yes, we'll be extremely cautious. It is the crafty auto-apocalypse, so everyone needs to be on guard and plan for the worst. Like, these are two of the people that actually legitimately, like, trust Otto the most in the world, and, like, he would also trust as much as Otto's able to. And even there, like, yeah, Otto's shady. Like, we and everyone else, like, needs to be on guard for it. Because we don't know what he's up to. I'll be on high alert. Let's hope for the best. You can do it. You're Shixel's strongest destined Valkyries. Thank you. I also believe in you, Hursher Flame Scion. Wait, where does it want me to go? Ah, that way. I don't know why, it makes me very happy that I can jump. Well, you're different. Oh, we gotta take the portal. Oh. How many times have I been here?
本人の道も一
Oh,
歩
well.
から
It's time for our obligatory fight.
殴れるものなら殴ってごらん。
やけどに注意ってね。はっはっはっ、私の番、文句はないよね。決戦の時が来た。はっはっ、全身全霊。
Okay, so when you dodge, it builds stuff like that.
はっはっ、天下準備。
But I don't think that's the same as the... I mean, that is just the hold I've been doing. Maybe I'm just stupid.
やっとやっやっ
Oh,
やっとはっ、審判の時は
well, this is something I hadn't done yet. Okay, so don't necessarily use Teresa right away. Because she builds up
殴れるも
stuff.
のなら殴ってごらん。弱すぎ。
烈焰粉塵。
Boom!
やっふんやっ、審判の時は来た。とやっ、全身全霊。やっはっはっ、
私が来ました。はって。
No, I'm not actually sure what had her build that stronger form.
飛べ。
Hi, Sushang.
私の番ですね。
Mistake,
Lisa.
you're here too.
あなたもここ。
やめてよ。
Oh, why not just call me by my name? Makes me nervous when you're overly polite like that. Li Sushang sized up Durandal and Rita's rather serious expressions. She realized that their understanding of the Raksha's plan was a bit
け
lacking.
ど、やっぱり
So,
司教はこの
Overseer
件
really
をあ
didn't
んた
tell
た
you
ちに
about
教え
it?
なかったの。
No wonder he wanted me to stay away from you all, you and the crew of
あんたた
Hyperion.
ちやは
大司教様は
It seems he wanted to keep it secret from us until the final moment. Huh. It seems like things have gotten a little more complicated than I imagined. All the S-rank Valkyries are gathered here
レ
now.
スキューバルキそれに昨日、
Just yesterday, he talked to me about all kinds of strange things.
虚数の木と
Like
か
the imaginary tree, high dimensional space, and direction,
廃校分解とか
directional fractures.
時間と関係があるみた
Seems
い。
like his plan is also related to time. He probably made the bizarre events in the
彼
town
がわざ
possible
と引
himself.
き起こしたのか。
彼は
Did he
そ
tell
の
you
目
what he
的
did
を
all
あなたに
these?
教え
Oh,
それなら
I kind of knew from the
最初から知ってるよ。
beginning. I could say I felt it 500 years ago.
天命に聖女と呼ばれたバルキリー、カレンかスラナがいるんでしょ。
The once had a Valkyrie worshipped as the
あんた
holy
たちも
maid,
知っ
right?
ていると思う
Calling
けど、
Kazlana, the
彼女は
overseer's
ラス
childhood sweetheart. Li Sushang paused for a few moments.
なんと言うべきかな。彼のあの人に対する思いは、
How can I
私が
put
寂
it?
しく感
The
じ
way
る
he
ほどの
missed
も
her
の
made her the way he missed her made even me feel
遠
lonesome.
い昔、
Long ago, in the desert, he'd sit there day and night alone. You should know how it
つ
feels.
まり
So
彼
you
は
think
本
he's
気だ
being
と思ってるんで
serious?
すか
He's setting up everything here to bring Colin Kazlana back to
カレン
life.
かすら
あんたたちにとって彼のやり方が冗談に見えるの。
Is it the way he expressed himself that makes you feel he's insincere? He's been dead serious about it all along.
それに、
And the reason
彼
why
が
he woke
私
me
を
up from
真
the deep
相究
slumber
明
was
から呼び
exactly
起こ
that.
したのも、
His plan is
その
under the
復
final
活計画
phase.
が最
リース将様
Honestly, are you saying that the fact
あ
that
な
the
たが
overseer
大司教
awakened
様
you
により
indicates
500年前の聖
he
女
found a
様を
reliable way
生
to
き返らせる
revive
自信
the
が
holy maid
十
who
分にあ
died
るのでしょう
500 years ago.
うん。
Yeah. After all, that's what he
だっ
promised
てこ
me.
れは
約束
あんたたちも知ってると思うけど、
You know, I was badly wounded in an event 500 years ago, and my wounds were almost impossible to heal back then.
だから羅刹
The
時
overseer put me to sleep so that he could have more time to
私を
figure out how
治
to
す
heal
方法を
me.
見つけるまで、私を真相究明に
But he
入らせた。
he doesn't call him like frozen up, does he? I can't imagine he would be as desperate as he'd seem if that's the case.
他のことはさておき、この
Putting
件につ
everything he
いて
did
は
aside. She was
彼
also
は
still
紛れも
alive,
なく
Colin
私
wasn't.
の命の恩人だから。
Putting everything he did aside, he saved my life, and that's a fact.
500年前、
Before I went to sleep, when he asked me when I wished to be
すぐ
woken up,
私は彼に対す
out
る
of curiosity, I didn't say when humanity had conquered Honkai. Instead, I chose me and fulfilled his wish.
その時の私は
Back then, I did
確
wish
か
to
に
see
彼
his
が夢
dream
を
come
叶え
true
る
with
瞬
my
間
own
を見
eyes.
届けたかった。
つまり
But
今の
just
大
to
司教
say,
様は
the overseer is very confident now about realizing his lifelong dream. Just to be absolutely sure, Rita changed her wording and asked the question
そう
again.
だと思うよ。
I guess. And people probably would get hurt for it. Just like what happened with the Herrscher of the Void.
彼を止めるつも
Are
り
you
は
going to stop him?
ないよ。
No.
残念ながら。
Sorry, but I can't
命
break
の
my
恩人に
promise to
対す
him.
る約束をそれに。
Besides, he kept his word. He could have left me alone and kept me asleep forever.
けど、
But then again, if you wish to stop him, I won't stand in your way either. That's not my business.
つまり
Are you saying you will stay neutral no matter what happens later?
あ、そうでも
Not
ないよ。
necessarily. I'd fight for him once, just once. And after that, we're even.
ですがその時は
But
まだ
you'd still be a
あな
Shixel
たは天
Valkyrie,
命のバ
Miss
ルキ
Lee.
リーです。
You're right. By that time, I'd help you clean up the mess left by him if I can. He surely will leave a big mess behind, won't he?
去年
After the experiment on the Herrscher of the Void, it took us 3 months to deal with minor Honkai events across the globe.
空の律者の復活は
Yes, her awakening was inevitable.
その全ての
But
始
we're
まり
also
は
clear
主教
that
様の
everything
計画
started with
に
the
あって
Overseer's plan and the fact that he needed her power.
そんなことは二度と
You
起きて
don't
ほ
want the
しくな
same
い。
thing to happen again, right?
もちろんです。
Of course, the mission of Shixel is to wipe out Honkai, and none of us has forgotten
崩
that.
壊を倒すために
Perhaps we need to study Honkai before we can destroy it. But we're Shixel, not anti-entropy or the world
進
serpent.
歩のために
We can never turn a blind eye to the cost of this so-called progress. I believe you're sincere in not using this as a pretty
きっとあん
excuse.
たとあんたの
I believe from your perspective,
それ
this is
はあん
proof
た
that
が
you're
あん
you.
たであることけど、
But every individual has a free soul, and for the others, their proof might be drastically
他
different.
の人とこの時代のことは数
I've only known this
知らない
world
け
for a
ど
few months, but it's long enough for me to learn you can both be alike and different. Perhaps it's exactly the differences in ideas that created such a diverse, cruel, yet beautiful world.
とにかく
Anyway, I'm in no position to stand in your way, but you shouldn't expect my resolve to be swayed either.
そういう決心が
As long as this resolve brings competition and trial, instead of hatred and destruction, it wouldn't be so bad, right?
そうか
I guess. Men are born to be different, and we can't ask anyone to think and act the same.
それに
Besides, there isn't a single standard for judging what's right
どん
and
な人
wrong.
が
だから
There's some
自分自身の価
level
値
where
観を
that's
守れば
not
いいと
true, but guess I
あなたは
mostly
そう思って
agree.
るんですね。
So you believe it's best for everyone to stick to their values? My master used to say, if everyone was the same, why would we need to learn martial
みん
arts?
なが同じことを考えているなら武術はいらないでしょ
Guess?
世界はそういった摩擦とぶつかり
The
合いの
world
中で
moves
前
around
進
through
し続け
clashes and collisions among
私たちを
individuals.
作ったんだ
In return, it shapes us into who we are.
師匠はね
Those who do not adhere to the principles are worthy in my
こだわり
master's
がないや
eyes.
つは眼中にけど師匠だって特例かも
But she seems to be an exception herself. No adherence is her adherence.
つまり
Anyway,
私が主教
if I
様の
wish to
計
get
画
to the
の
bottom
こ
of
と
the
を根掘
Overseer's
り葉掘り
plan,
聞いても
you won't stop me, right?
その通り
No, I won't. Even though I did wish to see his dream come true 500
彼
years
らの
ago.
目をそれとこれとは
But that's no reason for me to get between you.
もちろん
Of course, if you've made up your mind, you should be prepared.
だって
After all, no matter what his plan entails, it represents the sum of all his obsessions over the past
彼の
500
500
years.
年間の執念だから
I am having a wonderful stream today. HI3 streams are always good. Hello, Shamanic Wolf. How are you on this day?
心得ています。
I know.
さて
Alright, that's everything I have to say. Let's go and find him.
あの人が私たちに何
After
を
all,
してほし
we
いか
don't know what arrangements he has
私
for
たち
us,
はまだ知らない
right?
せっかくの休憩時間ですから先人の知恵を教えてあげます
Oh. But Nagamitsu? No, it's too strong. I'm stupid.
私の
Hello, Otto. What are we
いや
doing?
親愛なる S 級バルキリーた
Greetings,
ち
my DS rank Valkyries.
おや全員
well,
沈黙す
silent.
るのかい
Alright, maybe you're indeed speechless to my hologram.
このだがも
But in case something I did recently rattled you, permit me then to
何
apologize.
しろこの世界を出ていく者
After
とし
all,
て
as someone who's about to
僕
leave
の
this
表
world, I
現
may
力は
appear
確か
overly
に過剰
dramatic.
だとすまない僕のバルキリーた
Sorry,
ち
my Valkyries. Please forgive my last mischief.
主教様は本当に別の世界に行くんで
They're
すね。
indeed heading to another world. Please allow me to
では
ask,
その代価は
what's
何
the
ですか
price?
おや大
Ah, the price. Yes, everything comes with a price, but I'd like to correct a small error first.
確かに僕はこの世
I'm
界を
leaving
出
this
ている
world,
が
but strictly speaking, I'm not going to another.
僕の終点
My
は
destination is the other side of the world, where different worlds border and where time can be redefined. They keep using this term, other side of the world, but I don't actually know what it means. I thought it like had to do with the Sea of Quanta for a while, but that doesn't seem true.
もっとわかりやすい言い方はない
Can
の
you speak common language? I had no idea what you intended to do the last time you told me.
いいだろう。例を
Oh,
挙げよう
right. An analog, perhaps. Say we're walking on a
砂浜を
beach.
僕たちが砂浜を歩
We
く
leave a
と
trail of
足跡を
footprints
残
which
すだろう
remind us of where we came and how
振り向
far
いて
we've
足跡を
covered.
見ると砂浜に残った
But
足跡
compared
は
to
分
the
かりやすい
footprints on
が
the beach, there are other
別
things
の
less
状況だ
distinguishable.
とそれは分岐点だらけの庭を
Imagine
想
a
像してみ
garden
よ
with many
う
trails.
その庭にある道
Every
は
trail branches
異
out
なる
into new
分
and
岐点から
smaller
伸びてきて
trails.
ま
When
た
you
それ
turn
ぞれ
back, you
新しい
see all
分
your
岐点に
footprints
伸びて
wiped out.
そういう庭を思い
Now
浮
that
かべ
we've
てくれた
envisioned
か
such a
な
garden, we can allow it to
それを
represent
最
something
も
more
抽象
abstract.
的な概念
Time.
時間だと思ってくれ
Every trail branches out. Right, okay.
時間の庭には
In the
様
garden
々
of
な分岐点
time,
があり
branched out trails lead to infinite futures. And when we consider all the trails
それらのそ
collectively,
れが
we'd realize it's a tree that grows and expands forever. Its roots and crown.
その木は僕た
The
ちが
tree
直
doesn't
接
exist
触れ
in
られ
any
る次
dimension
元
we
には
can get
存
in
在
touch
しない
directly. Hence we call it
虚数の
the
木と
imaginary tree.
先行者はかつてこう
The
言いました
pioneers once told me
虚数
there
の
were
木に
numerous
は
parallel universes on the tree from which numerous me's can be
そ
observed.
の通りだ
Indeed, but the tree functions in a way far more complicated than
パ
parallel
ラレル先ほ
universes.
ど僕が言った
Remember what I
時
said?
間は虚数の
Time
木で
branches
分
out
岐
from
す
the
るという
imaginary
話
tree.
はまだ
If we
覚え
put
てい
this
るか
fact in
こう
perspective,
気づくはずさ
we'd realize if we can somehow find a way to move freely on the tree, we can make time flow backwards. So yeah, going back to what I said earlier, like if you were able to move on a fourth dimensional axis, you can move through time the same way you move through space. I don't know if that's actually what he's saying, but like theoretically, yes, that is totally possible. But in reality, we've never
現
heard
実
time
で
to
は
be
時
made
間
to
を
flow
逆流さ
backwards.
せるなんて
当然さ難しいからだ
Sure, because it is
虚数
difficult.
の木と量子
You've
の
heard the
海の競
competition-
争関係について聞いたこ
You've
とは
heard
あ
the
るだろ
competition
う
between the imaginary tree and the Sea of Quanta, right?
そういう競争関
The
係があ
competition
るからこ
defines
そ
the direction of
時間
time
の方
flow,
向が
which
定
is
義
the
されてい
fundamental
るんだ
difference between time and other
そ
dimensions.
して時間は
時間の方向に逆ら
If
うこ
time
とが
cannot be
できない
turned
なら
back, how can you make it flow the other way around?
時間を逆流
I
させる
can't.
方法は
No
ない
one
さ
can.
だが
But
別
from
の
another
角度から
angle,
考え
time
る
is but the direction of growth to the imaginary tree, nothing more. Shamanic is
それ以外他の意味などないんだ
Congratulations on being first shamanic.
だから虚数の木自体を操る
If
こ
we
と
can
ができれ
manipulate
ば
the tree itself,
世
it
界
won't be
の
hard to
成
choose
長
the
点を再
location
選
where the
択する
world
ことも
goes.
難しいこ
Well,
とじゃ
yeah,
ない
if you can actually manipulate the imaginary tree, in theory, you could do anything. To any bubble, to any universe, to any bubble universe, to any timeline.
それは
I guess maybe not bubble universes that are
どういう
just
意味
floating in the
ですか？
Sea of Quanta, but right.
時間を操るのではなく
What do you mean? Instead of controlling time, you want to control the world?
僕たちが今時間の
The
流れを
reason
感
why
じて
we
き
can
てい
sense
る
the
の
flow
は
of time is that our
僕
growth
た
is
ち
in
と虚
accordance
数
with
の
that of
木
the
の成
imaginary
長が
tree.
一致して逆に言えば
Hydrate.
もし虚数の木の成長点を500年前に戻すことができるのなら
On the other hand, if we somehow manage to turn back the growth point of the imaginary tree to 500 years ago,
500年前の世
this way
界
the
が
worlds from 500 years ago can give up on our
すでに歴史となった未来を捨てる
This
こ
way,
と
the
ができ
worlds
る
from 500 years ago can give up our present moment and the future that has turned history. So is he saying, I mean, is he just saying that if he accesses, like, the point of the tree at that moment, he can make two different timelines? Can give up our present moment and the future that has turned history. Or, wait. No, maybe give up is like literally he's saying he'll change it. I'm not sure on the wording here. What
そ
he's
れ
saying.
自身の時間を原点にして
And begin to evolve again based on its own time.
捨てる
Give up. Evolve again. Then what will happen to our worlds?
どうもこうもならないさ
Speaking from the result, the effect is mutual. It will still exist, no environment will remain the same. That contradicts my common sense. No, he's saying he'll create... He's creating a new... He's either creating a new timeline or he's basically like merging the two.
当然さ。
Of course, there's a price to pay, but that doesn't concern you in any way. No, but tell me what it is. I mean, sure, it's something we need to hear, but... Alright, so much about explanation. Now I require all of you to perform some simple duties. I need you to guard the area between Morning Glow Overlook and Danny Trail, keeping everyone out, including Teresa. Why? I need to do something very delicate to the imaginary tree. You know how easily I am misunderstood, so I don't want any disturbance while I'm at it. But... Lee Sushang, you'll cover the Morning Glow Outlook and the Sharik Bridge. Rita Rose Weiss, you'll cover the Holy Maid Square, the Alp Street, and the Danny Trail. I'd help you if necessary. Durandal, you stay mobile and get ready for any uncertainty. Also, by not putting Durandal in any specific place, he's sabotaging her ability to sabotage him. The former Shixel Overseer cut off communication currently, regardless of Durandal's questions. On the one hand, he did need more time to finish a crucial step in his plan. On the other hand, he was also waiting for an opportunity, one that would minimize the costs of his plan. So like that. And that remained elusive to the Shixel S-rank Valkyries yet. Okay, so... Otto's either waiting for something or setting up a series of events that will minimize the damage of whatever he's gonna do. It was best they were kept in the dark. Old friend unlocked in recollection. I should probably check out those recollections at some point. Oh! That works. Hey, can't see me. Am I a bird or am I a tree? I'll fly so high in the air. I'm a ninja, don't stare. Let me do the ninja glare. Oh! Well... It took about an hour before the data from the Hershey collision experiment was roughly processed. The imaginary singularity of the Hershey dominance does have a ring-shaped structure. A very small one, though. Nagamitsu predicted that due to the theory of domination, the singularity might have leaked to extra dimensions. Given the leakage, that still doesn't add up. Mophead, check the figures yourself. By Planck lengths, the ring's diameter is measured in 10 orders of magnitude. Confidence interval 4 standard deviations. Huh? 10 orders of magnitude? Yeah, even the first Hershey singularity, which is only the size of a nucleus, is measured in 20 orders of magnitude. The disparity is in 12 orders of... 10 orders... I don't know where I got 12. Is in 10 orders of magnitude, which is 10 billion fold. No level of leakage can accomplish as a result, unless Hershey power is only effective in extra dimensions. I mean, that would make sense with the Hershey of dominance, in like how most of what they did, they had to pull things into their dimension to actually do things. Otherwise, they were manipulating their hosts into doing stuff. Only effective in extra dimensions. But how is that possible? It can at least control the puppet strings and infuse the puppets with a portion of its power. Dr. Tessa, has it ever occurred to you that... What is it? Don't get me hanging in the air. Before we ran the collision experiment, the Hershey of Dominance's power might have collapsed into extra dimensions. I mean, someone might have meddled with the Hershey power and rendered it only effective in extra dimensions. So yeah, Otto did something to the core. And there's only one person capable of that. Damn it, he played us again. Inform Teresa and let her know Otto has stolen the Hershey of Dominance's power. It's all messed up. 8:30, Saturday, October 14th, 2017. For the first time, the Hyperion crew realized the real danger in their trip to Shixel. Oh no. Are there 1,000 autos?
劇作家曰く
The playwright wrote,
悪で始まったことはさらなる悪で強くなるのだ。
Things bad begun make strong themselves by ill? The fuck does that mean?
小説家曰く
The writer wrote, a person doesn't die when he should, but when he
死ね
can.
るとしかし詩人は
But the poet
オ
wrote,
ジマンディアスは
round the
何も
decay of
残って
that
いない。
colossal wreck, boundless
巨大
and
な遺
bare,
跡の周り
the
には
lone and level
果
sand
てし
stretched
ない
far
砂漠
away.
が
ローデット
1835, Saturday, October 14th, 2017. Aboard aerial battleship Hyperion.
一時の
Warning,
方向に謎の
abnormal
反応を
readings
検出
detected at
100以上の不明生命体だと考えられます
estimated over 100 known life
報告
forms.
です観
Or I guess
測
that's
目標の
1
赤
o'clock.
外線データが天命の
Warning,
死去
all infrared
オット
readings from
アポカリ
target
プスと一致す
organisms
る
in
こと
the
が判
system
明
of
しました
Shixel Overseer Auto
報
Apocalypse.
告です
All engines have been started, awaiting
報告
orders.
です
Hyperion cannot fully charge, awaiting orders. Cannon fully charged, awaiting
レー
orders.
ダーチーム
Radar team, comms team, please continue to monitor the situation. Engine team and weapons team, please stand by and be prepared for combat at any time.
ハイペリオンがいつでも作戦を開始可能な状態にキープして
Otto gave the core to them, but the power of the Hersher of domination, or one of it, was like being able to use other Hersher powers without the actual core. I'm wondering if Otto made himself the Hersher of domination here and separated the power from its core? Because otherwise, like, he's using the power of the Hersher of dominance. I don't understand how. Because either he's using the power without the core, or he's extracted the power from the core. Sorry, I should say, either he is now the Hersher of dominance and he's using the power without the core, or he has just somehow extracted the power of the core without becoming the Hersher.
テレサさん
Ma'am Teresa, we've received a signal from an unknown external source.
つなぎましょう
Established contact. Has expecting this.
プロトコルを確認した。
Oh, he's got the fucking mask. Like instead of being a doll head, it's a masquerade mask. Protocol confirmed. Broadcast initiated.
カロスタン町にいる天命
All Shixel and non-Shixel personnel deployed to Colston. Please remain in place and stand by until further notice. Auto Cyborg.
勝手に持ち場を離れた場合、何
If
があ
you
っても
leave
自
your
己
current
責任
position
とな
without
る
permission, you'll be responsible for the consequences.
これは
Is that
オットーの
an
クローン
Auto clone? They operate like
彼ら
robots.
は
くぐつみんなの時間を無駄にしないでちょうだい
Please don't waste everyone's
本
time.
物のオットア
Puppet.
ポカリプスと
I want to communicate with the real Auto Apocalypse. That's not the
不
right
正
thing
な
for.
処理。プロトコ
Illegal
ルが存
request.
在しない。
Protocol does not exist.
初期プロトコルに戻
Returning to initial protocol. Continuing broadcast.
カロスタン町にいる天
All
命
Shixel and non-Shixel personnel deployed to Colston. Please remain in place and stand by until further notice.
持ち場を離れた場合
If you leave your current position without permission, you'll be responsible for the consequences.
何
So what? Your plot was exposed, so you hide somewhere and close the door on us?
彼が自分の意見を
He
押し通
usually
す
does
時に
stuff
よ
like
く
this
使
when
う
he's
手
up
口
to
です
something. He finds a way to
他の
delay
人を
us
盾
until
に
it's
して
too
時
late to
間を
stop
稼
him.
ぐ
くそあいつは私たちを騙して
Disgusting.
支配
He stole the power of the Headship dominance right in front of
っていう
us.
のに
What's that rascal planning now?
わからない
I don't know. But to be safe, we'd better head out and
すぐにでも
we'd better head out
出
immediately and
彼を
find
見
him
つけ出さないと
ourselves.
不可の言った通り
Just as Fuha said, if we delay now, we'll be doing exactly what he wants us to do.
おやいい分析だねテ
Wow,
レサ
nice analysis, my
ど
dear
うやら僕
granddaughter.
の元から離れ
Seems
て
like
い
you've
た
matured a
間
lot while you were away. What?
になんだい
What?
自
You're
由に切り
surprised
替え
at
ら
the
れる
switch
ことに驚いて
transmissions?
いるのかい
I'd at least think those two
少
anti-entropy
なくと
doctors
も
wouldn't be
メガン何
surprised.
しろ
After
君
all,
たちは60
you
年
saw
以上
before
前
60
に
years ago,
すで
didn't you?
に
Karen is great.
おやおやそんなに怒らなくて
Don't
もいい
get
だろ
angry,
う
Dr.
テスラ
Teresa.
博士
Or Dr. Tesla. Boy.
これから僕がしようとし
What
て
I'm
いる
going
こ
to do
と
next will
は
be extremely
君たちに
beneficial
と
to
っても
all
メ
of
リッ
you.
ト
メリット
Beneficial? Alright, I can't wait to hear what overconfident nonsense you have to say.
独りよがり
Overconfident? Indeed, when it comes to this, there may be no one more confident than
僕
myself.
以上に諸君
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate the future of humanity.
結果として
To achieve this goal, I will sacrifice myself. On the imaginary tree, I strove to give humanity another 500 years, to give you enough time to stop
人類のた
Honkai.
めに崩壊に抗う時間を手に入れるんだ
What does that mean? Strove to give humanity another 500 years, to give you enough time to stop Honkai. Is he, like... It being 500 is what's tripping me up here. I think what he's actually planning to do is merge the present with the past so that, okay, it's like Dino Crisis of all fucking things. He's bringing the present into the past. And I think he's gonna do it on a global scale rather than like a citywide scale like in Dino Crisis. He's literally going to like take everything now, loop time, and connect it to 500 years ago, so that 500 years ago is also the present, which would let him change the past without changing the future. I can't believe, of all things, it is Dino Crisis that makes me understand what he's doing, if that is the case. Huh? Because otherwise, it being 500 years is weird otherwise. That it lines up with the, like, how long ago, Colin died. Because if that is what he's doing, it makes, technically, while the present is still happening, it is happening 500 years ago, so the Hershers still have another 500 years to activate. So we would have 500 more years to be able until like the final Hersher arrives.
500年
500 years?
おや僕
Oh,
の
it looks
可
like
愛
my
い
dear
孫娘は
granddaughter
も
has
う気づ
realized
いたみたい
something.
だその通り
Yes, in my overconfident view, these 500 years are nothing more than a
この
byproduct.
500年は言っただろ
I remember that I said not long ago, I will soon set off on the last part of my journey to the other side of the world to seek the soul existence.
僕は時間の枝から
I will
この
erase
500
500 years
年の
of
歴史
history
を
from
抹
this
消し
time branch and return the world to a state in which Colin Castellana was still
彼の生きてい
alive.
た頃の状態もちろん
Of course, there's no need to worry that your own existence will be erased. All of you who have come to Colston today, no matter what position you hold, Otto Apocalypse. Oh no! It is literally Dino Crisis! It's not the whole world, it's just here. It's localized to this area.
そして過去に戻った君たち
And
は
once you're in the past, you'll certainly be able to help the Holy Maid and realize her ideals. This is why he brought all of Shixel here and all of Anti-Entropy here. This also... The only person, I mean, technically this screws over the whole world, because like everyone outside of this area is going to get erased, but the only major faction this screws over is Kevin. He brought Anti-Entropy here because he does actually still respect them because they're part of the present and they're fighting to do this, and it keeps Kiana alive. But because one of the things that was said earlier was we want the people of the present to determine the future, not the previous era. This is achieving his goal, giving humanity more time, and screwing over Kevin all at the same time. This is incredible, actually.
ちょっと
I still can't
天命の
believe
司
this
教
is
は
fucking
いよい
Dino
よ頭がお
Crisis.
かしくなったの？一
Hey,
体何の
has the
話
Shixel
を
Overseer
してる
finally
の？
lost his mind? What are you battling about? God, what is it called? The time skew?
時間を
Space-time
逆流させ
skew?
る？具体的な技術の話は
Time
さておき
reversal? Putting aside questions of how it could be technically done, do you think we don't know how much energy it would theoretically require?
もし
What if I told you I'd reached an agreement with the entity known as the Will of the
協定を結ん
Honkai?
だと言ったら
I would call you a liar?
もし僕が支払った代価が
What if I said the cost could be time flowing through the imaginary tree or the present
現
itself?
在だと言ったらそれに
If you don't believe I have such an agreement, just patiently wait for 12 hours in the Hyperion and you'll see what happens.
その言葉
It sounds like you're giving us one last opportunity to challenge you in the final 12 hours.
おや
Oh,
さすがだね
typical Dr.
アインシュタイン
Einstein.
博士
You can really keep a cool
誰よ
head.
その通り
That's right.
君たちには
I'm
チャン
willing
ス
to
を
give
与
you
え
all an opportunity. If you don't approve of my methods, then come to the church we were at
教会
before
堂に来て
and beat me
僕
into
を倒せばい
submission.
いもちろんその場合
Of course, under these
僕の忠
circumstances,
実なる
my
部下
loyal
も
subordinates
こ
will
の
be in
町を
town
鎮
trying
圧
to
し
stop
諸
you.
君らを僕個人として
From my
は
own perspective, I don't wish for any of you to see combat.
つまり君
You're
は僕たちを
simultaneously
挑発し
provoking
なが
us
らも
while hoping that we
僕
hold
たちが
back.
動き出すことは
Why?
望
博士は僕の言葉からヒ
Ah,
ントを見
it
つけ
seems
たよ
you're
うだ
desperate
ね
to find flaws in what I'm saying, Doctor.
よくない
That's
それ
no
は
good.
君たちが知るべき
All you need
話
to
は
know
これ
is
だ
that if I
けだ
succeed, the world will have an extra 500 years with which to defend against
そ
Honkai.
の代価は
And the
これだ
cost
け
is
だ
nothing more than letting ordinary people, aside from those of you present here, revert to the state they were in before they were born.
まだ誕生
He's
し
not
てい
even
ない
necessarily
状態
saying
に
that they
戻る
won't be born or that they won't exist, but yeah, like, it's undoing history. So technically there's a chance they will be and they won't be
この
born.
通信自体
As
僕
for
が
this
与え
message
たチャン
itself,
スだと思ってくれ
you should understand it as me giving you all an opportunity for a fair fight.
あんた
You,
分かったわ
I get it.
お望み通りに
He'll give you the
本気で
fight you
あな
asked
たを
for.
倒すわ
いい
Good,
ぞ
good.
さ
That
す
is
が僕
truly
の可愛
excellent,
い
my dear
孫だ
granddaughter. Your reaction's
予想
even
以上
better
の
than I
反応を見
anticipated.
せてくれるとは
Why is he telling them this? Why is he giving them this opportunity? Because Otto does not take risks that are not worth it. I feel like whatever he's doing requires, like, these fights to happen.
だから去年と
Why
同
don't
じ
you
よ
do
うに
what you did last year and
本
take
気になっ
action,
て行動す
Teresa?
るがいい正537
I'll be
教
waiting
会
for you
場で待ってい
patiently
るぞ
at Sage 537 Church.
では
Goodbye. The former overseer was back to his old tricks. Once again, as soon as he had conveyed his intentions, he cut off communication. Erasing time and history, reaching an agreement with the will of the Honkai, giving 12 final hours, it was all more than anyone imagined.
アインシュタイン博士
I want to confirm one thing, Dr. Einstein. Dr.
一
Tesla.
つ
どうぞ
What is it?
崩壊の意
The
志
will of the Honkai.
私たち
Do
は
we know anything
そう呼
about
ば
such
れ
an
る存
entity?
在のこと
残念ながら
Unfortunately, from a
技術面で言うと確か
technological
にそうなる
standpoint, we don't.
断りの律者の
However, the
は
Hershey of
ベル
Reason
トと
Corps
崩
blocked
壊の意志
communication
の
between
交流を
Melt and the will of the
阻み
Honkai,
彼を
allowing
人
him to
類のた
become
め
the
に
Hershey
戦
who
う
fights for
律者にしたん
humanity.
だけど逆に言えば
The downside is that Anti-Entropy lost the only opportunity to research the will of the
分
Honkai.
かったわ
I see.
つまり今の状況
That is to say, in our current situation, we'll have to take his word for
可
it.
能
そう考えてもらっても
That's
構
one
わ
way
ない
of putting it.
認めたくないけど
Although I don't want to
事
admit
実
it.
はその通
I'm
りかも
afraid
しれ
that's
な
the
い
truth.
くそ
Damn, we knew
あいつの
perfectly
言いなり
well
にな
that
る
he's
なん
leading
て
us
100だ
along.
わ戦場においては
Sometimes this
避けら
kind
れ
of
ない
thing
ことも
happens
あ
on the
る
battlefield.
この世界に
There's no
全て
commander
の
in the
時間に
planet who
おい
has the
て
ability to
全て
decide
の
the
戦
strategy
略
all
を
the
決められ
time.
る指揮官なんてい
Sometimes
ないわ
one gets forced into a
じゃあ
decisive
もう
battle.
行きましょう
Let's go.
みんなに集
We
合
can
する
order
ように
everyone to
伝えて
assemble on the way. At the
出
same
撃の
time, we
戦
can
術を
discuss
話し合いま
tactics.
しょう
After Hyperion was put on the highest level of alert, the previously quiet passageways were filled with tension and noise. But among all the clamor, the loudest noise was still Dr. Tesla's booming voice.
は
Oh, what?
力を分ける
Splitting our tubes? Doesn't that negate our advantage?
今回の敵はいつも
We'll be
と違う
facing strong enemies this time.
慎重に
We'll
相
have
手
to
の手
approach
札を確
cautiously
認
and
しな
assess
け
the
ればならない
situation. Hey, in my opinion, the reason the guy emphasized 12 hours is that he wants to delay us. We should concentrate all of our firepower in one area. Once preparation of the Hyperion are complete, let's take the shortest path, break through, and seize the church. I kind of agree with Tesla.
テスラ博士
This
これ
isn't
は
a
ボ
game,
ードゲー
Dr.
ムじゃな
Tesla.
いんだ
That might blow up the
そ
Shix's
の方
staff
法
who are
だ
still in
と
town.
街に残っている天命のスタッフを全員巻き込むことになる
You guys are too good for your own, like, benefit.
それに今のような
Besides, we still don't know what Otto has up his sleeve.
何も知らない状
Rashly
況で
jumping
そう
into
い
a
う
battle
決
might
戦
have
を仕
risks
掛
that
け
we
ると
can't even anticipate.
予知
は
Huh?
あいつは
Didn't he lose the
支
powers
配
of the
力
Hershey of
を盗んだだけじゃ
Dominance?
ない
If we beat the real Hershey of Dominance, how can he be afraid of a fake one?
今さら偽物が
How
怖い
can
なん
we
て
be
話
afraid
は
of a
ない
fake
でしょ
one?
忘れないでくれ
Don't forget Dr. Tesla. That man's name is Otto Apocalypse.
今まで僕たちが
He's
ど
made
れ
us
だけ
suffer
ひどい
more
目に遭っ
times
て
than
き
the
たか
beans you need to make a
君
strong
も知
cup
っ
of
ているは
coffee.
ずだ
テレサ、どう思う？
What do you think, Teresa?
ボスあたり
Don't pay too much
の考え
attention
は
to
気にしない
Mophead.
で。
You're the
あ
commander,
んた
so
が
the
作
tactical
戦計
decision
画
is
を決め
ultimately
る
up
し
to
テ
you.
スラ博士。
Dr. Tesla, I actually support
アイ
Dr.
ンシュタイ
Einstein's
ン博
idea.
士の
Oh.
今のところ
Currently,
私たち
we've
は
only detected the
玉
behavior
肌
of
での
those
クローン
Solian
の動
clones.
向を検出
But
した
they
け
aren't
ど
just puppets of the
それ
enemy.
らは確かに
Now we
支
have
配
no
の律
difficulty.
者の力と
Now we have
戦う
no
時は
difficulty coping with the HI dominance's
重い
power.
SQ バルキリーの
But
動向
whether
や
it's the tendency of the Ring Valkyries as the enemy reaching an agreement with the will of Honkai, it's completely unknown to us at the moment. That being said, our operation has to be divided into two phases. In the first phase, we should divide our troops so that we can fight and do recon at the same time. That way, we can better understand the situation.
相手のそうすれば
In the second phase, we can concentrate our firepower once again and launch a strong and steady attack on the enemy.
電撃戦のような
Our
戦術に
blitzkrieg
は
strategy needs to be supported by large amounts of
情報面で圧倒的に有利
intelligence,
な立場が
and
必要
intel's
だが
exactly what we're lacking right
今の
now.
言い方を変えると
In other words, the strategy you
君が提案
suggested
し
is
た
far
戦
too
法
risky at the
は
moment, Dr.
今
Tesla.
の僕たちにとって
分かった
Okay,
確かに
give your
あんたたちの
reasons.
考えも
I'll drop
いいかな
another plan in accordance with Teresa's
テレ
two-phase
サのちょう
strategy.
どエンジニア部門に
It
ある
just so
アイテム
happens
が
our
役に立ち
engineering
そうだし
division is something that we can put to good use. After receiving Teresa's communication, Hyperion's frontline combat personnel gathered at the specified location within 5 minutes. Kiana, Branya, Fuhua, Sela, Rosalia, and Lilia are all awaited orders with solemn expressions.
みんな時間がない
Everyone,
から
we don't have
簡
much
潔に
time,
話す
so I'll keep this short.
作戦計画を
Before I
発表
announce
す
the
る前
plan, I
に
need to bring everyone up to
まず
speed
は
on two
上
things.
一つ目
First, according to Otto's statement, he has reached an agreement with the will of Honkai, which will allow him to force a time reversal.
彼はその方法で
He's planning to return the world outside Coloston to the state it was 500 years ago, giving the Holy Maid Colin a second chance at life.
2回目の2つ目
Second, not long ago, anti-entropy scientists determined that Otto somehow managed to steal the powers of the original Hershey of Dominance.
今ハイペリオンを
He used the Hershey of Dominance's power to integrate and control the
彼の
clones
支配
currently
の
surrounding the
力を
Hyperion.
使ってこれから
Due
の
to the
作
two
戦
points
計
I
画
just mentioned, I'm planning to divide Hyperion's first line troops into 3
まずは
groups.
第一チーム
Group 1, made up of Branya, Seela, Rosa, and Lily, who advance along the route on the opposite bank towards St. 537K where Otto is
オッ
located.
トーの承知しますそれから
Roger.
みんなの持つ探知装置が送り
Oh,
返した信号を
great!
もと
They're
に
gonna have Branya
テスラ
job
博士
again.
はスパルタクスシステムの設
He'll
計に
also
向いてい
determine
る
a
エリ
suitable
ア
area
を
for
設
Dr.
置
Tesla to install the Spartacus system based on the readings sent back from your detectors.
スパルタクスシステムは
The Spartacus system limits the power of the Hershey of Dominance by broadcasting a jamming signal.
あんたたちからもらった信号を
Based on the
分析
readings
した
you
後
automatically send back, we'll choose a suitable place for the transmitter. One less thing for you guys to worry about.
正確に
To
言
be
うと
precise,
それは
that'll be the
第三チーム
responsibility
が
of
担当
Group
する
3.
任務だから
All you have to do is make
み
sure
ん
the
なは自
detectors
動
you
探
carry
知
are
機が
working
正常
normally.
にそれと
Rosa
ロ
and
ザリア
Lily,
とリリ
you
ア
don't have a lot of combat experience.
作戦経
If
験
you're
が
in
まだ
trouble,
そ
you
んな
can
に
stay
ない
back
か
in a
ら
support role.
何かが
Don't
あった
force
時
yourself to
に
do
はその
something
場
you
に
feel
残って
uncomfortable
待
with.
機分かった
Got it.
ブロ
We
ニャ
will
姉さん
comply
が
with
セ
Sela
レ
and
の指
Bronia's
示に
plan.
したええ
Nods.
以上が第
Okay,
一チームの
that's it for
任
Group
務
1. Now let's discuss the mission of Group 2.
第二チームのメンバー
Group 2 will be made up of Kiana and Fuhua. You'll set off shortly, advance up the road on the south side of the river to seize control of the bridge upstream.
そして騎兵として素早く
That's
聖
where
537教会堂に近づき
Stu
様子を
Sean
探るその間第一チームの代わりに敵の注意を
I
引い
think
てく
because
れ
I
ると
think
助
Rita
かる
was the way to the church, right? Fuck, I forget. I might have those switched. Now quickly press on to the St. 537 church and scout out the situation. While this is going on, Group 1 can help you attract the attention of the enemy.
それと第一
Also,
チ
just
ー
like
ムと
Group 1,
同
the
じく
detector you carry will signal back to Dr. Tesla, helping you find a suitable location from which to broadcast the jamming signal. Understood.
また第一チーム
Compared
と
to
比べ
Group 1,
て
Group 2 needs to be
第二
quicker
チー
in
ム
their
は
assault
素
on the
早
enemy
く相手
headquarters
の
and
本拠地
rapidly
に
assess
突
the
撃し
situation.
だから最後まで戦おう
Therefore,
とせ
don't
ず
get too caught up in fighting, even though we need someone to keep advancing and divide us out, I guess. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be Sushang. That is where Sushang is, because it's gonna be, Fu Hua has to stay and fight her and says, "Oh, Kiana, go on without me, so that you can continue to go forward like they need us to."
はい学園長
Yes, Principal.
次は第三チーム
Next is the third group, made up of myself, the two anti-entropy doctors, and the Hyperion Logistics group.
僕たちは
We'll
スパル
install
タ
the
クスシス
upgrades.
テムの設置と
We'll
強化を
install
担
and
当
upgrade the
し
Spartacus system
支配
and
の
do our
律
best
者
to
の
block
特
the
殊通信を
transmission
最大
mechanism
限
of the
阻
Hershey of
む
Dominance.
みんなの
We'll
戦
also
闘を
serve
支
as a
援す
base
る
supporting the attack.
以上が作戦計画
Is
に
everyone
な
clear
るけ
about
ど
the plan?
もしオットー本
If
人
we
と
encounter
相
Otto
談した場合
himself, what do you
どういう
recommend we
形で
do,
対応す
Principal?
べきです
支援が来るまで
Try to delay him as long as
なるべく時間
possible
稼ぎをして
and
ほしい
wait for reinforcements. At least the crane is right. We have 12 hours to stop him.
わかりました。
他に問題は
Any other
も
questions?
し問題がなかったら
Okay, if not, let's get
私
started.
作戦開始
Off to battle. Off to battle. Are we still in chapter 26, or is this Are we in 27? 26 has a storm cleared. Okay, we have entered chapter 27. I am a captain level up. Yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna stop here. I'm kind of tired. And we will start and do chapter 27 for realsies next time. This is awesome. I mean, I know I say this every week, but like the fact that this is like literally almost straight out of Dino Crisis is incredible to me. But also this plan is super cool for Otto. I'm very excited to see where it goes. And I am going to assume this is when Otto dies. But yeah, so we'll be back tomorrow with Eternal Darkness, because I skipped out on it on Friday because I'm an idiot. Wednesday, we will be starting Shadow Hearts. We played Kodelka a few months ago for Rika Chooses the Horse. No, actually, it was long. Was that 3 or whatever? No, yeah, it was like a year ago. For Rika Chooses the Horrifying Experience 2. So I've wanted to get to that for a while to continue the story. That's going to be fun. And then Friday will also be Eternal Darkness, because that's when we're supposed to actually play. But yeah, thank you all for coming. Next week, we shall continue Thus Spoke Apocalypse. And until then, I shall see you all in the future. Bye-bye now.